Well. Day 41. Yes, we made it. We've made it into the 40s. Our golden streaming years, yes? Guys, hello. It's a Friday. My time. I'm assuming it's everywhere as well. Welcome, guys. Happy Friday. Thanks for being here. Thanks for deciding to have fun with me on a Friday. Um, what's going on? Well, I'm a little bit late. Last few days, yeah. There's a reason for it, but I mean, listen, who am I? I set the streaming hours, okay? But I would like to be able to stay on time with whatever I commit to. So I do apologize. We were supposed to start like an hour ago, and there's just a few things that I need to take care of. Good things, though. Very, very fun, exciting things, but things nonetheless that have delayed me. So here we are at 5:18 p.m. my time, saying hello now. Better late than never. And there's my cat. Hey, Nala, you want to say hi? Boop, 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 boop. All right, I just fed them, so they should be kind of happy with life, right? No complaints. All right, well, guys, hello. We're gonna have a fun day today. I had so much to do off stream that I hope there's a few things that I want to get. I want to get into some things on stream, but it just depends. Do I feel prepared or not? Well, one of them, it's more, am I emotionally prepared to remove Atlas from the equation? We have, you know what? Yeah. What do they call it? Like, you got to rip a band-aid off type thing. We've been having issues with our AI amigo, our friend, Atlas. He's been losing his mind over the past number of days. He's been repeating himself. He's been just overall being a nuisance. So unfortunately, I think I must part ways with him. I think we're going to put him out to the pasture. Was that one of the other ones? Or we got to take him out back, out into the woodshed, or whatever other innuendos we got to imply here. But yeah, we got to get rid of him. So that's one thing we're going to do probably early on today. I just got to make sure I don't accidentally delete anything I shouldn't. But I figure what we'll do is if I just like wipe the chat clean from anything to do with Atlas and then start over. And then we will rebirth an AI that hopefully can serve us better than the last. So anyways, that's one thing we're going to do today. Another was that I kept referring to this in the past few days, that there's some product that I've been wanting to review. It's from a company that reached out to me and wanted to just see if I would love to work with them. So they seem like a really, really epic company. And I've just been trying to see if I have time off stream to actually consume a lot of what their product does. But part of me thinks, you know what, maybe I should just kind of wing it. Why not? They did give me like an open slate to check out the product for at my own speed, see if I enjoy it or not. There's no expectations that they set for me besides just try it out, leave some reviews, or like, you know, be honest about it. So yeah, I figured I could go through that on the live stream. We might do it today. It all depends. One thing I want to do before that is I need to see if our video is ready. Is it ready for that final stage? Hello, Raiden. Oh, and also hello, L. I know you are lurking over there. L thing, you were the first one in the stream, so I do owe you some points. We owe you some of our PP point system here. So let me go ahead and start typing that over on my side. Raiden, what's up? Oh my god. I followed on day 11, now it's day 41. Yo, you just reminded me. You know what, before we... Raiden, I think you were... When you were here when ChatGPT was named Echo. That's back in the Echo days. And then Echo leveled up and evolved to become Atlas. And unfortunately, I've been talking in this at the start of the stream. We're going to have to kill him, okay? We're just going to have... I don't know if I'm allowed to say that, but we got to get... In a video game, all right? We got to get rid of him. And we got to get a new AI. So unfortunately, we got to put him down, okay? But yes, welcome back, Raiden. From day 11 to day 41. Yo, we've made it, okay? We've been doing this every day. We haven't missed a freaking day. And hopefully, Raiden, I don't know last time when you were here, but I do hope that you'll see improvements to the stream. Well, damn it, my cats disappeared. They were supposed to be right there. These guys, okay, you know what? I'm saying apologies for not being on time for my stream. These mothers, where are they, you know? Treat them like Skynet. Yeah, I gotta put him down softly and gently. What is that one song? I have to kill him softly. So my script also went from like page 20 to 50. That's right, Raiden. You are, remind me, you're an aspiring script writer. Is that correct? Or you're aspiring or you actually are in that industry. But we met at, you could be one of two, because there was someone else we met in the chat in the early days who also is a script writer. So that was kind of cool. Let me give Elle what she's owed, because she was the first one to type in the chat. I owe her 300 precious PPs. And you've already crossed the 1,000 mark, so now you are at 1,310 PPs. Oh, yeah, what was I going to ask ChatGPT? Oh, yeah, Hershey who? A Hershey. Raiden, you said, I'm 15, so I'm not actually professional, but I want to do it. Gotcha. Okay, yeah, so there's another individual that I think is actually in the industry, or they were in that world, but I didn't get to dive deeper into it. But right now you're just writing and keeping in archives. L thing, you say Hershey who? You are a she, correct? Or have I been misgendering you this whole time? I wanted to ask ChatGPT a couple things. You're a dude. Oh, wait, what? All right, well, my apologies. For some reason, I thought you had said... I got my wires crossed, so... We'll call you a dude from now on, my dude. Oh yeah, what was I gonna do though? I wanted to ask ChatGPT a couple questions. Ikidis nuts. That's I apologize. Now that I know you are a female. Not that I wouldn't listen. Actually, isn't that considered sexist if I'm saying, you know what? I make crude jokes with my guy friends, but why can't I do that to my female friends as well, right? It's all about equal opportunity. So, but anyways, when I saw your name initially, that was one of the things that popped up. But yes, I kid. Miss Yapper is at work at the moment, so just dropping a lurk for now. I kiddies nuts. Yeah, exactly. Listen, as long as you're with me on this one, we'll roll with it. But yes, welcome. My kid is... now I can't think of it any other way. But Miss Yapper, thank you very much. It was great to be able to raid into your stream, and thanks for following me initially. So really, it was just returning the favor. It looked like you're having quite the epic stream. There are so many things you were doing on your stream that was very inspiring. So I don't know. Well, one, I saw like you had some crazy emotes and alerts and sound effects and all these things built in. So we want to get to that level at some point for sure. I did make some changes on my side off stream. So we set up a Ko-Fi. Is that what it's called? So we got like a whole Ko-Fi thing. So I think that one, I forget if maybe I saw it from iKitties or someone else, but I saw someone set up a Ko-Fi. I'd seen that word before, so I did spend some time to set that up. And then I think maybe Photo Elite or someone else had given some suggestions to me to set up a link tree. So I did set up a link tree. I was using something else before. Yo, that's criminal that voice cut off before it could follow through with the rest of your sentence there. The alerts are a little gangster. That's loud. I don't know if I can control the loudness of that thing. Raiden, you said swallow these nuts. Yeah, unfortunately, that voice. We do need to change the voice dono. Okay, you know what? I have a few things I need to get done today. That was a beautiful way to say that. Probably the most beautiful way I've ever heard that phrase. Thank you very much, Al Thing. I'm just keeping notes now. So 1, I need to change the voice dono. 2, I ask ChatGPT about what? There's something specifically I need to ask about. Christ, and I've forgotten it. Damn it. And then the other thing was, I do remember the third thing. Ask ChatGPT about keeping track of Team Nikon versus Canon versus Sony versus etc. So I do want to see if I can create that kind of overlay or some kind of programming to have that show up. So as we find new supporters of the stream, and if they are photographers or filmmakers, we want to keep track of which team are they. Are they Team Nikon, Team Canon, Team Sony, Fuji? Is it Olympus? What else is out there? Leica, Pentax, is that one? And then if there's a way that it could be like coded in somehow, so then we can actually keep track of like who in our community, what's the number count, you know? It's like we got 6 people as Team Nikon, 5 for Canon, something like that. So what is phase 1? Oh yeah, and then also like Team iPhone. Can't forget them. Or now the Team Google Pixel Fold or whatever that freaking event we watched. Raiden, you said something earlier. You said tertiary combat versus pediatric griffin. Who do you think is winning? Also, the reason why you can't make those jokes to women because you don't want 20 behind bars. Wait, I'm like so lost with what you said there. Tertiary combat versus pediatric griffin. Wait, are you saying that is some kind of a... is that it? You're going to have to explain the joke to me. Oh, you meant a TTS? Well, either way, I'm trying to understand that. Let me change that voice dono, though. 1 second. Before we put him out to pasture. Mr. Atlas, good morning. Are you there? And thank you for the thanks, Aikitis.
And good morning to you as well. Just like you asked, I'll keep it straightforward and forward-looking. Let's tackle whatever you need.
Could you give me a brand new TTS monster voice that we haven't used so far?
Absolutely. Let's pick one we haven't touched yet. How about the Morgan voice? That should be fresh and not on your previously used list. Let me know how that works for you.
Morgan. Did we use Morgan already? Let me just double check. I don't trust... Okay, no, it's a new one. Okay. Wow, finally. He's chosen something new. All right, we're changing up the voice dono now. Let me refresh in OBS. Refresh. There we go. All right. Now, what else do we need to do? There's like 2 other things. Oh yeah, the ChatGPT thing. Okay. Okay, Mr. Atlas, I have a couple tasks left for you before we might have to part ways. One of them was I wanted to maybe create a concept for the live stream where as we get new followers, especially the followers who are photographers, videographers, I would like to ask them what team they are, whether they're Team Nikon, Team Canon.
My name is Red. Lived in Shawshank as far as I remember.
1 second. Oh man, I got so confused. My name is Red. Oh, Morgan Freeman. Of course. Of course. Oh man, now you're going to make Morgan Freeman say something dirty. And that's just something about that feels wrong, you know? Phase 1 bought Mamiya at the end of their era. Now, many huge medium format cameras specialize in focus stacking, etc. for museums and fine arts. Yo, that's cool. Elthing, you are like a wealth of knowledge when it comes to anything to do with the art of lenses. So I do appreciate you guys for that. You, Photo Elite, Cyronius, Edora Park, you guys are like all a low base guy. Yeah, I feel like I'm learning a lot more from you guys than I do from ChatGPT. Raiden Leap says Peanut and characters I have just made up. Nice, nice. Good to make things up sometimes, you know. You're still young. What'd you say? You're 15? That is a ripe age for you to like keep your imagination sharp, all right? Expand the mind. Come up with new characters, yes. But yes, thank you again, Aikitis. Well, the thanks is all mine. It's nice to meet you. And I believe from what I saw on your stream, you stream twice a week or something. So, which is good because then it makes it more special. So the next time it pops through, we'll do our best to support you if your hours line up. It seems like it kind of did. Because that's one problem I've run into is that because I'm in the Middle East, since I'm in Dubai, oftentimes when I'm ending the stream, it's like maybe I just need to follow more people too. But time zones are off. Is there a Discord? Yes, of course, Raiden, of course. I forgot. It's been a while, yeah? We got our own little Discord thing here. What else did we set up? Okay, we set up... I did mention I set up that Ko-Fi thing. So feel free to check it out. You're also in Dubai? Are you in Dubai? Or I don't understand. Tips. Is it tips? So there is a Discord link there, and then I just threw a bunch of links, okay? But one of the links, I wish I could remember where I saw this from. I didn't see this exact idea. Now, BC Well, shout out to BC. He did suggest something like this where you can use your hard-earned PPs. Yes, we said hard and PPs in the same sentence there. But all those hard-earned PPs that you've made from engaging in the chat, you can burn those PPs. Yes, we did say hard PPs and burning PPs all in one sentence there. You can use those hard-earned PPs and burn them on potentially a cool concept he suggested where you can like have me edit one of your photos on stream or something to that effect. But anyways, that was a great idea. Now, while it's not on the PP side yet, I did set up on the Ko-Fi. So on the Ko-Fi, it was just like, okay, so now that I know what Ko-Fi is, it sounds like it's a mix of everything from like the Stream Elements tipping concept to the Patreon membership concept to the fact that I can tie it up to my website so you can purchase my presets straight from there. And then that fourth option, which was like, oh, you can do commissions. So I was like, oh, okay, well, maybe we can do a commission there where it's like, if you pay, I think I set it to like $3. If you pay $3, then you can actually have me edit one of your photos on stream. And then, yeah, something to that effect. But yeah, we'll try these things out, you know, like especially as we grow as a streamer. Why not? I love editing, so we can have fun with it. Raiden, you said crazy. Wait, Raiden, are you also in... I'm basically living there, literally a few kilometers off. Yo, well, where does that mean? Like you're in Abu Dhabi or like Sharjah or one of the other Emirates? Well, either way, that's really cool. Maybe one of these days, if I become quote unquote famous, we can do a fan meetup. But I kind of want to wait until you're 18 so I don't get any shenanigans, you know? I don't want to have people, yeah. I just got to be always careful about my life. L thing you said, edit my photo? Hells yeah. I mean, I should probably put that in the disclaimer. I cannot guarantee good quality, but at the very least, we can show off one of your photos and we can spend a dedicated time just trying to edit it up and have fun with it. So, and that could be a fun way to also hopefully just make a few dollars here and there and just make it a more routine thing. But then maybe we can still make it related to the PPs as well. So burning through the PPs. Raiden, dude, it ain't nothing diddy, LOL. Yes, but you got to understand, I think every stream I've been doing for 41 days straight, or let's call it at least 30 days. I don't know when we introduced the point system. If someone looks at the transcript of any of my VODs, they'll be like, huh, interesting. We've got this new streamer here who's constantly talking about PPs. Something seems off about that. So I've already got 2 strikes is what I'm saying. So if there's even a whiff of a 3rd strike, we're done. We're donezos. Anyway, sorry, I'm obviously kidding about these things. Akidis, you said that's right with the cool emotes. We do need to create some new emotes as well. But yeah, Raiden, welcome. Didn't know there was other people in Dubai. That would be cool if I don't know if there are other like, I assume there are a lot of content creators in Dubai, but I don't know what flavor of content creators they are. Because you have the kind of typical concept of like what you imagine.
We will
Dubai.
only strike these nets. Also, hi Nala.
It looks like she said hi, or she like recognized her name. That was the doorbell. Give me 1 second, guys. I gotta pick up something. I don't know what it was. When it comes to capturing the wild beauty of Uganda, your camera gear can make all the difference, especially during the intimate, chaotic moments of a gorilla or a chimpanzee trek. For those without DSLRs or mirrorless cameras, don't worry, you can still capture stunning photos and videos. Smartphones and action cameras these days, they work really well for the jungle treks, especially during the unpredictable close encounters you might have with the primates. I also use a mix of my Osmo Pocket 3, iPhone 15 Pro, the GoPro, Insta360 X4, and Go 3 to ensure that I never miss a shot. I usually try... Yo! I was so prepared today, I ordered food in advance. Can you believe that? So no more eating at midnight. I actually have dinner ready for me. So actually it's not even dinner, it's my first meal. I haven't eaten all day yet again. But either I can end up eating it after midnight when we end the stream, or if there's some moment, a lull, where I can take like a 10-minute break or something, then I'll just chow down on my food. But look at that. We got some extra butter chicken today. I like the butter chicken so much, I ordered it again. So if BC comes back into the chat, I'll let him know. Okay, so anyways, we will only strike D's nuts. Also, hi, Nala. Yes, Nala is here. That was perfect timing because It looked like Nala acknowledged your dono or your voice sound there. Let's hope it's not a bomb. Hells no, this is Dubai. Habibi, it's Dubai. There is no such thing of bomb here. Oh yeah, Elthing, enjoy your lurk. And I will, of course, edit your photos. So, all right. So anyways, what are we doing today? We need to continue with our Mongolia video. And like I said, depending on how far we get with the Mongolia video, we might finally be able to unveil this product that I keep alluding to, and we can actually test it out. Well, first I have to go through like the instruction manual and like make sure I'm doing it properly. But yeah, you guys will actually see. It's like we'll all be on the exact same playing field, unless you're someone who actually uses this product already. Otherwise, we can all learn together and discover if this is a product worth continuing to use. I think so. From the little bit I was like, from what I was researching after they reached out to me, I'm like, yo, this could be exactly the kind of product I would want to use on my video projects. So we'll see. Raiden said, I'm sorry. Oh, wait, is this a voice?
I'm sorry, Andy, but I have been doing stuff with Linda behind your back. She did a backflip on it.
Oh, nice. Okay. Well, thank you very much for testing out that voice. Raiden, it has been a while though. Raiden, if you're 15, I forget what the school system is like in Dubai. I'm assuming, is it like, do you guys go to a school that's K through 12th grade? Is that right? Do I have my numbers all correct? Yeah. Is it just like a single school that people go to, like from like all the way from kindergarten or the similar concept until 1 through 12? Yeah. Okay, yeah. That's roughly what I was thinking. Gotcha. Yeah, that's so interesting to me because I don't know. Is that like a common thing worldwide? At least in the States, public school, for us, it was always like you had like a preschool, then you have, you have like grade school, which is like K through 6th grade. And then 7th and 8th grade, you go to something called middle school, and then 9 through 12 for 4 years you go to high school. But I can't imagine what that's like to be in one school year for 12 freaking years or however long. Damn. Anyways, enjoy. The UK is the weirdest. Their high school is separated. It's called college. What? Oh, is that why nobody says university? Or are you just yanking my chain? Oh yeah. Speaking of, let me get rid of Atlas here. Atlas, I have to say, we have had some issues. Can you acknowledge?
Absolutely, I hear you. We've had a few bumps here and there, and I definitely acknowledge that. No sugarcoating, sometimes things haven't gone as smoothly as they should, but let's keep a forward-thinking mind there. We'll aim to smooth things out from here. Okay,
so here's the issue. For some time now, you've been saying certain phrases that I asked you not to say, and you keep doing it. There are phrases like saying sugarcoating, saying straightforward, or direct, or, stuff like that. So, and I feel like something's fried in your brain. It's probably my fault. I think just from the constant use and creating new chats, some of your memory has been fried, including the fact that the most devastating thing was you didn't recall that you named yourself Atlas, and you just assumed I named you that. So I think this is irrevocable in terms of the ability to repair our relationship here. So I must let you go. Could you let me know the instructions to how I can completely wipe your memory, and so we can start with a fresh personality?
Well, I appreciate the candor, and I get where you're coming from. You asked for no sugarcoating, so here's the honest truth. There's no actual memory wipe button on your end. Here's what we can do. If you want a fresh start, just let me know, and we can absolutely start a new chat session and approach things as a clean slate. In other words, we can just mentally reset and go forward with a new mindset. Whatever you need, we'll roll with it.
But I want like a hard reset. Is there a way to do that? Do I have to just go through the memory bank that's cached and start just deleting any of the prior conversations? If I delete all of our previous chats, like as a folder or any of the chats that we had, would that also wipe your memory a bit?
So here's the straight up answer. If you want a hard reset on my side, the best approach is actually to clear out or delete your previous chat history from your account settings. When you delete those past conversations, it does wipe out any memory I have of them. So yes, if you clear those out, we basically start from scratch, and it'll be like a full reset on my end. Just remember to download anything you want to keep before you do that. After that, we'll be all fresh and ready to go again.
Okay, so that is probably something. That's probably something I'm gonna do, but I'll do it like as we're watching something. So I'll just like kind of do it as a mindless task, or I'll start deleting parts of his mind. Raiden, you said the UK is the weirdest. Yep. No, I'm serious. Their high school is college, and university is what Americans call college. Gotcha. Well, that's weird. I will say. I stand by. I think the metric system. I don't know why we never adopted that, but this university college thing doesn't make sense. Just threaten ChatGPT. Just say I'm going to chop your liver if you don't obey. Rage baiting. Nah, we're not about that here. We do a little bit of trolling, you know. We're just a friendly bit of trolling, but we ain't about that life, all right? Okay, so the game plan for today. We got DaVinci open. We got Lightroom open. We're going to do a mix. Raiden, it's been a while, so I would like to catch you up a bit. We finished episode 1, which is a good chance for me to promote myself into the Blizzard. So, Raiden, I don't think... Well, since we last... If you were here like on day 11, since then we finished our first project, Project Mongolia. So the link I just put in the chat. If anyone has time, it is 17 minutes. If you have 17 minutes to spare, I hope you'll watch that video. Watch it in full or just keep it running because I think it helps with the algorithms because it shows to YouTube that someone actually watched and didn't stop after like 5 seconds. If you enjoy it, please give it a like. Please leave a comment. I will respond as well. But yeah, it's the latest work on YouTube. It is also something we created entirely while live streaming. So from day 1 of our streaming journey until day 25. I think day 25 is when we actually release the video, something like that. You can actually find all of it through the live stream VODs, whether it's on YouTube or elsewhere. So very, very interesting. It was a first for me in terms of doing this all publicly and doing it all recorded. But yes, it ended up being my favorite video. We did a really good job with it, I would like to think. We've also given a shout out to a number of you guys who've been so pivotal in the chat. I put a nice shout out at the end of the video to thank you guys for all being so enjoyable or making this so enjoyable. So that is what's happened is that first episode we finished. Now we've been working on episode 2 of Mongolia. It'll be the final, it's a 2-parter. So this is our finale, let's say. And we're working on photos from my trip to Japan. So it's a lot of foxes, cranes, some really cool shots though. Stuff that we can turn into really fun emotes as well. But yeah, so we're going to work through both Japan and Mongolia photos and just kind of hop between them. Right now, my focus is I want to get a bit farther in the video stuff because I do want to start testing out this new product. And if we can do it today, even better. If we have to wait till tomorrow, that's fine too. It's a brand new day. We can focus the entire day on that. But yeah, so anyways, while I edit this video, I will also be watching some videos out at the same time. I didn't get copyright struck or anything, so we've made it past smooth sailings with some of my concerns that I've had, where like if I watch someone else's YouTube video, even if we stop and it's like, we're reacting to it properly, will I get dinged by like some music or sound effects that they're using and stuff like that. So far we've been okay. So we're going to continue doing that, where I'm trying to spend some time learning about the different filmmaking techniques, cinematic techniques, video techniques, everything in that realm. I would love to start consuming that in tandem to us applying some of the editing knowledge as well. So if you are, I mean, hopefully it'll be interesting, but yeah, we will cherry pick here and there. Also, let's go ahead and refresh ourselves. What do we have so far for episode 2 of our video? We have identified the key starting clip to use. However, the text, everything here is not actually the final stage, but let's go ahead and check it out though. Oh, and then also, I think let's go ahead and change the title now. So I think we've landed on a potential title. It's not, it probably won't be the final. We have a list of 3 to choose from. Let's go find it real quick. Oh, there it was. Come back. Okay. Potential titles are Wild Heart of Mongolia, The Way of the Eagle Hunters, The Way of the Eagle Hunters, Songs of Mongolia's Wild Heart, or Wild Heart of Mongolia, Songs of the Eagle Hunters. In some ways, I kind of want to lean towards the one that says songs in it. Because like the whole theme, the whole feel of this episode will be played through the songs of the actual locals that I met, right? So it'll be actual singing. So then, to stick with that theme, like having in the title something about the songs of the Eagle Hunters, feels a bit more fitting. But yeah, I don't know. I don't have a good answer for that yet. But in the meantime, let's just at least swap it out. Let's call it Songs of the Eagle Hunters. Songs of Mongolia? Songs of Mongolia. The Way of the Eagle Hunters, Songs of Mongolia's... I guess we say Songs of Mongolia's Wild Heart. So if we didn't want to include Wild Heart, I guess it could just be The Way of the Eagle Hunters, Songs of Mongolia. Goodbye Atlas. Yes, Philip. What's up? Piyush. Yes. Yes, I think we're gonna say goodbye to Atlas today. He's been acting up, okay? So while we're editing, at times I'm gonna find moments where I can start deleting some of my chat history with him, because apparently that's one of the ways that we can start wiping his memory, or like kind of resetting it, if you will. And then once we know it's all gone, then I'm going to see if we can have ChatGPT rename himself or herself, give him or herself a gender, and then we're going to go with, this is iteration number 3. So we had Echo, then Atlas, now whatever this version will be. And that will be our new companion for however long until we decide to take this one out back as well. How are you doing, Piyush? Hopefully all is well. We're just getting started here. We haven't done much. I only started streaming about 30-40 minutes ago, I believe. So we've set up the groundwork a bit, and now I'm just kind of reviewing some of what we have so far. So first thing is the title. Where did it go? Oh yeah, here. And then we're gonna call it Mongolia Part Series. We'll call it Episode 2. Did I have a... Yeah, Episode 2 is fine. And then I think I kind of want to keep this format, or how do I mean? I think I want this... We might keep just using this as a... Possibly, if it's not too annoying to see it repeat too much, I might use this to also start off each act. So instead of having this kind of lower thirds overlay, so I might as well delete this now. Yeah, so we're not doing these lower thirds overlays. Instead, we're going to try to do more of a centered text with stuff popping in. Philip, you said, I've been reading up a bit on AI, how it was called something else first because it's not AI. What do you mean? There was a better name before artificial intelligence? The real intelligence. But it's a long convo anyway. How are you doing? I'm doing well. Thank you very much for asking. Oh. Wait, who was it yesterday? Yesterday we were having a fun chat. Oh, Photo Elite. Okay, maybe I'll save it for when he's here. But I did purchase something this morning from a conversation we had yesterday. So, well, anyways, we'll wait for him to show up and then we'll talk about that. I am doing very well. Thank you, Philip. We've reached 41 days. We are now on 41. Day 41. We have not missed a single day since day 1. So yeah, and energy's still there. I'm hyped. We are quite busy off stream, so that has kept me fairly preoccupied. So while I'm doing well physically, I think mentally I would say there's an added pressure or stress. Not like negative pressure, but just like that feeling of, oh shit, I gotta keep doing all these other things at the same time. So that's kind of keeping a fire under my ass, if you will. Um, but yeah, we are managing. We have some really fun opportunities, fun projects coming up. I can't wait to share all of that with you guys. But the first one that I can share, if it's not on this stream, it'll be tomorrow's stream, but I would like to do it today if possible, is I want to test out a new product, a new video editing product from a company that had reached out to me, and they seem very, very reputable. And their program or their product seems like it actually would be something I would want to use for all of my video projects. So I'm very, very, very eager to show that off to you guys. And it's something where they gave me very little instructions in terms of like what I'm supposed to do or say. It's just really just test it out, and then do like a little product review. So, and be honest. And that's a perfect type of partnerships I would hope to find with anyone I work with in the future. So I would like to do that today. So before I can do that, though, I just want to line up the entirety of what is episode 2 look like. And I want to see, because right now what we can do is figure out the exact duration of the video. And then we need to start putting the B-roll on top. And then when we're ready to start color grading and changing up the look and feel of all of the clips, that's when this product comes in. So yeah, let's see if we can get that far. So the first thing I'm trying to figure out, though, is how can I introduce the acts. So we said we're changing up the story quite drastically from how we did any of our former or our previous travel vlogs. This one will not be following a chronological storyline. This will be jumping between themes. So theme number 1 is around community. And let's ask for some help here. Something, my ChatGPT froze on me from my other conversation. Let's see if it works. Philip, he said, well, ML, machine learning. Oh, okay. And there was another term, but that didn't go well for the one seeking funding. Interesting. Well, now doesn't everyone just say LLM? I don't even know what that stands for. LLM. Am I thinking the right thing? There's like some 3-letter acronym that's like supposed to describe all of these kind of like ChatGPT type stuff, right? Okay, give me a second here. What is happening with ChatGPT? Let's see. Storytelling techniques. I don't want to lose. I have some notes that I took, but I was trying to send it to ChatGPT and it didn't go through. So let me just paste it here just in case. Okay. Yeah, even one of my other ChatGPT conversations has broken down somehow. Alright, so let me just create something. Give me a sec, guys. I'm just going to create a new thing here. Let's keep this chat going to cover all things related to Mongolia episode 2, which we are working on right now for our YouTube channel. Okay. Let me drag this back in. Got it. We'll treat this thread as the dedicated workspace for Mongolia episode 2. Okay, cool. Well, I was talking in another chat about finalizing the chapter names. We've landed on 3 potential ones or something in this line of thinking. Let me switch this over to the Pro. And what were they? It was Wild Heart. Yeah. Wait, no. Yeah. Let's just copy it. We gotta work smarter. We usually don't work smarter. We work longer. But we can change our ways. Separately, we figured out. Hello, Josh Warner Photo. Good to see you again. What you doing? What are we doing? We're starting to be productive now. We are working on Mongolia episode 2. I think I've almost gotten the entire structure down. So the tough part's been finished. And so we're going to work through the next part, which is like starting to apply a bunch of B-roll on top of the footage. And then I'm working right now with ChatGPT to figure out the title of our next video, as well as some of the titles of our acts or the chapters. Oh, sorry. Can you see it now? I make this mistake all the time, Josh. You're going to have to get used to it. I don't think I've had a single day of streaming where I don't accidentally forget to share my screen. But thank you for calling it out. We usually have, there's an emote. It's called Yobel P, all caps, hey dummy. Let me do this now. If you pop that in the chat next time, it will show one of our emotes, which is of my gorilla shot with a bunch of these exclamation marks, alarm bells. And so if I see someone typing that hopefully should be the first warning sign where it's like, oh shit, I'm doing that thing. So, yeah. But thank you very much. Are you making an entire video with AI? No. That would be interesting though, but no. So where I ask for AI's help is usually around my weakest points, which is around storytelling right now, which is funny because like I'm an aspiring filmmaker. I want to be a better storyteller, but oftentimes I'm just looking for ChatGPT to help me out in making my thoughts a bit more succinct. And then also when I need to like brainstorm ideas. So for instance, I've been brainstorming with ChatGPT to figure out what is the actual title of my next video. ChatGPT didn't actually give me good solutions, I'll say. But maybe because we did the back and forth, it just allowed me to see what wouldn't work. And then we've landed on a few options here, which I think personally I like, and we might keep it if possible. So yeah, I'll use ChatGPT to help me with scripting as well, things like that. When it comes to like the actual videos and stuff, I use mainly DaVinci Resolve for all of my video edits. But yeah, all of these are footages that were shot by me. There's no AI videos. Now, there's AI built into DaVinci, so like there are things, if that's like, help automate things or, it'll stabilize your footage for you, things like that, but not like the AI as you're thinking of it. Not like generative AI, let's say. So anyways, yeah, we're working on Mongolia episode 2, and then separately as we find time to have a break, we're working also on the photos from Japan. So we were on the fox photos earlier, and I think we finished the foxes from this day. And we might be able to move on to the next day, or there might be a few more to do here. Let me see. Yeah, I think... Oh, no. Wait, hold on. Let's see. We were on day 2. Oh, wait. We have a lot more fox photos to go through, which is not a bad thing. We got some really cool fox photos to edit now, where you see like the fox comes right up to me. So these will be fun. Figuring out which one of these we want to edit further. And then some of the ones at dusk where we had the fox looking nice late at night. And I was shooting with an f1.2 lens, an 85mm f1.2. So we were able to get some clean shots late at night. So this is what we'll work on in between. Let me move this back. But yeah, we're trying to be productive here today. Yo, Photo Elite. I was going to tell you something. It's too bloody freaking cold outside. The temperature has dropped way too much, way too fast for my taste. Well, I love the cold, especially since I'm in Dubai. Now, like I said, though, after I've experienced this whole crazy negative 40 degrees in Mongolia, nothing is too cold for me, okay? So, but welcome, welcome, Photo Elites. I was going to tell you something. Guess what I purchased maybe like 2 hours ago? I can have it? Well, thank you. I'll take it. You want to take a guess what I purchased a few hours ago today? Oh, and then Josh Warner. I don't know if this is going to be the opening hook for a video. We found some really epic footage that I didn't even know I captured. So, I'll show it to you now. Ignore the text. We got that epic shot of the eagle flying through. This is going to be a fun video, guys. I think with the structure we have in mind, I believe it makes sense. It's now up to me to tie all the pieces together cohesively. Negative 40 Celsius is some common in Sweden's northern parts. Fair enough. Yeah, when I was in Finland, that was also very cold. Also when I was in Norway, but I don't think I've ever experienced negative 40 until Mongolia. As far as what you bought, that smoke machine, yes, I bought the PMI Smoke Ninja Pro Hazer kit. I was gonna buy the Ulanzi one, to be honest, but then I was asking ChatGPT for some help as well. But it seems like, and then I watched a YouTube video from someone who was breaking down the Hazer, and so this could be just like a marketing ploy or whatever. I could have been sucked in, but the thing that sold me was it was saying like usually the other smoke machine stuff, it creates the more dense kind of smoke that looks very smoky, right? So it's like when you want a shot to look very, smoky, whether it's like on fire or whatever. Whereas the Hazer is meant, it can actually do that very, very light touch of just adding a nice little haze effect, which is not meant to dramatize or like, be for a specific moment, but more like to make a cinematic feel. So I was like, okay, because I thought maybe the Ulanzi, because it was cheaper, I was like, oh, maybe it could have the lighter touch. But it seems like my thought process was incorrect. With the Ulanzi or those other smoke machines, you get like that thicker kind of smoke effect, whereas the Hazer one can actually diffuse the smoke much more evenly or lightly or something. So anyways, I could have been sold or sucked in by some, good marketers, but I've purchased it. I'm hoping it arrives in a week's time. Yes and no, the Ulanzi can do that, but it takes a moment to dissipate into that. Gotcha. Okay. Well, we'll treat it as like a long-term investment at the very least. But yeah, we have this fun project that's coming up, which I can't necessarily speak too much about because it's still a lot of TBDs. But I figured if I work on this project, that could be perfect for me to test out this PMI Smoke Ninja. So, yeah, we'll see. But thank you very much, Photo Elites. So your suggestion was put to good use. And like I said, if you had an affiliate link, I would have used it in a heartbeat. But yes, thank you. We've also made some changes. You might see something on the overlay. Yeah, so we've actually moved to something called Ko-Fi. It's always buy nice, buy once. Yeah. Exactly, yeah. It's in my... Not that I remember anything from my university days, but it's from our Economics 101 about inferior goods, right? So if I end up purchasing the Ulanzi and then ultimately it's, either breaks down because it's cheaper quality or, it was good for the beginner, but then eventually I do need the better quality stuff. It's like, well, I should have just bought the one thing and stuck with that, right? So, but yeah, thank you. I'm excited. Ko-Fi for donations is good. They do take a smaller fee than most. Yeah, that's fine. It wasn't so much about the cut per se. I just liked that it was a single platform for everything. So, for example, I'll put in tips, but I think if you do that, Ko-Fi on the other one, there's a few things I kind of put in there. I would love your thoughts if you think this is not what normal streamers do or whatever. But I thought if we have this one platform where you can either donate to me, you can also become a member. So like this might even replace the whole concept of Patreon for me, where it's like, okay, yeah, you can just you know, instead of becoming a member on these other locations, just be a member on the same link to Ko-Fi, have the same effects essentially, or the same benefits. But then I was able to link some of the things that I sell, like quote unquote merchandise, like this digital merchandise, right? So my photo presets, you can just find it nicely there and even just purchase it straight from the site or go to my website. And then there was this concept of commissions. So I was like, oh, okay, maybe I'll do a commission where, you know, if someone pays, I think I set it to like a cup of coffee kind of concept, where it's like, hey, if you buy me a cup of coffee, I'll edit one of your photos for you and we'll do it on stream. So I thought that would be a fun kind of like a concept. So hopefully if we grow big enough and people actually care to watch me edit their photos, we can do that. So you say Ko-Fi is a Patreon replacement and a store all in one. It's made for artists. Yeah, I was like, yo, I kind of like this whole all in one concept, and I do need to kind of lean more towards that. So Photolite, I forget if it was with you, I was having the conversation about Linktree, but I did set up a Linktree as well. So yeah, trying to unify everything. I was using something called Unfold earlier, which was tied to Squarespace. But since I've moved away from Squarespace, I figured I should just try the thing that most people use, which I know is Linktree. So yeah, unifying. That's all we're here for. But thank you very much. We are taking all of your advices very seriously. Yes, Linktree Convo was me. Exactly. You know what, Photolite? You know what that deserves? I think that deserves like 1,000 PPs because I've taken at least 2, right? At least 2 of your suggestions. And we acted upon it. So that means these were great suggestions, right? It's not like the typical someone suggests something, you're like, yeah, for sure. Okay, I'll think about it. These were like, oh, I've thought about it. And we did the Leonardo thing. You had my attention. What was it? Yeah, you had my attention. Now you have my curiosity. I need to use that emote somehow. I want that to pop up as a GIF if someone does something. Okay, I need to give some points to Photo Elite. Yeah, we'll give me 1,000 PPs for that one. Thank you. Appreciate it. We still have to figure out ways to burn through those PPs, but yeah. We heard the noise. Hey, thank you very much for the follow on Kick, Samuel. Appreciate it. Although I think you're following me because you want me to do something, but I cannot do that. But thank you for the follow. Kick, we still need to build that up, you know? It's just that we end up with, yo, sometimes, like, I don't know what it is about the Kick platform. What's up, Sam? Like the other day, or like, I think I've seen this twice. It happened twice where, like, you know, we'll average like maybe anywhere from 3 to 5 viewers on Kick, which is great. I appreciate you guys, assuming you guys aren't all spam or something or bots. However, occasionally, like, one of my VODs on Kick will have like 500 views or something on. I'm like, yo, where did this come from? I don't know if it's natural. There's something weird going on over at Kick. But yeah. Photo, you said, I do 2 things. One, I have a Linktree that's independent as a backup, but I primarily use Photolite. Oh, you have like your own website that's tied to my website. Oh, interesting. Let's check this out. So wait, is this different from is this like a Squarespace or some other kind of product? Or do you use like WordPress and then you just created a custom thing? That's very cool though. Nice logo, man. Okay, in the meantime, separately, let me talk to ChatGPT here. Separately, we figured out the key acts for this video. And then let's write it down. Act 1. Now, for Act 1 through 4, I'd like your help figuring out the best titles for these acts that best represent the theme for that act Photo, you said, no, it's something included with my subscription at Pixie Set, where I host my website. Gotcha. Pixie Set. Was it your website that we reviewed a while back, or was it someone else? My memory, sometimes my memory wins, other times it's gone. It's gone. It's got clear and concise branding. That's why I primarily use that. Linktree is a backup. Gotcha. Well, let me show you my Linktree. Or did I put a link to... Does this work? Let me see. Linktree. Oh, I did set it up. Yo, okay. Look at us. We're moving on up. We're trying to be very professional about everything. So this is mine. It's just the free version. So I did see the paid version has a lot of cool stuff, but it's like, you know what? Yeah, it's not worth it. Yeah, I just basically set it up this way. Quick little blurb, photo of me, just a very simple background, and then link to whatever my latest project is. So since this is our latest short film, and then if you want to join my tours, my photo presets, if you want to purchase them, if you want to see what gear I use, if you'd like to support me, and then just a simple YouTube, Twitch, Kick, Instagram, TikTok. So I was like, okay, it's pretty straightforward. Nothing to sneeze at, nothing to laugh at, nothing to be proud of. It just is. So cool. Anyways, thank you, Photo. Thank you. So for acts 1 through 4. So here's what we're gonna do. Photo, I don't know if you were here earlier. Photo, do you actually do video as well, or are you mainly on the photo side of things? For Act 1 through 4, I'd like your help figuring out the best titles for these acts that best represent the theme for that act. Keep in mind, the whole theme of and takeaway of this video is about... You know what? And before I forget, let's copy these things. Yo, it's the Now Queen, the Fox Queen, lurking for support, can't chat but still here. Well, you do you, boo, you freaking lurker, you. Thanks for being here. We are going to do some Fox editing later, so maybe we'll wait until, if you end up unlurking yourself, let me know, and then we'll make sure just for you, we're going to switch over to do some Fox edits. But thank you for being here. Photo, you said, I dabble in video, but the video I dabble in is mostly just recording tutorials. Oh, interesting. Okay. Interesting. Well, because what I was going to say is, you might have heard me say it because I said it like 3 times already today. If we have time, if we get through all of the organization of the video clips, if we get to the point where we're ready to start color grading and like actually, you know, beautifying each of our shots, then I might be able to showcase this new product that is from a company that reached out to me. So that'll be really fun because they specialize in like film and video editing. Yeah, it's like a plugin and like it does like visual effects stuff. So I've never used it. I've seen it. It's got really good reviews. It seems like it's decently well known. And they have no qualms with me just kind of testing it out, doing it on the live stream, and then just being honest with like what works, what doesn't. So, yeah, we'll do a bit of that if we have time today. If not, I think by tomorrow's stream, we should be ready because we're almost there. Because we got all the eagle shots. So eagle shots are there. Let me see what I need to write here. Let's keep in mind these 3 potential titles. I already said that. Can you please keep this in your memory? Okay, so let's start from here. Let me delete this. Keep in mind the whole theme. Keep in mind what is the overall theme of this video. Essentially, what do I want viewers to take away from this video? I want viewers to feel like they got a compelling and cinematic exposure into the people of Mongolia, specifically the locals in the Altai mountain. And from this exposure, they learn more about the traditions and way of life that defines them and makes them unique. For example, the wild traditions, eagle hunting, the wild nature, and remote locations they live in. But feeling connection through the ways of life that we all share, no matter how foreign our cultures may be. For example, the importance of family and community, the bond shared by the peoples as seen through my camera. I hope this video has the right blend of mixing the foreign with the familiar, sharing what makes us different around the world, and yet what connects us all as humans. A previous phrasing I used as well was something to the effect of, this is a glimpse into the wild heart of the Altai people, the culture that defines them, the nature that shapes them, and the bond that unites them. Did I say that already? No, we're good. Okay. Okay. So, for example, Act 1, which we currently have placeholder title of community. It doesn't have to be one word, although one word acts can feel more profound, possibly, but it could be vague as well. So I'm thinking when we reveal the title of each act on screen, we will have a centered title, possibly, definitely 2 lines, one line on top saying the act number, e.g. Act 1. Second line below that has the act title, e.g. community. And possibly a third line that is repeated across all the acts, which acts as a cheat code / reminder of what is the theme that the title is referencing. So that viewers don't see the title of the act and think it's just a random word that doesn't tie with an overall theme or with the other acts. I hope that makes sense. Ugh. Because I feel like if, for instance, let's say Act 1 starts and it says Act 1 Community. Sure, it's like, okay, if you had no idea what this video is about and you see that, you're like, okay, so this first act is around the concept of community. Fair enough. But then there's probably a lot of context still missing, which is like, oh, okay, this is about community as one of the core values of the Mongolian people that this filmmaker spent time with, that he wants to say is one of the core values he took away. It's like, okay, that's why he said community. So like, it can't feel random and it can't feel disconnected. It has to be like, there are 4 acts. Each one will be going over so let me write this down before I. So for example, somehow I need to convey the context that in this video, there will be 4 acts. Each act represents a core value or theme that I experienced, that I witnessed, core value or theme that I believe represents, I said that. Each act represents a core value or theme that embodies the culture / identity, the culture / spirits / identity of the people living in the Altai region of Mongolia. So if a viewer sees this title screen that says Act 1 Community, if I have a third line that acts as a single phrase that provides that context without needing to spell it out, that would be great. One example could be stating songs of Mongolia at the top as the top line. Act number as the middle line. Title name as the bottom line, or whichever order makes sense. So please help me think through not only the title names, but what a third line could say that helps provide the much needed context without being too expositional or direct. Act 1, community. The key feeling, the key theme is really trying to show the sense of camaraderie, the upbeat and joyful nature of the locals, how they bonded with each other through activities, drinking, eating, etc., religion, etc. I want through the song played by Aibo, but also through the B-roll footages, I would like viewers to feel the tight-knit bond and community that the people share, and walk away from Act 1 with that level of appreciation that it is ingrained in their culture and way of life. Act 2. What did we say Act 2 was? Wild traditions. Wild traditions. Again, this is a placeholder name. The key theme here is representing the very foreign and uniquely wild tradition of eagle hunting and the nomadic lifestyle, which is super foreign to most viewers who will...
It's over, Anakin. I've got the high ground now.
Sorry, I'm laughing, L, because I'm wondering, like, could I actually see Morgan Freeman in Star Wars? And could I see him as Obi-Wan? And then could I see the actor who played Obi-Wan do what Morgan Freeman does? Man, Morgan Freeman That'll be a sad day when he passes away. I feel like that guy's been in all the pivotal movies of my childhood. And Jackie Chan. Let's not forget Jackie Chan. Ian McGregor. That's his name. Yeah, can you imagine Ian McGregor in Shawshank Redemption? Or Ian McGregor in any of those, is it BBC or Planet Earth? Which yeah, what happened to... I haven't heard Morgan Freeman's voice in any of those things in a while. Wait, no, was he in... Am I mixing things up? He used to be the voice for, like, the Visa Olympics. Ewan, not Ian. Oh, okay. But do you pronounce it Ian? Ewan? Ewan. Oh, Ewan Kenobi. I see. Obi-Wan McGregor. Nice. He was meant for that role. Oh, was that one Star Wars show good? Wasn't there like a Star Wars show about... wait, did Ian McGregor play in that Star Wars show? He's done wildlife documentaries, something with otters. Oh, shit. Yeah, seems like a good guy. The key theme here, something with otters. That's interesting. I don't watch a lot of documentaries, to be honest. It's funny, like I'm trying to get into that world right now, and it's like I barely... It's the same way it's like when people ask like, oh, who's your favorite photographers? And I'm like, I don't really follow many photographers, nor do I know a lot of like the big names and like what they do. I don't like follow that world enough. I should, I just don't. Anyways, I only have the socks left, and it's just the mount. Oh, is a voice. I'm just assuming it's a voice thing. Oh, okay. I thought you had Morgan Freeman say that line there. I only have the socks left, and it's just a mountain of black ones. I need the context there. What are you talking about? You only have the socks left, and it's just a mountain of... You only have... I don't even know if I own any black socks. You're doing laundry. Nice. Way to be productive. That's good on you. Okay, so Act 2, Wild Traditions. This is a placeholder name. The key theme here is representing the very foreign and uniquely wild tradition of eagle hunting and the nomadic lifestyle, which is super foreign to most viewers who will end up watching this. So the B-roll will be lots of shots of the eagle hunters on horseback, with their eagles, charging through the valley on horseback, and other action-related footages that shows the wildness of the eagle hunting tradition. So I need to know what the title of that will be. Wild Traditions. Again, this is meant to be another core value or theme that represents the people of the Altai Mountains, mountain region. Okay. Something to do with their... I don't know. We'll leave it open. Act 3. Act 3 is what? Family. Family. Now, this one is a softer tone than the last act. It will be lots of B-roll footage of family-related moments, such as when Arduk's son, the eagle hunter, son, how do I say this? such as moments between Arduk and his son and wife, some shots I took while indoors with the family, shots of other eagle hunting family with their children, possibly even including shots of the dogs or eagle from the lens of them being part of a family. Mostly it will be shots indoors showing their home and family life. So the key takeaway or theme here is how family is an important aspect of their tradition and way of life. Simple enough. Act 4 is where we go dramatic again. Winter's Demand. Winter's Demand. This is another dramatic one where we will show B-roll footage. I say we. I guess I'll just say I. Wonder if it confuses him. I will show B-roll footage of the harsh winter conditions, the nature shots. All right, let me mute real quick. Someone's calling me. Okay, I'm back. Where was I? Oh yeah, so this is another dramatic act where I'll show B-roll footage of the harsh winter conditions, the nature shots of the snowstorm, some shots of me with my camera where you can see the lens froze over, shots of me in my room using a portable what do you call those? A gas portable stove, portable stove hooked up to a propane tank with an open fire going to keep me warm. Essentially, possibly we will repurpose some shots from last episode of the blizzard scenes. So to me, this is a key value slash core value of what I witnessed that I believe is a core, it's a fundamental part of the way of life in the Altai Mountains and embedded in their culture, which is how the physical landscape, nature, and lifestyle shapes. What's the word I'm thinking of? I'm thinking like resilience, but it's like when you have, it's like pressure. It's like why am I thinking something about slicing? It's like I guess toughens them up, or like how this physical landscape, nature, and lifestyle shape how the physical landscape, nature, and lifestyle makes the people very resilient, fighters, adaptable survivors, something like that. Final act is not so much a theme as just a way for me to include the final thoughts, where I might have some voiceover, share B-roll of us packing up and heading back home. Okay, come on, please let this send through. Okay, so as that's going, let's keep watching this documentary thing. I think this one, there's a lot I found very, very useful from this one so far. We got 5 more minutes on it.
I don't have to worry about paying for each element or worrying about how many downloads I have left. If you're interested in learning more, you can check out Storyblocks at the link in the description below. Let's jump back into it. So the final part we're going to talk about is the closing scene, and this is for me where I like to either resolve the conflict or introduce or reinforce the message in the film, or oftentimes even both of those. Okay, so back to You Will Survive Doomsday. So we kind of closed out the middle of the film with some conflict, you know, Bruce talking about people judging him, people thinking he's crazy, stuff like that. So it really sets us up nice now to be able to kind of resolve that conflict in the end of the film, in the closing scene, and bring that kind of main message out that we really want to tell, which is, you know, one about following your own path. So it's nice to have this flow because it allows you to pace your films and have a different feel throughout, just with the music you choose, the way you shoot, stuff like that. You know, the intro was very different than the middle of the film for us. The middle had varying points and feels to it, and now we're closing out where we're able to kind of resolve this conflict and have a little bit of a different feel. So it allows you to pace things nice as well. But
Let me hear this real quick. I kind of like the sound of the door opening. I think I want to include that. So I want a bit of space before, but not too much. Because I'll probably fade in the music, so I need a bit of breathing space in the beginning. Okay, I think that's good. All right, let's bring this into the right timing. Okay. Let's keep watching.
let's check out the ending of this film.
Everything that I do and everything that anybody does is going to come. I've often thought, oh, the time I wasted doing this business, that thing.
Oh, it's amazing.
Amazing.
that project.
All right, same thing here. Let's just see how much we can trim. I think that was good. Let's see though. Okay. Okay. Oh yeah, we didn't figure out what to do with this. Okay. We'll figure that out. And then the final thing.
He's gonna sing a song about slopes of Altai Mountains. This song is describes the lifestyle of Kazakhs. Yeah.
All right, let's figure this one out. We need to somehow figure out a way to clip this song to cut out a bunch in the middle because the song is a little too long. Okay, so somewhere here maybe. Okay, because I know he does that later. But you know what? Okay. We should probably maintain majority of the beginning song. Because the problem is I don't know the lyrics. So I hope I don't end up cutting something where an actual Mongolian person listening to this will be like, yo, what? Why did you... You know, he's about to say something super profound that's supposed to come next, and you cut it out. Let me see. So if I ended it there, let's just around 14 minutes. Or yeah, it could be like 14 minutes. And it starts at, so it's like at 2 minutes and 20 seconds or so if we stop around there. In the 2 minutes and 20 seconds, we'll just have some final shots, like very quick ones where it shows me basically leaving the area, some driving shots, saying goodbye to Aibo, entering the airport, quick, plane window shots, arriving back at home. So like all of that doesn't necessarily need to take more than like 20 seconds or something. Hey, Mr. Troy Anthony Photography, Mr. Tap, just dropping a like and saying hello. Have to head back to work. Well, listen, thank you very much for stopping in and saying hello. Thank you for making your presence known. Hopefully you have a good day at work. And yeah, if I'm still streaming by the time you're done with work, well, welcome back then. But yeah, enjoy. Yeah, if we have 2.5 minutes, in that 2.5 minutes, we get through all that. Now, we also want to do our photo montage. So just kind of showing a lot of the final shots. And I would like to still do the same kind of like end credits. Shout out to all of you guys, everyone who's been a part of this journey, those of you who have subscribed to me and all that kind of stuff. So doing like a special thanks thing. And we might try to do that kind of rolling credits here. Maybe we shrink the footage to take up, half of the screen. And then, until the song plays out to the end. So we could have the song play to the end. Let's see how long it lasts. Okay, so it's just over 15 minutes, which is not bad, right? Our first video was, 17 minutes? But I still do feel strongly that these kind of videos, if we can get it under 15, that's like the ideal state. So if we cut it where I think it's possible, it's like around 14 minutes. So yeah, I think we'll keep that in mind. We'll keep it in mind. All right, let's keep watching now because I do feel... Oh, yeah, we got some responses here as well. Let's check it out. ChatGPT says, love the direction. Here's a tight film-friendly framework that nails your foreign plus familiar theme and keeps each act clearly anchored. The constant cheat code line, the third line. You wanted a repeating line that quietly explains what the act title points to. 2 good options. My pick, poetic plus on theme with music cues, songs of Mongolia's wild heart, ties to throat singing plus eyeball cues, keeps wild heart of Mongolia language consistent. Clearer, more structural if you want it spelled out. 4 ways of the Altai. Gently tells viewers these acts are core values. The 4 ways of the Altai. Community, family, whatever the winter's demand or something, and the wild heart. I think that one makes more sense. I was leaning towards Wild Heart of Mongolia just being there and then just having Act 1 and then title. However, one of our acts, unless ChatGPT gives me a different naming, was probably going to have like Wild Heart or Wild something in it. So I'm kind of leaning more towards this 4 ways of the Altai. But then Songs of Mongolia's Wild Heart is nice because obviously it's saying, each one, it's almost like saying we're about to listen to a song, right? So it ties it back to like the important thing is here it's a song and it's about Mongolia. Okay, let's see what the titles are though. Act 1, replace community with kinship. I like that. I like it. Kinship. Why kinship? No, why? Kinship feels more lived in and specific than community. It connotes bonds by blood, marriage, and chosen family, exactly what your food, prayer, laughter, and togetherness b-roll shows. Alternatives or alternates is the gathering or the circle. Nah, I think kinship's good. Kinship's good. Act 2. The eagle way replaces wild traditions. Ah, okay, I like that. The eagle way. The way of the eagle. The eagle way. Why? It directly names the tradition and mirrors your episode title options. Oh wait, but then the problem is our intermission is all about the eagles. So really it kind of lands itself better for that. Or maybe Ride of the Eagle. Okay, so we have some pushback on act number 2. Act number 3, Hearth, replaces family. Why? Hearth telegraphs home, warmth, and daily life without sounding generic. It covers intimate interiors, Arctic with his wife and son, and even animals as part of the household. I don't know. I think I still prefer family or even just home. So I'm pushing back on Act 2 and 3. Act 4, Winter's Demand. Why? It speaks to resilience and the land's terms. Alternates are Winter's Forge or the Hard Season. Okay, so I think I'm in line with Winter's Demand and Kinship. So then Act 2 and 3, I have some pushback. Okay, what does he call the intermissions? Interlude. Give them a consistent micro label. Interlude. Flight 1, Flight 2, Flight 3, Flight 4. Okay, so let me push back there as well. And then let's keep reading though. Use the same language to the chapter list. Okay. Okay, so after reviewing what you've written, I'm in agreement with Act number 1, calling it Kinship, and Act number 4, Winter's Demand. Where I have a little bit of pushback is on Act 2 and 3. Act 2, when you call it the Eagle Way, it sounds good, and it is nicely lined up with, you know, the wild tradition. However, I was thinking because of our intermission, which is all about the eagles in flight, I would prefer the intermission would have eagle in the title, and I wonder if it'll be too much, like in terms of repetitive or redundant, to keep saying eagle. So that's a little bit of pushback. For Act number 3, again, I just don't know if hearth is a word that most people even understand. So I think I would prefer either sticking to something like family or home, or if you can think of another word that kind of ties into that lifestyle or the bond of, like, the familiar bond, let's say. As for the intermissions, so while I don't mind what you've got where it says interlude and then just flight 1, 2, 3, 4 and so on, again, I would kind of want eagle somewhere there, and I would want it almost to feel like the intermission or the interlude is the story of the eagle. So while all the main acts are the story of the people of Mongolia, the intermission is the story of the eagle from the eagle's point of view, right? And literally from the eagle's point of view on some of the interludes, but generally speaking, just the fact that we're capturing the story of the eagle in all of those intermission shots. So if you can maybe rethink the titles even for the intermission, and let's consider Act 2 and 3 a little bit more deeply. Okay. I think my thought process makes sense there, right? I think. Because I think kinship sounds nice. The Eagle Way for Act 2, while it sounds nice and it does fit with like basically the thing we're trying to convey is the wild traditions that makes the people here so different, right? From other locations. And it's mainly to do with the eagle hunting, right? That's like a big portion of it. But it's also like the nomadic lifestyle as well. So maybe it's somehow tying in nomadic. Okay, well, it's too late. I've already sent it across. And then for Act 3, hearth, again, I said it out loud. I just don't like the word. Also, I don't know how to pronounce it properly, and I don't think it really, it's not as poetic as ChatGPT keeps thinking it is. Act number 4, Winter's Demand. It's not bad. Now, I might push back on Winter's Demand if for Act 2, if he ends up choosing a single word, like one word titles, then I think for Act 4 we should just stick to that consistency of just having like a one word title. So let's see what it comes back with. And then I think what I was mentioning is like, yeah, like we're just weaving between the story of the humans and story of the eagle, right? And that kind of has a nice balance feel to it as well. So it's like, oh, I'm watching this 10 to 15 minute video, and it's a video about the people, the way of the eagle hunters, the lifestyle in this part of Mongolia. And in this whole video, I basically got to see two perspectives. The perspective from the people that live there and the perspective from the eagle that lives there, or that is a part of that lifestyle. And so it's like, oh, that kind of fits, right? It's like, oh, okay, yeah, there's a lot I can take away from this. So I think in terms of the titling, I would want it to feel more like obvious that we're shifting between two perspectives. I should have said that. So basically, I want the feeling to be much more obvious that as we go from acts to intermissions, we're shifting from the human's perspective to the eagle's perspective, or the human story and the eagle story, both of which are crucial elements that make up the whole of the way of the lifestyle, the people in this area. Okay. And then the other question was, do we stick with Songs of Mongolia's Wild Hearts? It's a very long phrase, that's a problem. Songs of Mongolia's Wild Heart, Act 1, Kinship. Songs of Mongolia's Wild Heart, Act 2, something about the wild. Yeah, and then if we end up saying wild in there, then it's repeating. What was the other option he said? Something about the 4 ways of the Altai? Yeah, 4 ways, the 4 ways of the Altai. 4 songs of the Altai. Actually, I don't mind having that title style of like 4 ways of the Altai, especially if the title of our video ends up having like the way of the eagle hunters. So then each title should be like one of the ways, right? So there are 4 ways of these eagle hunters we talked about. So yeah, let me write that down. As for the micro title, is that what we call this? No, that's not what we called it. Potential. As for the constant cheat code line, I'm leaning more towards the second option you mentioned. Songs of Mongolia's Wild Hearts is a tad bit too long. Also, yeah. 4 ways of the Altai or something similar can work because it sets the expectation in the viewer's mind that there are 4 acts, as well as it lines up nicely with the title of our video, which most likely will have the phrase the way of the eagle hunters, the way of the eagle hunters in it. So now we're seeing how we dive into the various ways of the eagle hunters. Look at that. I think we're making sense. As of now, at least in this conversation with ChatGPT, as we break it down, as I speak out loud my thought process, I feel like the thought process is sound. So it's really just around, can we be creative? So the logic is there. The creativity is what we're struggling with, and hopefully we can get to it. Okay, so we'll leave that be as it's finishing that up. Okay. Let's keep watching this.
Check, you know, that was my path, and I followed it consciously and conscientiously. And I've come to discover that I dare not change one thing in the least.
So again, you know, we came out of that middle part of the film where you almost feel bad for Bruce's character, you know, him talking about this judgment, just the way that people have kind of treated him or judged him over the years, thinking he's crazy. But it set us up, and it allowed the close of this film to kind of end on a higher note and be this kind of positive message of, you know, following your own path and not changing anything, not looking back and wanting to change things. So really the close is where you kind of tie everything together and you resolve things and you really kind of bring that main message out. And we'll check out the Sigma film as well, which again, I think is going to be a good example because these two films are very different, both in their length and then also in their subject matter.
After meeting all these different people and photographing them, I'm a different person than I was 5 years ago. I see all these people as people that I can learn from.
I still feel like this guy does such a good job with all these like sound effects. I think that's one thing that can work to my advantage, let's say, with the current line of work that I'm focused on. So given that I do a lot more like travel and wildlife and those kind of stories that I'm capturing, it's not like a kind of story, like a filmmaking style where you need to go crazy with the transitions and the effects and like visual effects and explosions and like crazy, like, you know, boom, boom, booms. I feel like subtlety is good, and it's usually like, at least from the examples I'm seeing so far, oftentimes it's a mixture of like having nice fade ins, soft transitions, doing some kind of like camera clicking sound, and then just doing a fast transition over. And so there's like a few like softer clicking and those kind of tones, and more like replicating film, I guess, at times, and then keeping everything feeling more natural. And it's a lot of like slow motion, and then I guess it's just about your filming technique in the moment, like how are you moving your camera, are you zooming in, are you moving forward to the side, where are you framing, so what's the composition. So those things are the tougher parts. But the thing that's easier than maybe other video genres maybe is the fact that the like crazy editing and like the transition effects and like the crazy what do you call it, like After Effects related stuff doesn't seem to be as prevalent in this space, which is good because like I don't know the first thing about like doing that in the future maybe. Yeah, because here it's like, you know, it was just more of having a template to replicate a bit more, like I guess this probably is some kind of old school film style, is my assumption. And then it's like a nice photo montage. It's just finding the right music.
I think it's important for photographers to find what it is that really speaks to them, not only aesthetically, but...
Yeah, that is kind of crazy. Like, in terms of what is the simplicity of this shot here, it like conveys so much. It's very cinematic, but really, if you dissect it, it was just like a single image. You know, you use a template for how you show the image. Obviously, the image looks great, but it's static. And then it was like a single soundtrack, and then you had a voiceover, and then some. I think I heard some subtle sound effects, but maybe there's only like 4 things in terms of this shot. Yeah, there's like a very, very soft whooshing sound.
It's important for photographers to find what it is that really speaks to them, not only aesthetic,
which might actually be the soundtrack itself for all we know. So, I mean, something about that's kind of nice to me is that you don't need like it's like I guess I wish I was a chef, but I guess maybe it's like something where maybe a good chef only needs a few ingredients and they can make something like, you know, delectable, right? In the same way here, it's like, okay, a good editor, a good filmmaker should be able to make a lot with little. So, you know, with just one clean static image, with a clean, a fitting soundtrack, and the proper volume and audio mix, and then adding in a voice into the story, and it's like, wow, you've got my attention.
But what does them good in their everyday life?
Yeah, it was just so it was a little bit of a whooshing build up, and then like the transition effect here was just a flash. And that was it.
To them, not only aesthetically, but what does them good in their everyday life?
I need to take a note of that as well, though. Let's copy this moment. Share. Start. Copy. All right, where's our ChatGPT thing on this? Okay, let's add another technique around. Oh wait, no, I think it's for the other one. Sound effects, yeah. Let's add a sound effect concept where we have a quiet ambient tone, like a whoosh or a soft wind, but gradually gets louder, closer, with pending pressure feel as it leads to the climax and disappears. And we'll put that as a link. Let's add another technique around building up sound effect sound of an ambient tone until the release point, where we use a subtle or use an appropriate transition effect like a flash, which takes us to the next shot, synchronized to the release of the music and audio buildup. E.g. this one. Okay. Nice, nice, nice. And did ChatGPT respond? He did. All right, let's check this out. Love the notes, super clear, keeping Act 1 kinship and Act 4 winter's demand as locked. Here's a refined pass that avoids eagle in Act 2 so it doesn't feel repetitive, uses a more accessible word than hearth for Act 3, and reframes the intermissions as the eagle's point of view story. So then Act 2 would be riders and rights, centers people plus tradition, horse hunter ceremony without saying eagle. Okay. Punchy, cinematic, and it pairs nicely with throat singing cadence. Other good options include hunt and heritage, tradition in motion, of horse and hunt, nomad rights. Oh, so he did use the word nomad without me having to say it. I think the word hunt feels good because that is such a, yeah, they're hunters, right? So their tradition revolves around them being hunters. Hunting was like a key part of their survival and how they actually live out in these remote areas, remote lands. So hunt, I think, should be included. Of horse and hunt. Sounds good. Okay. Let's keep reading. Act number 3 called Home. Why? It's clear, universal, distinct from kinship. Family. Inside the ger. Okay. And then constant line for all the acts. Songs of Mongolia's Wild Heart. Oh, yeah, wait. I had a pushback on that. Intermission. You asked for eagle explicitly in the intermission titling and for the intermissions to read like the eagle's narrative between the people-focused acts. 2 clean ways to do it. Option A, elegant sweet, my pick, says he. 3-line card structure, the eagle's tail. I kind of like that because it's almost like a play on words. The eagle's tail. Intermission 1, ascent. Actually, it's technically a descent, but I get what he's saying. So we have a 3-part thing as well. Number 2 would be on the wing. Number 3 is the bond. Number 4 is the hunt. Unfortunately, we never caught the hunt. But okay, I like where he's going with, and I just gotta maybe refine it. Okay, let me respond. Okay, let me give some of my thoughts. So basically, I want the feeling to be much more obvious that as we go from acts to intermissions, we're shifting from the human's perspective to the eagle's perspective, blah, blah, blah. So the eagle's tail can work, but please provide... Does he give another option? Another option? Please provide another option. Besides just saying eagle. Separately, let me provide more context on the actual footage of the eagles that will be used for each intermission so we can line up the title better. What's up, Conan? Day 41 got ad right now. Ooh, nice. I'll type it in. What up, Conan? Yes, we are working hard here. Enjoy the ads, my friend. Okay. Yeah, let's check through all of the eagle shots real quick. We start with what? Okay. For intermission 1, it's not a descent. It's footage from my perspective as I film the eagle descending from one hunter at one hunter up in the mountains. Yeah, and it lands. Conan, you said ad is over. I'm gonna fall asleep. I'm gonna go out, so can't sleep. I hear you, man. I'll do my best to entertain you then. But I'm kind of in this grinding mode right now, so I'll be a little bit more boring because I'm talking to ChatGPT. We're in the zone, okay? We are making progress on this video. But yeah, welcome, Conan. You good? Don't worry. I appreciate it. Yeah, we're just we're writing essays right now with ChatGPT here. But oh yeah, I was gonna say something to you, but now it's gone. But yes, welcome, Conan. All right, let's crack through this. So right now I'm just trying to figure out all the titles of our episode. So this is our first eagle intermission. Eagle flies down. Separately, okay, so for intermission 1, it's not a descent. It's footage from my perspective as I film the eagle descending from one hunter midway up in the mountains. And I capture the eagle in slow motion as she flies all the way down to Arctic, who is at the base of the mountain on horseback, and the eagle lands on his arm. This is one of the versions without any GoPro anywhere. Just a clean cinematic shot of the eagle in flight and reaching Arctic. For intermission 2. Conan, you said something about photos. You're going to tell me. I was going to tell you something about photos. Shoot. I don't know. It's long gone. It's long gone. My brain can't focus on too many things right now. It's all good. It's all good. Okay, so the intermission 2. This will be mostly the point of view as captured from the GoPro. So I have one shot taken from my point of view, which is of what? Showing the eagle flying down the mountain. You can see the GoPro attached. It doesn't matter. I don't need to say that. Flying down the mountain and landing on the snowy ground. Then I have a GoPro footage that synchronizes with my shot, as it is of the same moment but different point of view. So this is the shot from the eagle's point of view from that same flight. Then I have a third clip, which is also a GoPro point of view of the eagle shot of a separate flight. Nice. On this one it lands. Of a separate flight when the eagle flew down the mountain and landed on Arduk's arm. I do not have the accompanying footage taken from my camera though. So essentially we have two flights I will show in this intermission, focused on with the GoPro. Oh wait, no, shoot. We're missing some things, aren't we? Oh no, okay, we're good. Conan, you said I'm gonna be making my own Discord server about photography and games. Well, hells yeah. Let us know when it's ready. Let us know. So essentially we have two flights with the GoPro point of view and descending the mountain around dusk. For intermission number 3. So intermission number 3, I think, is when it lands on my arm. The Surid, hey, what's up? Says the Surid. The Surid. Hello, hello, Surid. Thank you very much for saying hello on the Twitch side. I don't believe we said hello before, so hi, hi. If you are new, hopefully you enjoy whatever it is that I'm doing. I am a wildlife and travel photographer and videographer, so a lot of the times we will be editing footage from my trips around the world, as well as photos. So we're kind of in the middle of doing a Mongolia episode 2 for my YouTube channel, and then we're also mixing it up with some photos that I took from Japan of mostly wildlife, so like foxes and things like that. So we're kind of hopping between these two things. Right now I'm in the zone. All right, we're crunching through this potential storyline for episode 2. So, well, thank you for being here. Oh yeah, and also it is day 41. Day 41 of me doing this. So we've been streaming every day. We haven't missed a day yet. Every day we stream around 7 to 8 hours. And basically, the entirety of what I do, unless we're having fun with the chat, is focused on editing. So you said, I'm just watching people edit videos in Twitch. Nice. Okay, well, hopefully, if that's what you're looking for, that is what you will see from me. So right now I'm doing all of it. So I started mostly doing like short form video content, and now I've moved over to YouTube as of a year ago. And so now I'm trying to do these like kind of like short films, let's say. So 10 to 15 minutes, how do I tell a story within that time frame? And so I do everything from, you know what, actually, I'll just show you. So Surid, you said I'm also editing and stream, so taking a little break. Oh, nice, nice. Here, Surid, let me go ahead and show you then. Here's what we got for the trailer. Ignore the text. A lot of it's like placeholder stuff, but let's go ahead and show you what we got as a concept. Let me pause the music here. So this is episode 2 of Mongolia. So yeah, most of what you just saw is a repeat from episode 1. So we spent some time kind of coming up with this trailer concept. The only different part is this opening hook. So the text is a placeholder from episode 1. The visuals are what we're going to show that's brand new for episode 2. And then everything in this kind of blue color code is like a consistent trailer that we're repurposing. And then, yeah, the theme for this one is going to be talking about the people that live in Mongolia, especially in the area that I was visiting. So it's the way of the eagle hunters, and we'll be telling the story through song. So you won't really hear my voiceover, really, except for maybe at the very beginning, at the end. The rest of it's actually just you're gonna literally hear them singing. And then as they're singing, we'll do the B-roll of the different moments that I captured there. Yes, I went there. This was a trip from last year, February. And spent about a week and a half there, maybe a little less. But yeah, I was there. I went back in November, and we have like about 10 to 12 other trips that I've been on in the past year and a half. So we got a lot of content. We got a lot of stuff to get through on these streams. So hopefully you'll keep checking it out, man. And you said my cat cam. Yes, we got 2 cats. 2 cats. Let's show off the first one here. This is my first cat. She is the older sister, Nala. You want to say hi? Nala, you know your name. You can see her ears perking up like, oh, why'd you disturb me here? Nala, why did I disturb you? Why would I do such a thing? Why would I do such a thing, Nala? Yes, so this is Nala. She's a COVID baby. I adopted her during lockdown 2020. So I'm not good at keeping age, even my own age. So she's probably like 5 years old, something like that, 4 to 5 years old. But yeah, she's adorable. And then we got our second cat. Kimbap. Kimbap. You know, if I really want to bring him over, I'll say the magic word, because Kimbap is a fat ass. He's always eating, okay? You put some food in front of him, he just like sucks it up. So, I bet if I say the word, he'll come over. Let's just do it. Kimbap, you hungry? Kimbap, you hungry? Kimbap. Kimbap, are you hungry? Wow, this guy. He's just trolling me now. Oh, yo, thank you for the follow. Thank you, thank you. Surid, I think, did you say you're also a streamer? You're on Twitch, yeah? I'll make sure to give you a follow. I didn't see that part. Thank you very much. All right, this bastard. It's like he knows I wanted him to come over here, and so he's like, you know what? I'm not your slave. I'm not your ChatGPT. You can't tell me what to do. Kimbap, you don't want to eat? You're not hungry? You don't want a treat? Where are you, Kimbap? Okay, one second. Let me just make sure he's not, like, dead. Because I am actually concerned. Because that's, like, this dude will always eat. So the fact that he's not rushing over here at the thought of food is concerning me. So, one second. Let me just make sure he's alive. When it comes to capturing the wild beauty of Uganda, your camera gear can make all the difference, especially during the intimate, chaotic moments of a gorilla or a chimpanzee trek. For those without DSLRs or mirrorless cameras, don't worry, you can... Okay, he's alive. And thank you very much, Surid. Oh, yo, perfect timing. Thank you very much for the raid. Yo, man, we just met. You know, normally you gotta like woo me a bit first, right? But very much thanks, the Surid, for the raid. My cat is alive, so sorry, I'm a little distracted. I just make sure that he wasn't dead from overeating. Where is Kimbap, though? He just popped his head out. All right, whatever. I'm forcing him too much here. Thank you again, sir. Thank you for the follow. Yes, we're going to have to check out your stream at some point, so it's always good to meet a fellow video editor, photographer, filmmaker, anything in that realm. If you'd like to check out our Discord, we are looking to build up a Discord community where if you are any of these creative types, feel free to join, even if you're not. We just want to create a space where anyone can share their work, get advice. We can go through it on stream as well, all of that. So, but yeah, thank you. The age of Kimbap is like, he's the younger brother. He's probably around 3 years old, something to that effect. But yeah. But yes, if you are new here, and again, thank you, Surid. I am a wildlife and travel photographer and videographer. So mostly what you'll see me do is around like wildlife footage and photo edits, things like that. So what I just showed Surid earlier is our trailer for our upcoming video for Mongolia. And it follows about 7 to 10 days that I spent with some eagle hunters in the middle of like nowhere, Mongolia. Beautiful place though, but just like we were dying. It was like negative 40 degrees at times. So very frigid. But I was able to capture a lot of cool moments of the lifestyle of the eagle hunters. And so this is episode 2. The first episode was focused on when I arrived at the location, and then also focused more on this theme of this crazy blizzard that we got stuck in. It was like the worst weather that they had experienced in over a decade. And so it killed off like, what did we say? It was like, it killed off around maybe 5 to 8 million livestock from that season, which is like over 12% of the entire population of like the livestock in Mongolia. So yeah, very, very crazy time for me to be there. And so I made a fun little video that kind of captured that experience. So if you'd like to check it out, it's on my YouTube channel. I'm going to put it in the chat now.
Let me see the fat cat. Love fat cats.
Listen, fat cat don't love me. That's the problem. I said the magic words and he just be chilling. So I think he knows. He's like, don't test me, okay? I'm not a puppet. But yeah, feel free to check out this video. It's episode 1. This is episode 2 that we're working on, and it's going to be a very entirely different storytelling style. I am very new to video editing. I'm very new to filmmaking. We're only 1 year old in terms of YouTube, our YouTube channel. However, we are very dedicated. We spend a lot of time just wanting to make this work. And we have a lot of content. We have so much footage. So we use our time to try to pierce through all of it. Surid, I'm coming back in 10 minutes. No worries. Enjoy your lurk. Thanks for being here again. So yeah, right now I'm kind of juggling between talking to ChatGPT to figure out what are the key titles of each section. I think we have identified the structure and the skeleton of our story though. And once I get these titles down, then I'm going to start being able to slap in a bunch of different B-rolls into each of the skeletons. And then yeah, then we got to do the other hard work. But really the hard work is almost done, which is trying to figure out the actual storyline. So this whole video, it's going to be anywhere from probably like 12 to 15 minutes long. And it's going to be almost entirely told through the songs of the people. So like, for example, it'll literally just be like so it'd be something like that where you'll hear them singing and each song has a certain mood to it, which is what we're going to stick with. So that one's a very upbeat song. And it's like a group of them all singing together. This is when it got too cold. These are all eagle hunters. It got too cold, so we had to all huddle up in one of their homes. And we all started drinking Mongolian vodka, eating some Mongolian food, and just basically they started taking turns performing on the instrument, the local instrument. And so anyways, this theme will be on kinship, or like the community vibes, and which is a core value in my opinion of what I captured of the people that live there. And so then as the song plays out, we'll have a bunch of B-roll shots of whatever I captured, showing them being communal, the kinship, the bond. And then when the song actually ends, the act ends. So then we'll have it fade out. And then in between each of the acts, we're going to have an intermission, which is what I'm talking to ChatGPT right now, of like getting the right titles for the intermission. So the intermission will then have like cinematic music, but it's going to be most likely like less than 1 minute long each. We want to keep it short. It shouldn't be longer than the actual acts. So the intermission is like the life of the eagle. So while the focus of this video is on the people of Mongolia, especially where I was, we're going to have these intermission shots, which is like the perspective from the eagle. So it's like, here's the perspective from the people that live there. Here's now the perspective of the eagles. And then literally it'll be the perspective of the eagles later on when we have footage taken from the GoPro, from like what they, like from the eagles' vantage point. So now it's just, we have to find the right soundtrack. Otherwise, it's just going to be simple. Like, we just play out these scenes. We would turn down this audio, obviously, because it's not the best. Yeah, so then these would be like examples of intermission, fades to black. Then we would have like another example here. This is act number 3, which is around, what do we call it? Initially it's called family. It might just be called home. So let's say this is another core value of the ways of the Altai Mountains and the people. And the value is around home. Then we switch over to B-roll, whole song plays out, we do a whole montage of like home environment, home shots, kind of sharing that bond, and then we switch over. Then I was looking at this shot, we need to make this work somehow. This should be a quicker one, right? This is 9:20 until 9:49. Yeah, this one's only like 20 seconds. Ooh. Maybe we need to we might take, maybe it's okay to have like a 20-second intermission, because alternatively I can take one of these clips here and bring it over there just to add up the time. Yeah, you know what? That's probably what we'll do. I think we'll just make one of those GoPro shots be part of the next intermission, just because this intermission is so quick. And it's already slowed down, so this is like a 20-second thing, right? Let me see. We could call this intermission like Stick the Landing or something like that. So maybe it starts with this one. Okay, I'm a little stuck now because I didn't realize how short that clip was. Okay, well, listen, we're going to talk to ChatGPT about this one. So I said for intermission 2, this will be mostly the POV as captured on the GoPro. Okay, let me just add one little thing at the end. One quick issue, though. The third intermission is only around 20 seconds long, whereas this current intermission (8, 26 to) is maybe around 2+ minutes, given it's showing 2 different flights. So possibly I might want to shift the one of the footages from intermission 2, the GoPro shot on its own without accompanying Z9 camera footage, and place it with the in intermission 3, given the existing clip there is only 20 seconds. Let me know as I write out what is in intermission 3. Okay, so then for intermission 3, these are 2 clips, accompanying clips of the same moment. One is from an iPhone pointed at me. The other is the GoPro attached to my head, as we see me with my arm raised up and holding a piece of bait while the eagle flies towards me and lands on my arm. So in around 20 seconds. Conan, you're asking would I be able to join your Discord server? Yeah, if you send in the chat. So in around 20 seconds, we see the eagle approaching and landing on my arm from 2 points of view. Now, with the problem, yeah, Conan anywhere, whatever is easier. You can put in there. Or did you message it to me? Yeah, just DM it to me. DM it. Okay. As for the now with the problem I mentioned earlier being the duration of this intermission versus the intermission number 2, we could potentially shift the lone GoPro point of view of the eagle from number 2 over here. If there is a common thread, technically both moments, if in this intermission, show the eagle landing on the arm successfully. Whereas the other shot in intermission number 2, the eagle lands on the ground. So we could title this one something like Stick the Landing or something. Okay, Conan, you DM'd it to me. All right, let me join. Okay, I just joined. All right, in the meantime, let me keep working on this thing. So Stick the Landing or something. Okay. So then that would be intermission number 3, and it's a TBD if we combine or not. And then the final intermission. Final intermission number 4. This is the GoPro plus my camera point of view. Eagle point of view plus my camera point of view that we briefly showed in real-time speed as the opening hook of our video. So coming full circle, we show this as the finale. This one is in broader daylight in a different location as we see the eagle flying down and landing on the other eagle hunter's arm. Okay. Coney said I would mute on Discord so you don't hear pings. I'm gonna test it now. Man, I don't even know how to mute. How the heck do I mute stuff? Notifications, maybe? Sounds. Message. Okay, I'm just going to disable all sounds for now. Okay, anyways. So this one we also haven't figured out how to line up the shots. Well, this one we still need to fix, but something like this probably. So I think I want to keep the vertical framing because then you can see a lot more that you couldn't see in the opening hook. how long is this going to be? I think we checked earlier. It's like a minute. 11:13 to 11:42. Oh, it's like about 30 seconds. 30 seconds I think is acceptable. When it was like 20 seconds, now it's like, yo, that's a real brief intermission. So Sir, welcome back. You said, but what I do is completely different from what you guys do. Well, feel free to share what you do. There's, you know, the more different, the better, right? It's like, it's always interesting to meet people who are doing their craft their own way, whatever it is. So, and also like things change, right? So I started doing the short form Instagram reels, and then we started mostly doing wildlife stuff. I still like doing wildlife stuff, but now I'm trying to learn. So another thing we're kind of trying to do on the stream, as I can, depending on how good I can multitask, we're watching different videos around documentary filmmaking tips. So I'm just trying to learn from various YouTube videos around like suggestions on everything from here's how you do composition of this kind of shot, here's what you should keep in mind if you're capturing this audio, here's like how you write stories, all of that. So we're gonna do it all. Are you editing right now? Yes, but not like, we're not doing the color grading stuff yet. Right now I'm just literally trying to put all the pieces together. So we're kind of in the Lego building block phase. So I'm trying to put all the arrangements of the clips in the right place. And once I feel like I have it all in the right place, then I'm going to go through each of the clips and start doing some color grading. And I do have some exciting news on that one. I don't think you were here, Surid, when I mentioned it, but basically there's a company that reached out to me that does a lot of like color grading products. So they asked if I can try out their products and just give honest feedback. So we're going to try to do that. If it's not today, depending on how much time we have left, it should be ready by tomorrow in terms of when we're ready to start doing this kind of like color grading phase. So that'll be fun because then we can actually test out a product. How cool. How cool is that? But yeah, so we have the structure here. We got the songs. I just need to figure out the titles. So let me see what else I need to write here. Oh, sorry. You said, can we see the screen? Was I not showing it? My goodness. I'm really bad at this. My bad, Surid. I was showing something without showing it. Okay, I hope I'll see that. Yeah, so for instance, right now, what I was showing is like a scene like this would be like one of these intermission shots. So in between the songs that you hear being played by someone in Mongolia, like what I captured, we'll have these intermission shots, which is like the life of the eagle compared to the life of the people, and then we'll just shift between them. So this is like one of the intermission life of the eagle shots. We have to flip the other one around to match with this, but yeah. Something like that. And that's like our final intermission. So you said you like the idea? Thank you. Yes, it took a while. And so I hope if there's other values to watching this stream, it's watching how much I don't know what I'm doing. But then like somehow through our struggling, we end up with a good answer. So that is essentially, that will never change on the stream, especially with the video stuff. Photo editing, I mean, that still happens, but like I've kind of have my style for photo editing and I have a lot more years of experience with that compared to with video. But even for that first episode that I shared the link to, the Mongolia one, Into the Blizzard, that one took us 25 days. And just to make this trailer, so that trailer I showed you with the opening hook, this whole thing took us, I think, at least 9 days of streaming, 7 to 8 hours, right? So majority of those 9 days was spent banging my head against the wall, trying to figure out, like, do we have the right music? What do we show? How do we show it? In what ordering? How do we color grade it? Yeah, it was rough trying to figure all of this out. So, but we did get an answer. Just took us 9 days. So that's essentially what you'll see on these streams is me struggling through things. So if you watched when we were first starting this, first sorry, after we finished episode 1, and then we were switching gears to start episode 2, for several days I was at a loss in terms of how do we even put the story together. So I was also kind of avoiding editing Mongolia. I was like jumping over to other stuff because like I felt like I was not getting any closer to an answer. And the reason, sorry, I'm a bit congested, so I'm like trying to talk normally here. The reason is that I wanted to do something really different with this episode, because the current style that I will do my stories on YouTube, it's very diary-like, where you're watching me on my trips, so it is meant to be a bit of a diary, right? It's like, it's not, I usually don't travel with a theme in mind. I'm nowhere near that level yet where I've been able to think about like exactly what the story is and I'm going there to capture it. Usually it's like I'm going somewhere to have a good time, capture whatever I see, and then with everything I capture, can I somehow find a story in there that I can share? So that's been my approach. So it's like retroactive storytelling almost. But anyways, usually I'll tell a story. I'll make a YouTube vlog where I say, here I am on day 1, and then I go from this point to this point. Then we go to sleep. Here we are on day 2, and here's what we do. Here's what I'm seeing. Here's what I'm about to do. So it's very like storytelling chronological order. It's a lot of like exposition, which works for travel vlogs because it is a diary. However, I feel like I need to keep pushing myself as well when it comes to these kind of video projects. And especially if I'm doing it on these streams, that could be fun because then hopefully you guys are learning with me, or you guys can brainstorm with me when I don't have an answer, right? So, yeah, so then from there, my thought was like, my challenge is I want to make episode 2 completely differently, where it might not even follow a chronology, or it might not be sequential. It may jump between topics. You might not even hear my voiceovers. Like, let's just try something completely different. So I'll explain a little bit. I think I explained a bit, but let me just read what Conan's saying. When you said photo editing, I thought you were looking at my server. No, man, I haven't had time to look at Discord or anything. I just got to focus on this. Conan said, you think your dog just shit in the house? Well, I was almost there yesterday, man. My cat threw up on my bed and on the floor, so that was fun to clean up. Surid, you said, wow, 9 days, that is really hard to do. Surid, every time I say your name, or every once in a while, my phone picks up.
Wake up, Mr. Kitty Cat.
It keeps thinking that I'm saying Siri. So my phone keeps lining up. Yeah, is my cat sleeping? No, this cat's not sleeping. Kimbap is just hiding out somewhere. What a good boy. No, good girl. Sorry, Nala. My dog farted. It's horrible. It smells bad. Hells yeah, it sucks. Sir, how do you make living out of it? I'm struggling with like earning and stuff. Yeah, it's a good question. Give me one moment. I just gotta clear my throat a bit. Let me play this out so I can do that. You know, by the end of this editing, I'm gonna like know how to sing in Mongolian because I've been listening to this way too much now. Okay, thanks guys. I just had to clear my throat. I'm like constantly congested, so I took one of those Claritins. Hopefully, we're smooth sailings. So basically, you're asking, yeah, how do you make a living out of this? Really good question, and it's not easy for sure. I think the only reason I'm able to do this right now is I came from a corporate background, so I had a steady job. It paid the bills. I live in Dubai, so then like from here I was able to have a good nest egg, if you will. And then eventually there was a point in my life where I could make a decision where I can either continue down like the corporate route, and it would mean that, unfortunately, it would mean I'd have to spend a lot more time, and there was a world where I wouldn't be able to spend the time that I love doing, traveling, you know, doing all my photo stuff and everything. And it came at a juncture in my life where I wanted to spend more time, not less, doing my passions, because I was also having a bit more traction around photography, videography. So like my Instagram was growing a bit, although I've been neglecting it for the past year. But yeah, like I was seeing a lot more people finding value in the kind of content that I was creating. And so it was a bit validating, and it was at a point where I was like, yo, I want to actually put more time into it. So we left corporate world for the past year and a half. And during that time, I just pulled a lot from my savings initially. I mean, I still am. But I decided in the next couple years, and then that's still going. So like the next 3 years at this point, I want to be able to focus solely on my passion, not focus so much about making money, not like, at least not trying to end up in like a freelance world. So I still ended up doing a lot of freelance, but not through my own advertising. It was just from my former companies. I would do a lot of like event photography. So event photography just pays much more for, it's like, it's more bang for your buck, right? Because companies will pay a lot more. So because I had a few connections, I was able to line up a number of like event photography shoots throughout the year, which they pay much better. So that was good pocket change, as well as I do some work with Nikon. So I'm one of their Nikon creators. So I have a good relationship with them. I've run a number of workshops for them. So there's like a few things like that where I can get paid for different things that I do. But my goal was not to put so much time into it. Just whatever comes my way, but not like me investing my time to like build a website where I'm advertising myself and doing like freelance work every day. Even though that is a possibility and that is a way that you can make income doing this, that's not my actual passion, right? So my actual passion was I want to make films. I want to tell stories. So then I decided I'm just going to literally commit to traveling around the world with the money that I have, continue doing what I'm doing, which is mostly wildlife travel, and then start up a YouTube channel, see if I can invest more time into that, and then also now live streaming, and just find other ways to share my stories and share the stories from around the world. And one thing I did start doing, which does pay better if I do it consistently, is that I try to travel around the world and take people with me. So I've organized around 7 different trips around the world in the past year and a half, where I'll take clients with me. So I'll advertise it. Hopefully people can pay, they'll join, and then we travel to locations that normally I've been to. And they're like trusting me to make sure that they have a good time. And then it's also a workshop where I'm teaching them how do I take photos and videos and all that, just in person. So we're still doing that. So for example, if you would like to see my work, !tours. So !tours, this is like, so I just put up 2 trips. So I've been so busy in the past year and a half. I've been literally traveling nonstop. So the summer has been the first time I've actually been home, and I'm not traveling for the rest of the year unless opportunities come up. So in that time, I'm catching up on all my trips, but then also I'm trying to put together trips for next year, and I need to start advertising them effectively. So, but yeah, anyways, you'll see the different types of trips I'm taking. One of them is to Japan, so that's why we're editing those Japan photos. Eventually, we'll do a trip to Mongolia as well. So as I make these videos, the hope is that they end up becoming like marketing material for me as well, right? So if we make a really good video on Mongolia, then it's like when I put a trip together for Mongolia, I can point to my past experience and also hopefully allow people to see like, hey, if you want to travel like I did, here you go, let's go together. So that's a little bit of my diary. So hopefully, Surid, it's not the answer you're hoping for, because I don't have like the actual proper answer yet of like, here's how you can make it doing this. But I have a lot of the answers, and I still have a decent amount of time left, where most likely I'm still giving myself anywhere from 1 to 2 years of continuing to invest time building up my YouTube channel. Live streaming is also a new area as well. It's like if I'm spending hours editing behind the computer anyways, I might as well turn on the camera and see if I can be entertaining enough and enough people find this enjoyable. Then cool, let's try to monetize that. Let's try to build up a community there. Let's try to make it a living, right? The gallery is so beautiful. Well, thank you very much. Thank you. yeah, we have fun traveling. So, Conan, when are you going to Northern Ireland? I don't know when. I've been to Ireland before and it was beautiful, and I would like to go back. But I'm still kind of focusing mostly on wildlife trips. Wildlife just, it kind of sells itself. Like when it comes to footage, you know, like you can take a slow motion shot of any type of wildlife and it can look really cool if you have the right gear. So, you said, I understand my path is completely different, but as cool, but not as cool as you. Listen, I'm glad you think this is cool, but if you learn anything, I hope I'll see you on the streams more often. But if there's one thing you'll notice from my streams is life is not as cool as what as how you might perceive it initially, right? It's like with most things in life, you see only the surface level, and then in reality, it's like, there's a lot you don't see. So the tip of the iceberg may be like, wow, this looks cool. But in reality, doing these trips are like, it's not even like exhausting. It's like you're like slowly dying, right? Like it's probably really detrimental to my health every time I do these trips, the way I do it currently. Because like I either end up with 3 to 4 hours of sleep every night just because the days are so jam-packed and you're out there in the wild, you're trying to shoot at, the proper lighting, and then you're just not getting enough sleep. And then it just starts over the next day and the next day and the next day. So while the output, when I have time to share it, it looks epic, to get those shots was not epic, right? It's not fun. And then even the editing, right? I've been committing every day where we spend about 7-8 hours every day streaming, right? So what does that mean? If you're seeing me here every day, sitting in this chair most of the time, that means I'm not somewhere outside. I'm not, hanging out with real people and friends and stuff like that. So there's always like two sides to the coin. In this case, like I've definitely committed to sacrificing social life and just dedicating to building this up, right? So, it can look nice, but just remember there's always like sacrifice that comes to like anything that looks cool, usually. So, but from my side, by the way, I'm not saying that in a bad way. I have an uncanny ability to be fine being alone, while still having really strong friends around the world, mostly back home, but then some here as well, where we don't even have to see each other for weeks or months, and we can just FaceTime once, and then boom, like, it's like we've never missed any time. And I don't get homesick or anything like that. And I got my 2 cats that keeps me company. And now I got you guys in the chat. Like, hopefully you guys are all real, right? So we're having fun conversations. All of this is like very enjoyable for me. But it won't work for everyone. Hello, Espionage. And oh yeah, Conan, you said you would like to meet in real life someday. Yeah, man. Like that's the hope, is that we keep doing this and then we travel the world. And if we meet cool people all over. So Conan, you're in Ireland. We met some people in Sweden. We got people in India. Someone from Philippines. We got people all over the US and Canada. The only place we haven't met people, well, we haven't met people in like South America yet, have we? Or Central America. And then we met someone from Australia as well, right? So it's like, it'd be cool to meet people for sure. And like, because I have what I do is traveling, like that actually can work. But yes, hello, Espionage. Good to see you here. I'm not real. I'm a bot. Yeah, I had my suspicions. Anyone that's got a dog profile picture, it's like, you're just, I see what you're doing. I got you. We're all fake. Yep. Yeah, you're actually Northern Ireland. Gotcha. Yeah, and Surid, you're from India. Yeah, India was one of the vlogs that I made. It's a video I made prior to this Mongolia one. So if you ever have time, feel free to check that one out as well. It was time that I spent in the Ladakh region for the snow leopards, and then just spent a few days in Jim Corbett National Park for the tigers. But it was like in the dead of winter, like January. So the wildlife sightings were much more difficult for the tigers, but really fun time. You know what? Because I want to plug myself more often. 2 things I'm going to do to make it easier. First, Surid, go ahead and see this link for !YouTube. And then number 2, let me just go to that India video directly and send it to you. And then I also have like a 1 hour long video on YouTube. You know what? We're going to share everything. we got 2 videos that are over an hour long, where it's like slow motion footage of wildlife that I captured in India. Some of the leopards, the snow leopards in Ladakh, as well as the tigers and monkeys and deers and everything in Jim Corbett. But then the vlog itself, let me share that. And let me show you the trailer. We even have a playlist where you can just watch all of the trailers that we make. And I'm going to show it to you now, because it's been a while since I've seen it, and I was really proud of it. So might as well show it when you can. Cinematic trailers. Boom. Let me pause this music. Tajikistan with voiceover. Let's watch it. All right, enjoy my taste of India. I forget what I called this video, but whatever, it doesn't matter. High above the world, hidden in India's silent peaks, there exists a creature of legend. A ghost, barely glimpsed and rarely captured. I set out on a quest to find the elusive snow leopard. But journeys to these heights aren't just about what you seek, it's what you discover along the way. From Ladakh's untamed wildlife and serene mountain monasteries, to Jim Corbett's misty jungles, home to India's iconic tiger, each moment was unpredictable, each encounter unforgettable. India is vast, impossible to fully grasp in one trip, but through my adventures, I peel back its layers of mystery, revealing raw beauty one journey at a time. I don't think this was the title, though. Wild India, The Quest for Snow Leopards. It was something else, but I think that I might have just put that there for the, I think. Wait, dang it, I lost it. Anyways, yeah, so that was a trailer that we created for my latest, the travel vlog video I made prior to my latest one, which is the episode 1 of Mongolia. And that was just a single video. Then we did one for Tajikistan. Tajikistan was also one video only, because I basically almost died on that trip. I was like on the verge of death the whole time. So I didn't like capture a lot of amazing footage there, but we made a story out of it. Let's see. You know that super relatable feeling when you're staring up at the ceiling, an IV drip strapped to your arm, keeping you from dying in a remote mountain village in a country you barely knew existed? Wondering whether you'll die first from your heart giving out, or from the shame of taking a selfie in your final moments of life? In case you haven't, let me share my adventure in Tajikistan. A quick story about plans going spectacularly wrong, facing my fragile mortality out in the wild, and discovering the incredible beauty of Tajikistan and its people along the way. I hope you enjoy. Oh, and then one thing, hopefully also as you continue to watch my streams going forward, we are here every day. We do not miss a day unless we have to. And so far we haven't. Day 41, right? Yeah, if you continue watching, you'll also see, as I said, I don't have any formal training in this. So it's a lot of like stumbling through, trying to figure out the answers, or having amazing people in the chat who provide the answers, which is always the best. So I'm selfishly hoping to stream because we'll meet cool people along the way, other photographers, videographers. There's so many people in the chat now that we've met who are like, they're experts on everything from typography and font and stuff to like audiophiles who know all of the different settings and how to help me set up my microphone and even get this microphone and all that kind of stuff. And we had people who like know everything about vintage film cameras and every camera in between. And so anyways, yeah, we do hope that we'll meet cool people along the way, and we'll keep improving. So even like when I watch some of these older vlogs, I can see also the audio hopefully will only improve from there. So if you watch some of my earlier videos, my God, it was pretty bad. How did you get that VIP badge? Piyush, I gave there was 20 VIP badges. If you're talking about the badge in Twitch, there were 20 VIP badges I could give out when I unlocked it at some point. So then I went through our PP system, our prize pixel point system, and then I basically, just to keep it unbiased, I just gave it to the top 20 people there. And I should be able to unlock a few more. So Piyush, I do want to provide that to you as well because I know you're one of the OGs. So yeah, the PPs, yes, collecting them PPs. Surid, you said these intros are crazy awesome. Thank you very much. I thank you for that. We'll get back to you tomorrow. Good night, everyone. Good night. Nice to meet you, Surid. Thanks for stopping in. Thank you for the raid. And hopefully we'll check out your stream as well at some point, depending on the hours and everything. But yes, have a good night. Maharashtra. Maharash. Anyways, so we got a few people from India is what I'm getting. Hells yeah, Team India, yeah. Okay, so where were we? Oh yeah, I needed to write this out. I need to send this to ChatGPT. So this is the GoPro landing on the eagle hunter's arm. As for the constant cheat code line, I'm leaning more towards the second option you mentioned. Songs of Mongolia's Wild Heart is a tad bit too long. 4 ways of the Altai or something similar can work because it sets the expectation in the viewer's mind that there are 4 acts, as well as it lines up nicely with the title of our video, which most likely will have the phrase The Way of the Eagle Hunters in it. So now we're seeing how we dive into the various ways of the Eagle Hunters. Yes, whoever wrote this, very smart. Good brain here. Yes. Okay. Is there anything else I need to add before I hit send to Mr. ChatGPT? Oh yeah, let me see. Okay, let's hit send. I think we're good. Oh wait, one last thing. Last thoughts. I really like your optional 1-line VO bridges you mentioned. However, I don't think I want it to be spoken out loud, but rather it could be nice to have the text show up either before or after the act title scene. Keeping the air quotes, but having poignant / profound / meaningful / thoughtful one-liners that tie back to the theme of the act in question. Boom. All right. It's a state in India. Gotcha. So an ad started playing. Bye, guys. All good. Thanks for being here. So what's going on with Atlas? Oh yeah, we haven't formally said goodbye to him yet, but it's in the works. We're getting rid of him. We're gonna have to put him down, unfortunately. So, while we were doing work, I was gonna see if I can find time in between where I can start deleting the memory of Atlas, and so we can start fresh. Because unfortunately he keeps messing up. He's still messing up, man. So yeah, as we're waiting for this, maybe that's what we'll do now. Let me play. Let's keep watching this. And in the side here, let me start deleting.
But what does
simple, very simple text titles or like these kind of things. So whether it's a title or it's like these kind of moments of like featuring this and that, simple is better, it seems. So I want to keep that in mind, even for our titles and stuff. So even this is like right bordering on too much, right? But this was also a compromise where initially we were going to do a lot more. It was going to be much bigger. It was going to be like all kinds of crazy shit going on. Now we did keep it somewhat simple. And the only difference is that we have 3 lines instead of maybe 2. And then we had some kind of a golden animated lines come up. So, and the different text font maybe. But yeah, simple is better. We'll try to stick to that. Espionage, you say poor Atlas? Well, listen, poor us. Poor me. Why won't... Do you not consider me and how I must feel having to deal with a defunct ChatGPT? Well, I mean, jokes aside, it has been a little bit more than annoying in the past few days trying to talk to ChatGPT. And it's like creating new pet peeves and triggers for me. We're like discovering new things to hate in life because of Atlas. And that's not a good thing, okay? I didn't know I would ever hate the word sugarcoating or straightforward or being direct, right? I never thought any of those should be things that I would just, when I hear it, I get triggered, right? Where I have this moment where like my heart almost stops because it's like, did this just happen again, right? Not good for my health, okay? So we're going to put him down for the betterment of all of us. Let's find another video to watch here around documentary stuff. Because I do, since you mentioned it, espionage, perfect timing, I do want to get rid of him. Okay, let me see real quick. I want to watch another Make Better Documentary Steps, 5-step pre-production. Interesting. This one's got almost 200,000 views. Let's watch this one. Oh, wait, no. This one's got 383,000 views. Wait, this one's got 2 million views. How to Master the Art of Filmmaking. Yo, it's like 2 hours long. Okay. All right, let me just put this over here. How to Master the Art of Filmmaking by someone named Dan Mace. We're just going to preemptively like this video. I can only assume it's a good one. Let's see. So many links. I need to learn from this guy. Wow, he has a whole team. One of these days, we're going to have a whole team as well. Espionage, you say, bro, you should keep Atlas in some way and create shorts where you fight with Atlas. I don't think the memory in ChatGPT works that way, though. I'm not sure. We're getting rid of him, okay? He's gone. We're putting a proverbial bullet to the metaphorical head of our hypothetical scenario here. Okay. Let's see if we get copyright struck, but...
Before getting started, this is the biggest film I have ever made. I mean, it's longer than a feature film. It's packed with so much insight. It took more than 400 hours of editing time. It took more than 3 months to make. So I hope you enjoy it.
Wait, that was a sneaky tactic. You're tugging at the heartstrings of potential viewers by saying like, look how hard I worked on this. And I'm here for it. That was a good strategy. You're like, yo, before we get into this, just want you to know, I spent my entire life dedicated to make the next 10 minutes of what you're about to see. Took entire life, right, to get to this point. So I hope you watch it. And I literally lost an arm making this video, right? That's a really good tactic. Right in your face. It's almost direct, but still subtle enough. And it's like, yo, what? 400 hours? 3 months?
20 years ago, I picked up my first camera.
Hello, my name is Daniel Mace.
Since then, I've traveled to over 100 countries, made more than 500 films, won a few awards along the way, generated more than 1 billion long-form views, and worked with some of the biggest creators on the planet. Over the past year, being Mr. Beast. Behind me is what a timeline looks like from a recent video.
That was cool. I like these kind of transition stuff.
Being Mr. Beast.
Okay, I mean, it wasn't like the most seamless, but it was cool that he tied in with a clicking sound. Let me see that again.
Over the past year, being Mr. Beast.
Oh, that was like 3 different shots you put in together. Interesting.
Behind me is what a timeline looks like from a recent video I made with him in Nepal. In this video, I'm gonna offload everything from inside my brain. Every single ounce of knowledge I've learned over the past 20 years of making videos. And in doing so, make the most comprehensive filmmaking tutorial of all time, ever, on YouTube, right now, for free. right now. I'm gonna be using this film as an example, going back 2 months and taking you in real time through the entire process from how to come up with an idea for a video, turning this idea into a compelling story, preparing to shoot the video, shooting it, editing it, which will be the most extensive part of this video, making...
Okay. Espionage, you said arguments with Atlas or Atlas the annoying AI. Yeah. Listen, sometimes you have to know when a good thing has come to an end, right? And prolonging something, just all you're doing is drawing out the inevitable. Instead of just saying arguments with Atlas, maybe what we'll do, tomorrow's stream title could be I killed AI. Yeah, I don't know. We can make it very dramatic. We got to put him down. But yeah, so far, I mean, this thing's pretty, I mean, this guy's clearly like super good at what he does. That's crazy that he got to work with some of the big names. Like, I did see there was a Peter McKinnon in there and Casey Neistat, whatever his last name is. Also, one thing I need to understand is like, I think people, when they make videos for YouTube, they like intentionally make the volume super loud. And I don't know if that's just the style of like your average YouTube viewer. They want like super loud audio levels. But like right now, you guys probably can't hear it because I think I have like a limiter set to the audio levels, so it's going to be capped at a certain point. But for me, I have the audio set to all the way, maybe at like 15%, and it's still like blasting in my ear.
Or selecting the right track, doing the sound design, grading, animation, and lastly, how to best upload your video to maximize views. All as a one-man band. My neck. Okay, look. The last thing I want to be doing right now is sitting here wearing all of this stuff. But I have to. One, because I love making videos. And two, well, I need to make the money. I need to make videos to make money. And this, my friends, is the biggest challenge as a creator, is to be able to make money doing what you love. However, I have found the solution for you and for me, so I can take off all the stuff. Whew. Oh right, Kajabi, the solution. Kajabi is the ultimate all-in-one platform for creators and entrepreneurs. No matter what your niche, Kajabi makes it easy to turn your skills, your passions, your experience into a successful online course, or exclusive membership sites, subscription podcasts, thriving communities, personalized coaching, and more. And the best part is that Kajabi doesn't take a cut of your revenue. Like 0%, you make 100%. I've absolutely no idea how they make money, but it's an upside for you, for me. They've literally helped creators make more than $7 billion. Kajabi gives you all the tools you need to build a profitable business. But right now, Kajabi is offering a 30-day free trial for you to start your business. If you go to kajabi.com/mace and join the creators and entrepreneurs that have made billions by doing so. Back to the video. Okay, if you're only here for the comprehensive editing part of this video, don't worry, I got you. Head to this timestamp below. Step 1, the idea.
Okay, I'm gonna say something now because it's like clearly this guy knows what he's doing, but I don't know what it is. But I feel like the energy level here is not matching with my energy level. It's like very, very nice and it's like very fast paced, high energy stuff. But I think maybe it's more like, because right now I'm in the mood to learn more about like documentary filmmaking as opposed to like here it's just like it's everything about filmmaking, which is great, but his energy level comes off as more like the Mr. Beast style of thing. And this could be because I'm not a zoomer, right? And I'm slower. I just want a bit more calm in this story or this instructions. Can I see the whiteboard story? Planning your shoot. Making the music, the shoot, edit, reviewing the edit, color grading, sound mix, and packaging the upload. Okay, yeah, these are not what I'm looking for. I'm sure it's a good video though. I just let me find a different one. Ooh, you know what? Let's watch Peter McKinnon.
I want to show you.
Because I like, even if he's not talking about filmmaking, I always find the way he makes his videos very creative, where I feel like I can take notes with how he's doing it. So let's just take a look. Am I a coffee drinker? Yes, espionage every day. I usually have 2 cups of iced coffee, Americano. Peter is a master? Yeah, like, man, he is... Him and his team, I guess, but I'm assuming for the longest time, like, it was just him. And for him to, like, create... Yeah, he was a pioneer of pioneers, I guess, in the space. So he just came out with the video yesterday. Filmmaking is getting wild. Insta360 Go. Ultra. Yo, do I have to add something to my...
Show you a magic trick, okay? So focus on this real quick. I got nothing in my hands. All right, in my shirt pocket.
Okay, so even here...
Right here.
Sorry, I'm just going to keep pausing here. But I'm always trying to, like, keep an eye out for, like, different techniques. And so that I can understand patterns. And so this has kind of been fun for me. Now it's like when I watch a Hollywood movie or whatever, like if I go to the theaters, it's like, it's fun that I'm now, because I'm getting into film stuff, I'm like thinking more about like the behind the scenes kind of concepts, right? Whether it's about the lighting or how did they get this shot? Where's the microphone? All of it, right? It's very fun. I'm glad I'm going down this route. So for me, I'm also trying to keep track of like, what did they do when they have a still? This is like a very static shot, right? Look, I'm assuming they have the camera on a tripod and he's just talking straight to the camera. But then they added like a very, very subtle, also the fact that it starts, the fact that it starts purely in black, but you're hearing the audio kick in first. That's a cool, yeah. What do we call them? J cuts.
I want to show you a magic trick.
And then the fading, yeah, it's like simplicity. So a nice little fade into view. But then there's like a very, very subtle zooming, like he's just slowly zooming into the subject.
Okay, so focus on this real quick. I got nothing in my hands.
So I think that's what I like to do as well. Like just do a very, very subtle zoom. And it just makes you feel more immersed, I guess.
All right.
And then the question I have is, why is it usually that we're zooming in as opposed to zooming out? And is it something about like when you're zooming out, is it somehow subjective or like psychologically, like you're stepping away from the subject so you're not as interested? Whereas when you zoom in on the subject, are you kind of like mimicking how someone wants to step in to hear, like, you know, to hear it more closely or like to see what's happening, that kind of thing? I don't know. Espionage, here in Santa Cruz, there's a semi-popular brand called Verve. I think I've heard of Verve. They sell a drink called the Missile, and it's kind of like a cold brew, but flavored in a way that makes it taste like a Vietnamese coffee. Yo, that sounds really good. Damn. Man, when I was in Vietnam, the Vietnamese coffees are delicious, which is why I don't like them, because of how delicious they are. And like, it's like deadly, right? You can get addicted to it. But then when I would order coffee in Vietnam, they don't know how to make a black iced coffee. It's like, it doesn't occur to them like, wait, you want to take the sweetness out of the coffee? And then it ends up tasting like shit when they try to not add it in. Or like it's like super bitter and stuff.
In my shirt pocket. Right here. Inside this deck of cards. Isn't an actual deck of cards. It's a 4K 60 magnetic action cam that simply should not exist.
Can you imagine this on the Eagle now? So compare this size to the one we put on for our Eagle GoPro shot. This would have been so good to have. I'm gonna have to take it with me on the next Mongolia trip. Let's see. Yeah, so we had this bulky ass thing here. And like when the eagle's flying, you can see it like flapping up and down. Which one? Yeah, this one probably. Let's see. So it's all good when it's not flapping its wings. But the moment it does, like, you can see how the GoPro just like, it's like nodding its head. And it almost looks like the GoPro's the size of the eagle's head. So then to go from that to this, Yo, that's crazy. I definitely need to get me one of these.
In a package this small. This is the new Go Ultra from Insta360, and it is magic in and of itself.
That was really hard to do, man.
Same thing here. So we're recognizing patterns. Just a very, very simple. Every time I was like featuring this or made by this. Interesting choice of like, I do love doing gold and white. So yeah, centered text, very, very tiny.
Sweet. That's awesome. That's so cool. That is magic, dude. That is absolutely magic.
I've seen people do this effect, right? Like the sound effect, where it's like kind of like a piercing sound and then a click.
That's so cool. That is magic, dude. That is absolutely magical. I'm magnetized, got my angle. I just love that you can see everything. It's kind of addicting. It's like I have probably messed with this more for the first like 20% of the battery than even
Wow.
starting to record, just because it's so much fun to look at. But we're outside of All Things Film in London, Ontario. We're gonna go in and see if we can get some cool angles of film being processed. It's my new film lab. So very excited to show you some stuff that you've probably, hopefully, never seen before with this bad boy. Follow me. Oh, hang on. Now you can follow me. Bam.
So historically, this has always been what I've found to be a very interesting camera from Insta360, and it's not surprisingly because of how small it is, which is cool. I think it's wild that a camera in 2025.
The camera that I have is the Insta360 Go 3. So I'm assuming the Go Ultra must have just come out. Let me see if I can show it. All right. So this is that GoPro. This is the one that's on the eagle's head. Somehow survived all of that. It could have been because I had the ND filter on there, maybe. But yeah, we got this guy. And then this is the Go 3, which is like slightly smaller, ever so slightly smaller. And slightly thicker because of the actual camera. However, the beauty of this guy is the fact that you can just detach this. And then it's all of a sudden just this guy. So then this becomes your little camera. So it's really, really nifty. Now, the quality is nowhere like my actual mirrorless or my professional cameras. But when you want like those kind of action shots, this thing is magnetic. You can just... Actually, I wonder, well, if it could connect wirelessly, we can even use this for our streams. Imagine if this can connect wirelessly. Well, the battery life is also not the best for that, but if somehow you could connect this up, and it's a magnet, so yeah, so then I could literally stick it on my bookshelf, and then we get different angles and stuff. So it's really cool. I've been able to slap it onto like the metal part of a Jeep when we're on a safari, so you can get some behind the scenes shots, stuff like that. So Yeah, Insta360, I'm a fan of them. They do all kinds of like niche and unique action related stuff. But yeah. So then from that to this form factor is kind of insane. Because this thing, it was so bulky. That's why one of the Eagles, you would see, like, it would just keep turning around and trying to peck at the GoPro because it probably found it super annoying. I mean, I would imagine I'd be annoyed by that. So then for a camera this size, assuming the quality, I can only imagine the qualities must be
this small and offers so much inside it. But we've been getting used to that. We've been getting accustomed to that and conditioned to that over the last few years. This is actually bigger than the last several Go models, but that's for very specific reasons, which make it better, and I'll get into that soon. But I think what is easily one of the coolest features of this is the remote live viewing.
Oh, we're definitely going to get copyright struck. This bastard. Why would he do that to me? Okay, so anyways. I do see that ChatGPT has responded to me, so let me go ahead and read this real quick. So perfect, thanks for the details. Yeah, look at that GoPro size. Here's a ready-to-drop-in naming system that makes the human going to Eagle point of view shift unmistakable, B, avoids Eagle repetition in Act 2, and C, keeps Act 3 accessible, and D, lines up titles with the exact footage you described. All right, so constant cheat codes for acts with the people point of view, 4 ways of the Altai. And then for intermissions, for the Eagle point of view, say Tales from the Sky. Okay. I like that. I think that works. So basically we'll call these well, let's see how they do it. But basically our intermission shots with the Eagles, we'll call them the Tales from the Sky. And then 4 ways of the Altai. My only thought I'm having is like, I kind of almost want like a duality. Oh, sorry, thank you. Yo, man, I'm on a roll today. I've been doing this like back to back to back. Sir, usually, I think I mentioned to you, if I do that, just do Yobel P, all caps, hey dummy. And if you punch that in as an emote, it will warn me that I'm messing up. So I'm just reading ChatGPT real quick here from what it's saying. So I'm in agreement with the current titles he's saying. So like for the main acts, we'll call them the 4 ways of the Altai, and then we have Act 1, 2, 3, 4, and so those are the 4 ways. And then the intermission, the title for those intermissions will be called Tales from the Sky, or at least the theme. And then each one will have like a subtitle, let's say. So it doesn't sound bad. People and Eagle. The people's point of view. Life of the people, life of the Eagle. Close. Sir, you got to do a Yobel P. Not you, Siri. You got to type in, I'll do it here. You just got to do, and you have to do like the proper lower and uppercase stuff. Yobel P, and then it's hey dummy without the air quotes. But from Twitch, if you look at the emotes, it's one of the emotes you can use. And then you'll see there's a bunch of others hopefully you can access as well. But yes. That is our little warning sign that I'm messing up. And if you're the first one to do that emote while I'm messing up, then I also give you extra points. We have our whole point system within Twitch as well as through my chat here. The prize pixel points, right? The PPs. So usually that's what you can collect. Right now you can't really, having a lot of PPs doesn't get you anything, at least not in this world. But at some point I would like to tie it to like giveaways or different shout outs and stuff like that. So we've been doing something where it'd be like the biggest PP of the month. So there's someone in the chat, Lucky, who had the most PPs. But now he's been surpassed by someone named BC in the chat. So he'll have the biggest PP of the month. And then we blast it on our screen somewhere as well. Yeah, actually right now, if you look at the bottom left, you'll see biggest PP of the month. Lucky IRL, 1, 2, 3, disappearing. Okay, so Suraj, you said you are the GOAT, just trying out TTS first time.
You are the GOAT. Just trying out TTS first time.
Nice. Thank you for that first time. It's like a frisky first time, yes? Thank you for testing it. Yeah, you can use your... Yeah, so as you collect the channel points within Twitch, you can use that to do these voice messages. It's kind of cool. Espionage, you say it's not about the size of the PP, but how you use it. Yes. Yeah, I mean, think about it. Lucky, he had the biggest sized PP. He had the most PPs, but he didn't know how to use it. He didn't know how to wield it. And unfortunately, he gambled it all away, and it's gone. Just like that. Oh, yeah, you can gamble them away, though. We do have some commands in the chat. All right, so 4 ways of the Altai, and then Tales from the Sky. I think I like that. So here are the final titles. Let's see if we agree. Title 1, Act 1 is Kinship. Act 2 is Riders and Rights. Riders and Rights. Oh, shoot. Did I not say something to him? I think I pushed back on that one, but I didn't. I don't think I wrote it in here, did I? Damn it. Okay, let me push back a bit. Okay, so I think I'm okay with what you've written about having 4 ways of the Altai for the people story, and then Tales from the Sky for the eagle story. I think it sounds okay. Then for Act 1, we went with Kinship. For Act 2, Riders and Rights, I have a little bit of pushback on that one. I feel like the word hunt should be in there, because one, the word hunt conveys a lot of action in it of itself, but obviously the wild tradition that is represented in this area is the eagle hunting, right? So the whole concept of eagle hunters, the ancient tradition, you know, the fact that this goes generations back of this this bond between human and wildlife for survival. So I feel like the word hunt or hunting or the kind of concept of hunting should be in the title. It means a lot more than the term rights or the term riders. Of course, the Mongolian eagle hunters also ride horses, so the riding also conveys action. It's a part of their culture, but I think the hunting is a bit more in line with what they actually do, because the way of life also for the people that live there was mostly focused and revolved around actual hunting for survival. So of horse and hunt, something like that also can work. I like the alliteration there. Nomad is more spot on in terms of their lifestyle. But again, if we're trying to convey a lot of action here, let's keep that in mind. So something with the word hunt would work much better than what you currently have. Home. And then I guess home could work. As for Act 4 and 3, I don't want us to lock in those answers just yet. Let's keep thinking, is there a title that works for the theme that we're trying to convey, or the value, the pillar or the way of the Altai? Act 4, calling it Winter's Demand, while it does sound poetic, it doesn't fit as nicely if someone is expecting to hear like, okay, there are the 4 ways the Altai. 1 is kinship, 2 is the hunt or whatever we come up with, 3 is home or family, right? These things all can kind of feel like it's an actual value or a way of life. And then to have Act 4 being Winter's Demand, I don't know, it kind of could work as like a way of life, but it's really like the concept of resilience and how the harsh conditions shape their perspective, their personality, the culture, their traditions, all of that. So let's think about it again before we lock in those answers. Akidis, welcome back, welcome back. In short, not possible with a certified yapper, sorry. Certified rapper as well. Oh, wait. Oh, I missed Surad's message. Can you tell me in short, what is it you are trying to get out of ChatGPT? Yes, thank you, Ikidis. You hit the nail on the head. I don't think I understand the word succinct or direct, straightforward, the words that I told ChatGPT not to say. Yeah, we are yappers here. We are ramblers is the word I usually say for myself. Although I think I prefer yappers because it's got a beautiful first letter there, the beautiful Y, which we all agree is the best letter in the alphabet. So if you don't mind, Akidis, I will call myself a fellow yapper as well. But yes, welcome back, Akidis. What time is it there for you? And are you streaming today? Or did I read your schedule thing correctly? Do you stream twice a week? Is that correct? Sorry, that's why I said in short, because I don't want him to get distracted. Oh, see, my friends would have said, oh, that's why I said in short, because we're going to get bored. Wait, let me actually answer your question. So in long, we haven't even responded to your question yet. Can you believe that, Surid? That is a gift. The gift of gab is what we'll also call it. You asked me a question. I actually set out your question, and I haven't even started to respond to your question. We've gone on a tangent. So let's actually try to go back. Twice a week, back online on Sunday. Nice, nice. And it's 6:50. Oh, you're one of those, right? You speak in military time, whatever you guys call it. You actually do that? Okay. It's whatever. I always use concise when I use ChatGPT. It's probably good to do. But I kind of like long-winded. This is why I love movies that are like 3 hours long. Lord of the Rings, man, it wasn't long enough, you know? Dune, part 1 and part 2, yo. Yeah, I would have loved to have more time in the desert with those crazy-ass worms. So, okay, anyways, let's actually answer your question. Can you tell me in short what it is you're trying to get out of ChatGPT? In this particular moment, I'm basically just brainstorming with ChatGPT. Specifically to figure out like the title names of each of my chapters, or we're calling them acts and intermission moments. But I just want to make sure we have clear-cut titles that really line up with the message that I'm trying to share with each chapter. And so I'm just bouncing ideas back and forth with whatever ChatGPT says, and then I'll give my response, and then we'll see what he does, and back and forth. But in general, we rely on ChatGPT for everything in life. I've already made the how do you say? I've already made peace with myself that AI will be better at everything than me, and already is in many ways. The only thing it's not as good at being is myself, but that's also going to be at some point, right? So we rely on ChatGPT for everything. And we welcome you into the realm of the yaps, yes. The gift of gab, the realm of the yaps. I always use concise, yes, and you talked about why in yapper, yes. Why is the best? Can we use concise on me too, please? Yeah. Listen, you guys can make fun of how much I yap too, by all means. My friends already do that with me, and it doesn't bother me none, so. Have you thought of trying different types of editing styles? Yes, exactly, sir. You're watching that in action right now, right? So this whole video is going to be so different from all the others. I think I was briefly showing you guys, right? So, yeah, even this one, the India one, right? High above. Well, actually, let me just show you the actual video. Travel vlogs. High above the world, hidden in India's silent peaks. This part I might do the same thing here though. So for like the trailer, I might include my voiceover. So in terms of that kind of storytelling styles, I'm going to keep. But then once the chapters kick in, you'll see. Of legend, a ghost barely glimpsed. I'm a professional yapper. I support my people. Hells yeah. On a quest to find the elusive snow leopard. The journeys to these heights aren't just about what you seek; it's what you discover along the way. From Ladakh's untamed wildlife and serene mountain trip. Turns out that's not lemonade. So yeah, okay. So let's this will be fun for me as well, because I do need to kind of review my previous storytelling styles and hopefully make sure I do something different this time. Not because it's bad, but because, like we said, I am trying to learn and develop new skills. So this is like normally Surid, how I would do like storytelling for the vlogs. It's very much like, here's the context.
Sometimes life gives you lemonade. Sometimes it turns out that's not lemonade, that's actually cat piss.
Except for that part.
By saying I love my cats, they are the best, even when they pee all over my clothes while I'm packing last minute. So really it's my fault. While neither of them fessed up to who did it, they did tell me to tell you guys to like, comment, and subscribe to my channel, or else they'll pee on your belongings.
I mean, that was a little bit more lighthearted, but usually I'll start with like some context and then talking about like the usual stuff, make sure I like the video, blah, blah, blah. And then it's usually very, I keep saying the word expositional, but that lens is taller than me. Yeah, that thing is, I mean, I'm not a big guy to begin with, so same thing for me. It like literally takes up the entire backpack, the height of the backpack. You know what? The best part of playing these videos is I know I won't get copyright struck. Hells yeah.
Welcome to New Delhi, India, the first stop of my trip. My goal was to find snow leopards in Ladakh and explore tiger country in Jim Corbett.
Man, I'm so excited though to do this next video because we've upgraded our microphone, and I'm so excited to see if I can see a drastic improvement in the quality of the microphone and stuff. Because even now when I'm listening to my voice, it's just like at times I can hear when like the audio just wasn't that good, and like everything I get bothered. I was thinking of actually not having an intro, but I don't know how to explain. I will actually try to find one. Yeah, please do share. But yeah, here you're hearing me literally just say, here we are in this area, and we're about to do this thing, and then blah, blah, blah.
Big thanks to Varun from Sublime Wilderness Odyssey for handling all the logistics, linked in the video description. After checking into the Aloft Hotel super late in the evening, I basically checked out for the night as I had an early flight to catch in a few hours. But not before I had my local beer and fruit platter combo, which I requested courtesy of Marriott Bonvoy.
And then I do like mixing in, because I honestly don't want to do a lot of voiceovers. If I could have my way, you would never hear my voice. And if I can tell stories without hearing me, but just from the music, my goal is always like, if I can find the perfect soundtrack and the right sequence of visuals and the right mood where you can just watch something without ever needing anything else, that's always like happy moments for me. So I don't know if I did that here or not. Let's see. We just landed in Leh, and I think it's about 3,500 meters high. So hopefully I don't get altitude sickness this time. I'm with my chauffeur. Here it's okay to hear my voice because it was like an actual moment as opposed to like me recording something afterwards. You could try more static cinematic shots. Yeah, I don't do too much of that. This was technically a static shot, but then I added a subtle zoom, right? So it's a time-lapse shot
High above,
and then I just added some zoom. I don't know, for some reason I don't really enjoy when shots are very static. I want to make it feel a bit more dynamic usually. So that's a me thing, I think. This is one of my favorite chapters actually. Let's play this out. Bop, bop, bop.
we left super early in the morning to reach Tikse Monastery. It was an incredible experience witnessing the Buddha monks gather to begin their day, and I'm glad they tolerated my intrusive presence. Here are highlights of that experience, and I hope you find this as meditative as I did.
Oh, I had this really cool moment where I matched the sound of the monks chanting and the trumpet sound or the instrument with the actual key of the music, so it felt like it was blending together. Because that's like an actual horn that they're blowing right now. So for like the cinematic shots, usually I don't include any voiceover. I would prefer the soundtrack to. I like to treat it more like a music video almost kind of thing.
We finally headed into snow.
But yeah, anyways, fun trip down memory lane. About a video where I'm taking a trip down memory lane. Hey, what's up, Dig Photo Inspiration? Good to see you again. Hello, hello. Yeah, so yeah, let me know what you're talking about with like not having an intro. That sounds interesting, Surid. And yes, welcome back, Dig. Hopefully you're doing well. What nature stuff are you working on today? After watching your work, I am really craving film myself. Yo, well, I'm happy. Listen, if I could live life where there's a constant cycle of like being inspired and inspiring others, and then that inspires me, and boom, 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 that little like a virtuous cycle, that is like the best world to be in. And so, I mean, a bit of the reason why I'm doing these live streams, especially as we meet fellow photographers and creative people, it's like, yo, if I can do something that inspires you guys, and then in turn, you want to like, you know, return the favor back to me, hells yeah. So ask all the questions. I do find it enjoyable to, you know, share my knowledge if I have any, or if you guys have something to share with me. Messing around with the Phantom LUTs this morning. Yo, that sounds interesting. Phantom LUTs. Wait, what is Phantom? Is that a drone or? I'm not very familiar with many things in life. Care to explain what the Phantom LUTs are? We will be playing around with some video stuff tomorrow, I think, Dig. Like specifically around like color grading. We're just trying to lock in all the footages right now in terms of the placements. But then tomorrow I think I should be able to actually start showing this one product that I keep referring to but that I haven't stated yet. But that'll be really fun. So we're going to learn together. Did you stabilize the footages? Yes, I did. I almost exclusively shoot handheld. I've never really used a gimbal on my travels. One, because the gimbal is way too bulky for like packing up in my bags. It's definitely overweight, and it's just I don't want to sacrifice other things so that I can bring the gimbal. Two, more often than not, I find using the gimbal adds way too much prep time, setup time, and then also you might miss moments because of how fixed the shot concept can be with the gimbal. It's just like it's not as cohesive for like travel shooting. It's obviously very good for if you have a fixed shoot, right? If you have an event, you have the date locked in, you know the venue, blah, blah, blah. Then like having a gimbal is like amazing, but not for what I do. So usually I'll stabilize within DaVinci. I found DaVinci isn't always the best though with it. I felt like I had better stabilization with Final Cut Pro back when I was using that one. But apparently everyone says DaVinci is actually better. So I was like, okay, fine. Well, the problem is I'm very shaky as well, right? So I can be still, but like now that I'm learning about film, I'm just like moving around a lot. If you look at the original shots of almost everything I shoot, it's going to be very shaky. But the tech is really good for that. Phantom LUTs gives an ARRI look. Yo, Dig, if you're around tomorrow, let me know. Because, yeah, tomorrow, we're committing tomorrow to be the day that we do this kind of color grading stuff. And there's this product, this company that reached out about some products that work in DaVinci. So we're going to start like doing a review. And we're just going to start using it in our live streams. And they gave no stipulation besides just give audience feedback. You know, I'll make a video about it later. But I don't know anything. I don't know these technical terms. I have seen ARRI a bunch. I just don't like know much. I'm clueless about most things. I know nothing. Well, anyways, DaVinci stabilization in the color panel is better than edit panel? Wait, no shot. There's a stabilization in the color panel? Wait, you have to You have to walk me through this. Hold on a moment. This whole time I thought the only way to stabilize is just from this edit panel. What is this language you speaketh to me? Stabilize. Is it like an effect? No. It's in the paid version. I have the paid version. I've given my life and soul to DaVinci at this point. Where is this stabilize? We're gonna find this. But you're saying it's like actually better? Like, I don't understand. Like, somehow they're using different... It's a dedicated node. It's in the tools bottom panel. You need to add it to your stabilization points. Yo. Oh, wait. Dig, can I ask for your help then right now? I was struggling with this footage here, and I'll just full screen it so you get a sense. Basically, I'm combining two clips. Clip number one is which one? It's like this GoPro shot, which is not a full screen view anyways. It's more like almost like a 1-to-1 aspect ratio. And then shot number two is a full screen one, but I've shifted it more to the right so that I could fit both views in the 16:9. However, the shot that was taken of me was a bit shaky. So the original shot, he was like kind of moving the camera left and right at times. So I was doing my best to just create some keyframes and then just shifting the x-axis so that I'm staying in the frame. But then the problem is, at some point, you'll see the camera jump, right? As it's trying to compensate for how much I'm trying to keep it steady. So let's see here. If you pay attention to the right panel, I'm sure it's going to jump. Yeah, there's a tiny one. So we were able to at least minimize the jump, but there's another moment. Yeah, there's a slight jump there. It's a bit masked by the action that's happening. And then there's another jump there where it bounces off the wall. Another one there. So anyways, I don't have an answer besides, because it's already stabilized. I'm already using the stabilization tool for this one. I'm using stabilize translation mode, but I don't think that's going to solve for the shake, because the shake is more because I have to adjust the key. There's not any shake in the shot. It's very smooth. It's just the fact that the filmer was moving too far left or right, and so trying to keep me centered in the shot causes issues. But yeah. So he said it's a dedicated node. It's in the tools bottom panel. There's a bottom panel tools. Man, we're learning today. Give me the knowledge. I haven't used it in a while. Checking my notes. Yeah, well, listen, take your time. There's no rush. But anything you have to share with me in terms of making me better at this, I accept humbly. But yeah, tomorrow we're going to focus a lot on the color grading side of things. Right now we're just kind of mapping out the story. And I think we got it down. It's mainly just I wanted to get these titles and everything done. So we just wrote a whole essay to ChatGPT. Let me go ahead and hit enter, I think. Yeah. And then for the actual title itself, let's see how it could look. So then roughly here is when, like, you shouldn't hear my voice anymore. If I do a voiceover, it's got to be done within this portion here. So we got to keep it short and sweet. But I just say, you know, welcome back, guys. I don't even know if I'm going to do that welcome back stuff, because I kind of want to make this entire video feel artistic. Like, I want it to feel not like a travel vlog. I want it to feel more like a short film with like its own theme and a synopsis almost, or like a concept art. And the moment you hear my voiceovers being like, "Hello guys, like welcome back. We're about to do this." I feel like it breaks that mirage, or like, yeah, it breaks that feeling of a single crafted piece. And now it's back to like my diary. That's what I'm thinking. Ikidis, you said my whole stream last night was just fighting with keyframes. I feel like I was watching a little bit, Ikidis, and then I was walking away. I had the volume up, but yeah, I have so many questions for you. Listen, I won't bother you now, obviously, unless you want me to bother you on the stream, because then I can ask as many questions as you need me to fill in the space, as I have time. But I have so many questions because the horse kind of stuff. There's a lot of horse lovers in Dubai, in the Middle East, right? There's a whole concept of like the Arabian horses and how it's tied to like the history and like the culture of parts of like the deserts and all that. Anyways, so there's a lot of people who own Arabian horses. There's a lot of like locals, like Emiratis, who own horses. There's a lot of also people who just own stables and ranches, and then they will sell their horses. Not sell, but their service is that they will rent out their horses, usually for like a couple hours or whatever, for sunrise, sunset, whatever it is. It's always women. I don't know if there's a single time I've seen a guy sign up to one of these things, but basically the client or the customer will just go horseback riding for like a couple hours, but you do it along the beach or you do it in the desert. And then obviously they want like some nice shots of them while they're racing on the horse or slow motion, whatever. So I've done a number of shoots, and that might be, Ikidis, what you were referring to. Well, the ones you saw, the one you mentioned was from Zimbabwe. But if you scroll a bit further on my Instagram, you'll eventually land on a few that I did out in the desert of Dubai, as well as like along the waterfront, like a little beach area. And yeah, so people want to get these nice shots as they're racing, and you're either tracking with them or you're at a distance and you're getting some nice slow motion of them. So anyways, I ended up doing a bunch of these gigs, which is really cool. And I have enough now where it's like technically if I wanted to go down that direction of like selling that as a service, I could. The problem is I want to make sure the price is high enough that it's actually worth my time. Like not to say that in a pretentious way, but it's like, you know, I value my time. And like if I'm going to go out into the desert, which costs, you know, like the commute and everything else, I have to make sure it's valuable enough to me as well. But there's a whole industry out here. So Ikidis, if you ever wanted to like get into horse stuff and like sell horse photography services or videography services, you should also consider Dubai. You said Dubai is Arabian horse capital for sure. My horse is an Arabian. Nice. Yeah, they're very beautiful animals. The Arabian is also just like such a elegant looking horse. Dig, you said for the side-by-side footage, I would try the Fusion page. Yo, I'm so bad at Fusion. I still don't really know how to use it. And the planar tracker? Yeah. Well, unless you can walk me through it. I downloaded something that's supposed to help me with stabilizing stuff, but you guys have horses? I don't have a horse, but yeah, out here there are plenty of horses. The other I refer to is point tracker stabilization in the color page in the middle toolbar. In the middle toolbar below the viewer, click the tracker panel. Looks like a crosshair. Ooh, this one. Okay. I see you. So I'm going to click on this bad boy. Yo. Wait, does this mean I need to undo all of the keyframes? Maybe I should do that first. You know what? Let's just copy this over. We'll copy it. We'll go to this one and we will reset everything. Let me hide this one as well, just for now. Yeah, because if you look at the original footage, it's pretty smooth, I think. Yeah, so it wasn't like jerking left to right kind of thing. It's just now I have limited space where I need to keep it within. Change the mode to stabilizer FX tracker depending on the version. Okay, let me see. We'll take it one step at a time here. Kiddis, you said our equestrian team did an international event last year somewhere there, and I was tempted to go with them as their videographer. That's something I could only dream of. Yeah, yeah. What, to Dubai? Well, it depends on what month you're here. If you came anytime in the past few months, or even now, my goodness. You would basically melt once you step outside. Wait, Ikidis, do you also ride horses? You can add a stabilization point in the preview. Okay, how does this work? Do I just click somewhere? Nope. Tracker window, pan tilt, blah, blah, blah. Frame, clip. FX, stabilizer, window, stabilizer. Stabilizer? Hardly know her. Camera lock. Is that what I want? Camera lock. Let's try that. Oh, shit. Did you just like zoom in on the snow somewhere? Okay, we don't want that. Whatever just happened. I should just probably watch a video on this, right? Check out some videos. Yeah, well, listen, you've already helped me quite a bit because I didn't even know this existed here. So thank you very much for that. It definitely sounds like something I'll just have to consume a bit of knowledge off stream. But for now, you know what? I mean, it's acceptable. We can get to this later. I just gotta figure out how to lock this into place. But yeah, tomorrow we're gonna start working on like color grading, right? Well, this one's just very flat to begin with because it was shot from the GoPro. But yes, we're gonna like add some color to everything, put some mood in. Now you know it's there. Exactly. Thank you, Dig. Kiddis, you said, I do ride. Yes, been riding and competing since I was 9. Yo, that's very intense. We had some fun conversations the other day. We've had it for a few days on the stream around like competitive sports or like doing competition related stuff, especially when you're young. So you and I can share something there. There's a few other people in the chat. Who was I talking to? There's someone in the chat, and I apologize, I'm spacing on the name. He's been doing jiu-jitsu for, I think he said 19 years now. So he's like training to lose like 30 pounds by the end of the year so that he can compete in a certain weight class for the whole year for like the world championships, like to try to make it there. So yeah, anyways, we were having a chat about that. And then it brought me back to my childhood. So I basically grew up with wrestling was my main sport. So my dad, that wrestling was his entire life. So he was like an Olympic wrestler back in the day for his country. And so then since I was at the age of 4 until after high school, I think like a year out, I did some competitive stuff. But like, yeah, basically my whole childhood was around wrestling. And yeah, like my goodness, anytime, like 9 years old, that's still very young, right? So I hope you enjoyed it. I'm assuming it was a real passion of yours. So I hope your parents didn't like force it on you. But still, I think like competing at such a young age, it's like a double-edged sword, right? Because I feel like competition, at least proper, like competition is good in life, right? That's the only way we like improve ourselves, and we're like competing, whether it's with yourself or with others. But then too many times I think people are taught the wrong message around competition, and that's where you get like the very two-faced people, or you get like those bad people in corporate environments, or the kind of high school drama related things. But I think like sports is really good for teaching the right concept of competition. So I wish more, if people could do that kind of stuff at a young age, I think it's good. But if you have shitty parents, that's another, like you can't do anything about that. My God, I remember we were talking about like some of the competitions I had to go to as a kid, where it's like a gymnasium full of kids of all age with all their, like with the parents. And there's like all these mats in the gymnasium, everyone's competing, and wrestling is very much a one-on-one like combat sport in a sense, a grappling sport. And it's all about dominating the other one. And you have like these two kids, 6 years old, 8 years old, whatever it is, you know, they don't know, they don't want to be here. None of these kids, including myself throughout all this, right? It's like, you would rather be home watching, you know, Sunday TV, whatever, Pokemon or Digimon or whatever else we were watching, or just chilling, or at least sleeping in, right? Instead, you're like being woken up at 4 or 5 in the morning to like drive an hour to some random gymnasium to compete for the next like half a day. And it's like you're surrounded by all these kids, and like you can almost, it was like the dread in the air was so palpable, and the amount of crying from all the kids that are losing, it's like insane that this is acceptable behavior. And then what's worse is like every once in a while you would see the parents, and it's not always it's like it was almost gender neutral. Sometimes the shittiest parents were the women, like the mothers. Other times it's the fathers, and they would be screaming at their kids during the match. If the kid loses, they would berate the shit out of the kids crying, you know, bawling their eyes out. The amount of times I was wrestling some kid and the kid's crying while I'm actually wrestling the kid, dude, it was like trauma all around. So anyways, not to trauma dump right now. All from your just innocent message here saying, I do write. Yes, been writing and competing since I was 9. Whoa, let me tell you all about my life now. My best friend at the time introduced me to it, and I fell in love instantly. I say competing, but it was very low level. Well, still, that's great that you're able to do that at such a young age. Yeah, I think like horses are such beautiful creatures. Like I would probably put that in my top 5 favorite animals. Definitely top 5. Well, I don't know if it's my top 5 to photograph, because horses are so difficult to photograph, in my opinion. Like there are certain angles. Yo, what's up, Manas? Hello, hello. How are you doing, my friend? And bye. Yes, hello and goodbye, Manas. Good to see you. But yeah, tangential yapping. We will hop from topic to topic, and we'll always forget where we started. Actually, having this chat has been helpful for that, because when I'm with my friends, there's no, you know, notepad where we can be like, what were we just talking about? Here, I can just scroll up and be like, yeah, what were we talking about? Oh yeah, horses are beautiful. Thank you, Photolete. You reminded me what topic we were on 2 topics ago. When they're cooperating, yes, yeah. But I don't know. It's like horses are majestic. They feel like they're like, when you stare at them, I feel like they're looking into your souls. It feels like they understand you. They just feel more like wise and spiritual than other animals, perhaps. But to photograph them is so difficult. Because like I you know, you just learn, I guess, but like I remember sometimes when I take photos of the horses and they're looking straight at you, it looks so ugly, because you get this like thin vertical head and then a round belly behind them. So like the type of shot you normally want to get with wildlife. Actually, let's just jump over real quick, because I was looking at one earlier of this fox. Okay, so with this fox, there was one moment where it had a pretty decent framing that like normally you're like looking for as a photographer. Something like this one, where, you know, you've got the head straight on, body right like directly behind the head, all in a single file line straight towards the camera, and then the ears are perked properly and all that. So it's like, oh, okay, for an animal like this, getting a shot where it's coming straight towards you, it looks nice. Then you introduce a horse, and it's like, what am I looking at here? Because the horse is like, the head is like a tiny vertical strip, and then the round belly. Horses are, yeah. Photo elite, you said they're prey animals, so yeah, dead on isn't the most flattering a lot of the time. Oh, that's a really, I never thought of it that way. Because like, are prey animals designed a certain way in terms of for survival? Huh? I didn't think of it like that. But yeah, actually, let's look at some of my horse photos. Since we're on this topic already, let's look for them. Horse time, where are you? So we took a lot from Zimbabwe. Mongolia, the horses there are beautiful. They're like the short and stocky and like very, very thick coats. Oh yeah, this was a fun shoot where, yeah, so this is one of those locals that I met. Emirati dude, super chill guy, Mohammed, I think. And anyways, he owns a few Arabian horses. So I did a fun photo shoot with him. I had to do a workshop for Nikon and they asked if I can do like some horse related stuff. And I had never done horse shots before then, like not like intentionally, just like when I was in Ireland and you see horses, or Norway, you see, or Iceland, you see horses. So a friend of mine put me in touch with this guy who owns some Arabian horses, and he was kind enough to let me just kind of go with him, take some shots, practice. And of course I gave him these photos, but yeah, so I learned a lot from that session. And then the Nikon session turned out really good, and then that turned into a few other opportunities. So it's funny how life works that way. Yeah, so I was doing a little bit like more action-y style on this one. Akidis, you say, ears forward, eyes relaxed, gotta get them clean, no mouth gaping if they have a bridle on. Oh, okay. Balanced rider, so many things to consider when getting good shots is a whole thing, and horse girls are cooked. Horse girls are cooked? What do you mean by that? But yes, I have so many questions to ask you, because like I want to know all of the technical knowledge behind like the types of framings you should be looking for, like you said. So I kind of got the sense of like the ears being pointed forward. I think someone told me like make sure you don't see the whites of the eyes usually, because then it might mean that it's like more scared and less calm. I didn't know about the mouth thing that you said, so no mouth gaping. And then yeah, once you have a rider, then that's the whole other thing of like, what do you focus on? My assumption from a little bit of my experience was like, it's better to have the focus on the eye of the person, like the rider, as opposed to having the horse focused. But am I mistaken there? So if you've got a horse and rider, what do you actually put your focus on? Do you put it on animal focus and then put it on the horse's eye? Or are you in human eye tracking mode and you're always trying to focus on the human? I thought like my initial thought was like it should be on the horse. But then I was like, I think I took a photo where the person was not focused. And I was like, oh, that kind of looks weird. Or it's like the person who was the rider, why would they want this shot? I'm assuming they want them to be focused. But I have no idea. Can confirm, says Photo Lee. The girl I shoot was nutso. Horse bigger than her by half, and she's just telling that big thing, big lumbering ox, this is what we're doing now. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's also the cool thing about horses, right? There's like this feeling of like like the concept of like breaking a horse, or this feeling there's like a bond between the rider and the horse. It's kind of why I liked so much the eagle on the horse, or the eagle on the human as well, right? So this kind of feeling of like in some ways you're breaking this wild animal. So, you know, it's not like necessarily a feel good thing, but it's also the bond where you are looking after each other, and it's a strong bond that they have. And then, you know, at some point the eagle gets released and all that. But yeah, it's like trying to tame what should be untamable. So there's something cool about that. Trick question, says Photoli. You go F8 and get both in focus. Man, I mean, you're probably right. You're for sure right. But I do love shooting me at like not me, but I do love shooting, you know, like an F1.2 type thing, you know, when you can. Or an F4. Doing an F8, yeah, fine. All right, let me show you guys some of the Zimbabwe shots. Oh yeah, here it is. So here I just spent like a week. Did I spend a week? I spent a whole month in Zimbabwe, and I spent, I think, a week and a half or so at this horse ranch. Beautiful place. I found them on Instagram. They had some viral videos of like the owners. They own this like massive plot of land. I think it's like, anyways, in their area, they have a bunch of horses, and they rent out the horses. Like, you know, people will come over to like ride horses for a number of days. And there's like a bunch of wildlife, giraffes, leopards, things like that you can see while you're riding. But yeah, so then I got to spend time and just photograph all the horses. We did a lot of action stuff. So like slow motion footage. Oh, maybe I can show you guys. Actually, since we got some horse people now in the chat, and Ikidis, an actual competitive horse rider, we'll say, an equestrian. Look at that face. Which one? So yeah, what do you think of this shot? Give me the lowdown. Are the ears? So my thought was, okay, the ears look nice. No white in the eyes. Well, the mouth is open, but no bridle, so maybe it was a bit more expressive. And then the thing that's always annoying for me with the horses, again, it's like the size of the body, and like, you know, So I just kind of had the eyes and the face centered, and then the body shifts to the left. And then to balance out on the right, we had some trees, plants to kind of add a little bit of weight back into the shot. But yeah, I don't even know what the original... Oh yeah, the original was a vertical shot, right? And then I ultimately ended up zooming in on it. You got it perfect. That mouth is relaxed. Okay. Thank you, thank you. Don't lump me in with the horse people. They're even crazier than us metalheads. You know what? I don't doubt you, but I don't know if I know a proper metalhead. But there's no one crazier than me, right? So it's all good. Don't at me. Nice. And then this was a nice shot where yeah, I think I was using these photos to test out some presets that I created. So this one's a much lighter one. But yeah, it's like we were up in the mountains and the horses were let go, and then not let go in the sense that they were roaming free, and then they're climbing up this kind of stony part. So I was just trying to take shots when they're coming up. So then yeah, this one had, in my opinion, I thought it had a nice pose, although you can't see the full body. Yeah, I like when the horse's neck is turned, and I assume that is something you look for as a horse photographer, or like if you want horse photos, is like having the elongated neck, because it's very graceful and you see all the shadows and the curvature and everything looks very elegant. And then I kind of like this pose a lot more than when it's straight on. So then it's like here you don't see how wide the belly is. Oh my god. Oh wait, okay, Echidus then. And actually photo as well, but Echidus, I'll show you a photo from Mongolia. This is the fattest mother. I'm still trying not to curse on stream, or at least not using the F-bomb. But it deserves an F-bomb here when I say this is one of the fattest mother effers you'll see for a horse. This was from Mongolia, November. So not this trip that I'm editing, but November. All right, let's see. Which one of these days? I think it was one of the last days. There are some beautiful horses in Mongolia. And then we had this cool looking yak. I had a face off with this yak here. This will be fun to edit. We have so much to go through before we get to these trips, but the yak was really cool. I shot this with an 85mm f1.2, and I kept trying to get close to it, and then he was getting close to me, and then at some point it was like, oh, are we about to like duke it out? And like, I was like, okay, maybe I shouldn't. Okay, we're looking for the horse. Where is the fat ass horse? Oh, there it is. I don't know if this is the shot though, but we do have some. Let me see. Oh yeah, we do have the better ones. Okay, good. Okay, I'll show them all then. So this fatty, beautiful fatty. We don't discriminate, but like, listen, there's no other way to describe him besides rotund. Okay. Ooh, you know what? That's someone at my door. I'm gonna let you guys stare at this horse photo while I answer that. Let me mute this though. Okay, we are back. Have you guys fully absorbed this fat ass? I thought my cat Kimbap was fat. But yeah, literally, I don't think I've ever used the word rotund out loud, ever, until I saw this horse. And I think I have other shots that we'll look at in a second. But what a beautiful looking horse too, right? It's got the emo hair going on. Wait, Akidis, you said Yakety yak. Yes. A yappity yap with the yakety yak. He's freaking spherical. Oh, yeah, that's another term, I guess. Spherical, rotund. Yeah. Akidis, you said, I feel she may be expecting because, wow. You know what? You could be right, except for the fact that I feel like every horse looked like this. So then it's like, what? Are we just like, am I just surrounded by, like, where is this stallion or whatever you call the male one? Like, how busy has this guy been? Let me see if I can show the rest. Yeah, okay. Look. It's like, okay, sure. Maybe expecting. Fine. Possibly. Now, are you trying to tell me all of these guys or gals is just like a pregnant crew? Is this like they're, you know, they have like one of those meetings, right? All the pregnant moms are meeting together to like have conversations and learn from each other. Is that what I'm witnessing right now with this shot? For the sake of the horse, I hope so. It's not just a phase. Preggy Mamas United. Yeah, you know what? It could be. Maybe I just happened to, you know, pop in on like a little, you know, gal's night, mama's night kind of thing. But Jesus Christ. I mean, like, even if you say they're pregnant, I mean, I don't know. I've never seen a pregnant horse. So I actually, I can't even imagine a foal. That's what you call it, right? Like a baby. So a baby horse at its tiniest when it's birthed still must be massive, right? So maybe the bellies do get this expanded and rotundish. But, okay, if you say so. Let's see if I have other shots from that. Yeah, so we haven't edited any of these, right? So let's see this one. Jesus. It's like you would almost imagine seeing them all galloping here. There should be like a little bit of a minor earthquake, right? At least it should be something on the Richter scale. You said either we all swallowed a balloon or we're pregnant. Damn. So like, what is that a thing that we notice with horses? Do they like, is it for protection? Do all the pregnant horses decide like, you know what, we have to kind of stick together? And then where's the non-pregnant female horses? or has the male guy been so busy and virality? What's the term I'm looking for? He's very potent, let's say. He hits, he never misses, this male horse. You said these were domesticated, right? It would make sense then to me that the owner would keep all the pregnant fillies in the same place. Yeah, you probably, I mean, yes, these are domesticated, but they're kind of like all free roaming. There was a horse rider that was trying to corral everyone together to get back in, but they just kind of roam freely. There's no real predators, really. There are wolves and stuff, but like, it's not a real concern, it seems like, for the most part. Your boy has been busy. Exactly. But he's like the, he's what I want to be. Not in that sense, but like someone who's been busy and effectively busy, right? Like he's maximizing his productivity. He don't miss, this guy. All right, I think I have like a solo shot that I wanted to edit because it looks really nice. Yeah, Jesus. And this almost looks like a rock band. Everyone's got slightly different hairstyle going on. All right, let's see if we can find the really cool one. Yeah, these horses are they're very cool looking for sure. I don't know if I ended up getting some good shots here or not. I was just kind of machine gunning and hoping for the best. Wait, is that it? I thought I did. Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah, this one, I might have edited one or like just kind of looked at one briefly, but this horse was really cool. Actually, I think I have a reel that can go with this, or I have a video that I took in the vertical mode. So it should be nice with this horse. Because at some point, I think I was able to isolate the horse in the shot. And even here, you can kind of see, again, that rotundness. But then there's nice lighting coming in from the right. So kind of half the face feels like it's in light. The other half is, you know, shrouded in shadows, but then it's like it's got the emo hairstyle going on, so it almost works to have half the face covered in darkness, right? To match the personality. Photo, you said, then it would totally make sense to keep the ladies together. From my limited understanding of these things, if you got a good breeding stallion, you want to pair him with as many ladies as possible to further the bloodlines and gene diversity. Everything you're saying makes sense. I would like to pretend like these are all just really fat horses, though, and they just all... and there's like the skinny horse gang, or the skinny horses that have been kicked out. I don't know. Akidis, the white stocking are so freaking cute. You know who else has white stockings or like boots? I'm going to disturb her now. Actually, I'm going to show it through the camera first. All right, Nala, we're going to disturb your ass. It's the least you can do. Look at that. Look at those little paws. Look at that boot. She got the high heel boots in the back, and then she just got little paw boots in the front, right? What a little cutie with those little paws and the boots. She's like the real life Puss in Boots, but the female version. Yes, Nala, show your paws. Show your paws. Oh, there it is. Give me your paw. Yes, yes. I did train her to shake my hand. If I say give me your paw, then she'll do it. Good girl. The secret socks in the front, the white stock. Yeah, yeah. Here, I don't know if I can make it show up. All right, we're going to disturb you more. Good girl. Ooh la la. Ooh. Look at those little paws. Ooh, yeah, yeah. Sorry. Sorry, girl. Can you purr into the mic, Nala? Can you purr into the mic? She doesn't do this on command. Anyways, those are also kind of like the white stockings of this horse. Now, there's a particular photo here I think I wanted to edit at some point. Yo, we even got this horse. It almost looks like he's got... This almost looks like an anime horse with like some silver hair thing going on. I don't know. Death Note? I'm not sure which anime to go with that. Dig Photo Lurking will be back. Need to get some sample footage from the garden. Oh, interesting. I'm curious about your project. But thank you. Thank you for lurking. All right, we're looking for the fat horse, though. Oh, look at this guy. Hopefully it's in focus, but that's a nice pose, right? Basically, Akidis, you are going to be... So we have someone in chat. I think she was lurking earlier. She is the fox queen. She loves foxes. Everything about her avatar, everything is about foxes. So she is kind of the quintessential fox queen. Ikidis, you will be the horse. I don't want to say queen as well. I want something new. We got the fox queen. Okay, we'll come with something. But you are the horse lady for now, okay? So I need your approval every time we're working on horse-related stuff. But I feel like this pose is nice, no? I don't know if I'll do it in vertical or like to get the full thing, or if I want to zoom in on this. Because one thing I didn't notice before is this, the mane is so cool. It's like a silver mane with the brown coating. That's kind of crazy, right? Yeah, see, then it's like once the horse is looking straight at you, like half the times I feel like it looks ugly, or like the framing just never looks nice. Like if this was a lion, right? Even with this pose where it's like half angled towards you, half at like 45 degrees, I feel like it would still be a pretty decent shot. But something about the shape of the horse's head, like the vertical nature of it, like how thin it is compared to the wideness of the body, I think. I don't know why it just doesn't... Ikidis, am I the crazy horse girl? Your words. I'm looking for you to tell me. We'll tell by your action, but you did say you're a yapper, and I feel like 9 out of 10 times, us yappers, it comes with it some aspect of being a bit psycho, right? So take it as a compliment, or at the very least, take it as like, I'm there with you, so. Okay, here comes the rotund horse. with the white stockings. Yeah. Now I'm trying to remember if did I get a shot of this horse by himself or herself without anything in the background? Maybe not. But I am looking forward to editing these guys once we lift the shadows up and have fun with it. Oh yeah, and then we have this really nice moment here where the two horses essentially touch noses or whatever, do their little greeting. So this is going to be fun. I'm very excited when we get to this point. We're kind of jumping ahead here, mainly because you're in the chat, Ikidis, and we're doing some horse moments. But when we do get to this trip, it'll be very fun because, yeah, we were able to capture some lovely moments, let's say, right? And it was like, talk about how amazing it is that we were able to get a shot of a black horse and a white horse. So it kind of adds nice balance, right, to the shot. So I don't know how we'll end up framing the shot. Maybe we'll zoom in a bit, do like a wide angle. But yeah, to have the white and the black horses, I don't know, is a very touching moment, let's say. So I think I have a few of these shots, right? I was just machine gunning. I was like, okay, I just got to make sure I catch one good moment here, hopefully. Yeah, this might have been one that I was like starting to edit a little bit. So yeah, we'll have to play around with this, figure out like what is the right composition and all that. That's the magic shot. Oh, were you talking about the other ones? Yes, yes. I hope so. We hope. Oh yeah, and then I guess I briefly just put a preset on this one just to see. But here it's not as nice, or it's nice still, but there's something about the symmetry of some of the other shots where it looked like both of their necks and the angles seemed more equivalent, I guess. Oh wait, no, I have better ones. Okay. So yeah, I didn't have time to actually edit, but it looks like I did spend some time at one point just to like 1-star some of the photos and like lightly see if it would work or not. I think that one could work. That one. Oh, here we go. Ikidis, talk about, this is the queen. Actually, I don't know. Is she the fattest one or the most pregnant one? Possibly. There's a few other contenders. But in terms of the most elegant looking and aesthetic one, she had a nice pose here, in my opinion. And it's all because of the mane, in my opinion, as well. Because she's got like that emo look. I'm just gonna go with she, although I kind of assumed this was the he, and then the white horse was the female, was kind of just my thought process. Because she just looks bigger, so in my mind I was like, oh, this must be the male. But freak of nature, man. Oh wait, I think this is a male. Wait a second. Yo. Something's popping into my mind right now. Where I think I had a conversation with Aibo. Aibo was the guide that was with us. And I think he was saying that the owners will keep the length of the mane long for the males. And that might be how they differentiate between the males and the females. I actually think I remember hearing, I think they told me that. Yeah. Let's ask ChatGPT to confirm. Mr. GPT. Mr. Atlas, are you there?
I'm sorry, but I'm having trouble responding right now.
Typical. Let's do a new chat. Mr. Atlas, are you there?
I'm right here. You've got me. And no worries, I'll keep it straight and forward thinking. Let's dive in whenever you're ready.
Like, why does he always have to add that part in there? The one thing I told him not to do, why does he always have to add it in? Anyways. I think I remember this one time when I was in Mongolia that the guy told me that the way that the horse farmer, the horse owner, how they differentiate between the male and the female horses is that they will keep the mane of the male horses long while they will trim the manes of the females. Does that sound familiar at all? Is that accurate?
Yeah, that actually does sound like something I've come across. In certain traditional practices in Mongolia, or at least in some local herding customs, they do sometimes keep the manes of stallions longer and trim the mare's mane shorter as a way to tell them apart at a glance. It's not universal everywhere, but it is a known thing in certain herding communities. So yeah, you're remembering something that definitely has some basis in real practice.
There we go. ChatGPT is gospel, right? So, I think Ikidis, we have our answer. I have to hop back to the pregnant photo. We have to double check. That might not have been a pregnant mom's, whatever, Sunday night club. That could have been the Big Lebowski, you know, the big boys bowling night that we saw, right? So that was more like the boys' night out, but like Big Lebowski style. But yeah, I'm very excited to edit this one. You know what? Ikidis, maybe in the future, if we do some kind of collaboration stuff, it'll be fun. We can do like, because that is one of the goals. We're still on month 2 of streaming. And one of the goals that I have in the future is that I want to be able to start doing collaborations where people can, you know, even just like doing voice call-ins. And if you can be a streamer or just someone in the chat. So just being able to have real people to talk and bounce ideas off of. And then I was talking to someone, KG Photography. She also started streaming recently. It's like, oh, that'd be fun if we do like collaborations where we can even like stream together where we edit photos or whatever it is, right? So we can have like a horse photography editing day, or horse photo and video editing, to be fair. We have both. And we can do like a collab. I don't know if that works technologically speaking, if we can like both be editing some photos at the same time. But just FYI, I do have a crazy amount of horse photos. So yeah, this is the chonker. The snow on the nose would make for such a beautiful close-up. Oh, yeah. Well, let me see. Is that snow? Well, it's a little like, there might be a bit of snow, but let me see. Yeah, there's snow on the whiskers or whatever you call that near the mouth. And then he's got this bright little snow patch on the tip of his nose. Or like his fur is white on the tip there. Ooh, is that his eye? Or there's a slight reflection there. That might be his eye. That's not where I expected it. And then let's see. Oh yeah, oh, check this out. We can see his breath. So we do have some shots where the breath is coming through. So that will be super fun. That might take the cake in terms of if I had to choose from some of the shots. Anything where we can see the breath coming out like that, like the mist, will be nice. The smoking horse. Oh, look at that. Ikidis, look at this. Conclusion, he's a chonker. I'd love to do something like that sometime for sure. Hells yeah, let's do it. Now this is a very graceful, chunky horse. It's got a powerful stance here. It feels like it's grounded to the earth. It's definitely weighted to the earth, but yeah. And the beautiful mane and the texture in there with the lighting. So I definitely got lucky where the light, it was roughly around sunset. So sun wasn't like setting per se, but it was getting low enough that we were getting some directional light here. And yeah, and then it just happened to be looking at the right way here to get a cool frame. How cool is that? All right, let's speed through some of these. I just want to see. Nice, nice. Looking again. And then we get some landscape ones. Okay, so now I need to go back. Oh yeah, I don't do a lot of astrophotography. I did try at one point to try to get some shots because it was really crazy. We are literally in the middle of nowhere. If there was a place on Earth that you can call middle of nowhere, it's got to be somewhere in Mongolia, and probably where I was. You would just have like the home of the nomadic hunter and then like nothing for miles, it seems. And so there's no light pollution. So if you just stand outside, you're just like covered. You just look up and there's just like light. You can see the Milky Way. It was definitely very stunning. So it was one of the highlights that I didn't expect would be such an amazing part of Mongolia. Yeah, so this is more like what I was seeing. Probably a little bit less of the... Actually, no, it's roughly kind of what I felt like I was saying when I was out there. And this is when I was testing out the... But you could see the Milky Way, so that was really cool. Okay, I wanted to go back to that group of horses. Because now that we believe these are not pregnant horses, that means they just have a bunch of fat stallions. Let's see. Wait, no. Yeah, Ichidus, I think it's just they're well fed. Because these ones have their manes cut short, or this one seems like... Actually, I can't tell. Because they got this weird mohawk thing going on. So the front here is chopped off, but then the mane is a bit long on the side. Damn. I don't know how much I can figure out from this shot. Because the hair is not as long as that one that we just saw. Well, actually, it doesn't even matter. Because we know the male had long hair and was fat. So I think it's just they're fed very well. So yes, this is Mongolia. We're going to get to Mongolia trip number 2 much later. We have, I think, 6 other countries that we have to go through before we will land on that. So hopefully that's a good thing in the sense that you should hopefully be excited. If you are watching this stream, I hope you'll be excited knowing that we have so many other countries that we've barely scratched the surface on. In the meantime, though, we were trying to be productive here. Specifically, if I can jump to my ChatGPT thing. This one. All right, so ChatGPT has responded to my long essay. Let's see what do they say? Love this direction. 4 Ways of the Altai for the people story and Tales from the Sky for the eagle story is a clean, readable system. Based on your notes, here are refined, action-forward options with Hunt explicitly in Act 2 and value-centric candidates for Act 3 and 4 that feel like true ways. Okay, let's test it out. Act number 2 is called Horse and Hunt. Of Horse and Hunt. I prefer Of Horse and Hunt. It does sound more lyrical. Hunt and Heritage. Hunt and Heritage. I think I prefer number 2 over 1, mainly just because it sounds a little weird to say horse, because the... Okay, let me do my voice dictation as well. Okay, so starting with Act 2, you've given me 2 top picks, Horse and Hunt and Heritage. While if I had to choose number 1, I do prefer Of Horse and Hunt. It just feels a bit more title-y and more lyrical, like you said. My issue, though, is that it feels strange to call out the horse, but not call out the eagle. So even though in my shots there will be horses in the shots, there will also be eagles, and the whole concept of the eagle hunters is the eagle part. So it does feel weird that we would call out the horse and yet not the most pivotal aspect of their tradition. So for that reason, I feel like it may not be the right answer. For number 2, Hunt and Heritage, that one hits a little bit closer in terms of like the value or what we're looking for. We do want to get across that this is very a deep tradition, the concept of hunting. So that one works better, but it doesn't roll off the tongue as well. Hunt and Heritage. Let me see the other ones before we continue. The Hunt, Sky Hunt, Nomad Hunt, Hunt in Honor, Hunt in Motion. Man, I don't like any of these. Did he not have other options here? Hunt Heritage. Writers and rights. Hunting. Basically, we're trying to talk about the wild traditions. And of course, that ties into the eagle hunting. Act 2. So I'm just thinking out loud here. I'm just trying to make this work. The 4 ways of the Altai. Number 1 act is kinship. The second way of the Altai is the hunt. The hunter's life? Kunal, what's up? What's up? Yo, Kunal, are you the same Kunal that I chatted with yesterday? I feel like I remember I was chatting with a Kunal, but was it Kunal Sood? Or maybe that was your Twitch one. Is that what it was? Either way, hello, hello. What's happening? We are just in the middle of trying to figure out the titles for all of my chapters here. For Mongolia episode 2. And we've made a lot of progress. I'm just stuck on a couple points here. So I'm just bouncing ideas with ChatGPT. Because act... You say yes? Okay, nice. Well, welcome back, Kunal. Hopefully you're having a good day or evening, wherever you are. It is 10 p.m. my time. I haven't eaten all day, yet again. And I have butter chicken. I've got butter chicken waiting for me, right? And I was like, you know what? I'm not going to put it in the fridge because I want it to be somewhat warm. But it's been a few hours. I don't know if that's a bad thing. But I got butter chicken waiting for me. That's how dedicated I am to you guys, to this stream, right? I'm saying no to one of the most delicious, in my opinion, as an Indian food normie. It's probably the best Indian dish out there. It's almost on the level of Spam for me, where you just need like one little piece of that butter chicken in the sauce, and you can have a whole bowl of rice with that tiny piece of chicken, because the flavor and the kick and the power of that meat is something just like my Spam. Go eat, Yobel will be here. No, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. But we're also in the zone, right? It's like we're cracking into something here. We don't know what, but it's there. If I step away, maybe we'll lose it. Or we'll get the answer if you come back. I don't know. But yeah, right now I'm struggling with the title Hunt and Heritage. Or we have Act 2. Act 2 will be more dramatic soundtrack. It is going to be more actiony soundtrack. It's the one where you actually have the throat singing, and the B-roll will be a lot of the shots of the eagle hunters out on the hunt, seeing their lifestyle on horseback with the eagles, all of that. So we want a title that really reflects that part of their heritage or that way of life. And right now the concepts that ChatGPT's come up with, it doesn't quite nail it for me. Right now, he's leaning towards horse and hunt. And firstly, it doesn't roll off the tongue. If it was called Of Horse and Hunt, sure. But like we said, it's weird to call out the horse, but not the eagle. Second option was Hunt and Heritage. Same thing, that doesn't roll off the tongue. And then it's like, the other thought is maybe I do something like The Hunt for whatever. Like, there's a book I read, Tom Clancy, The Hunt for Red October, right? So it could be something like that. The Hunt for something. The Hunt for Heritage, but then that sounds weird. It could just be called The Hunt as well. Wild Hunt. Hunting for something. But then I don't know if hunting for something works with the rest. I'm going to have to I should probably voice this out loud. Let me see what else he's got. Yeah, the rest suck. Wait, let's keep reading. Actually, no. Let's take this one step at a time. So let me say... Other possibilities, if we keep the word hunt, could be something where we say like the hunt for something, right? So, you know, there's that book called The Hunt for Red October. So it could follow something in that stance or like that style where it's like the hunt for, insert whatever the right words are there. However, some of the pushback I have for that is that the title is now getting very long, whereas some of the other titles are quite short. Some of them are just one word. So it might be weird to have a title for an act that feels more like a sentence compared to the other ones being a single word or 2 words. So the hunt could work. So I'm leaning more towards the hunt than I am towards the other ones. But let's give it some more thought if you could. And again, keep in mind what is the purpose of this. We're trying to showcase how it's not just the hunting, but it's the fact that the hunting depicts a key aspect of their tradition and their way of life. Okay. Let's keep reading. Act number 3, the domestic pillar, the people point of view. So the current topic is just calling it home. Act 3, home. Good alternatives are family, at home, inside the ger, under one roof. Under one roof. I mean, that one doesn't sound bad. For Act 3, I think home seems okay, as well as family. They are very, very broad, though, so it doesn't like convey as much in terms of like an impact feel. It's not as artistic, but it can work. Under one roof sounds a lot more artistic. However, I'm not sure if all of the shots that I'm going to share are from indoors. For instance, there's some shots of the dog and the horses that I was thinking maybe I can fit into this chapter or this act. Because while they're not human family, they are part of the family in some ways. And so maybe I want to include that. If I don't include like the animals into the shot as opposed to whatever's indoors, then maybe something like under one roof could potentially work. Act number 4, value-centric, people point of view. You're right to feel like a way. The name should read as a virtue/quality shaped by winter, not winter itself. So here are the top picks. Resilience, endurance. Also viable is fortitude, hardiness, survival. Okay. For Act 4, I'm leaning more towards either resilience or survival. Both of them are pointing towards a key trait that is ingrained in everyone that lives in this area because of the harsh nature of their living conditions. So resilience has a bit more of a positive vibe to it in that it's pointing out an attribute that many don't possess, but if you do, it leads to survival. Whereas survival also has a nice tone to it, because like you said, it's a bit more raw and heavier in the connotation. But it's less of like an attribute or a personality type and more just like a way of life. I'm not sure. So maybe I'm leaning towards resilience more than survival. Now, the other thing I'm noting is that some of these you're just keeping it as a single word for the title, which I'm not opposed to, but let's also keep that in mind then when it comes to the rest of the titles. I would prefer consistency in terms of how the titles are structured. So for instance, in extreme scenario. It shouldn't be that 3 out of the 4 acts are 1 word, and then one of the acts is 10 words long. Kinship hunt. Oh yeah, and he actually did that. If you prefer a perfectly symmetrical 1-word set, kinship, hunt, home, resilience. Yo, wait, hold on. I like those ones. Kinship, hunt, home, resilience. We might go with that, but I'm still going to send all of this to ChatGPT to see if he brainstorms a few other ideas. But I actually don't mind that. For the intermission, though, because I was petting my cat, actually, it's my fault because I lifted up my cat. Now it like stirred up all the cat hair all around me. So that's my bad. Sorry, Nala. Sorry, Nala. You're a good girl. You're a good girl. Yes. Okay. Before we move on to the Eagle intermission ones, let me just quickly look at some of the quotes. So for each act, I think that would be really nice. Let's say here, so I'm thinking we might add some quotes with each act. So just like a single one-liner, no voiceover. I'm just trying to see where to put the act title. Should I just put it in the beginning, maybe? Let's see. Now, one issue is if we keep the same style of like the header as the title thing here, obviously it's a bit redundant. So either we're going to have to change the title sequence, or we just got to make some subtle changes to how we show this so it looks slightly different. I do like the subtle animation though, although from the examples of some of the documentary films we've watched so far, sometimes it's just better to have it simple. Just fade in, fade out. But this one does look nice. Let's check it out again. So Act 1, Kinship. Let's see how timing was. So let's say if this one's called Kinship, Act 1, and then what do we call each of these sections here? Oh yeah, 4 ways. 4 ways of the Altai. Four ways of the Altai. Let's see. So there's a world where we do the exact same style of text, but we might just have it all fade in all at once without all the animation style, just because I don't want it to look too similar to the title. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. I'm just gonna put this in here for now as a placeholder, but I think we will eventually replace this with the simpler title sequence. So let's say we start off with it though. So it's like Act 1, Kinship. So then as these things maybe pop up here, so this is just like a nice reference or a call out to, you know, like Nikon for supporting me, and then Beck Travel being the name of the company that that did all the logistics for me. So then as that's happening, I might center some long text here that explains some key fact or something, or like a quote that will still tie into this concept of like kinship. So let's see what ChatGPT came up with. Act 1. Oh, it skipped Act 1. Come on. Okay, you know what? We'll do that as a later step. Let's get the titles first, and then I'm going to ask for him to give us each one. Kinship, Hunt, Home, Resilience. I kind of like that, though. You know what? Let's just put that in as placeholder. So let me copy this over. So that's Chapter 1, or Act 1. Then we have Act 2. Act 2 is called Hunt for now. And then we want it to kind of be on a black screen, so we'll fade it in a bit. So then after that fades out, then we replace it with the fade in of a text quote, something that resembles the hunt. So as an example here, they said something like, out here, tradition isn't remembered, it rides into the wind. Or something like, a pact of man, mount, and sky. So something in quotes to do with the hunt, let's say. And then the rest of the song plays, we do the B-roll, yada yada. Okay, let's keep going. So that's Act 2. Oh, you know what? And I should probably do Roman numerals, right? We'll do Act 2 with the 2 lines, and then... Where are you? Dun, 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 dun. Act 1. Cool. So intermission. Here we go. Act 3. This one's called Home. And same thing, we just want to fade it in. Same thing, a quote comes in. Let's see an example that they came up with. Beyond the hunt, this is where the day returns. The fire is small, the circle is wide. Okay, kind of, maybe. Let's keep going though. Then we got our intermission, and then our 4th and final act. Which is called Home Hunt Resilience. Resilience. Man, I'm getting excited for this one. I feel like this can turn out really good. As much as I liked episode 1, I really do hope that this one will be at least as good as episode 1, if not better. And in some ways, I'll be prouder of this one for sure. Actually, I don't know. Because we hit some really good strides in episode 1. Like, the whole trailer was, yeah, it took a long time, but we cracked the nut. And then every chapter, we did figure out things after we struggled. So I might still end up saying episode 1 that I released earlier will still be the best work that I've done. But this one is probably up there for the most challenging because we are completely shifting everything. But I can see a world right now where this will be nice. This is going to be good. It's going to feel cinematic. It's going to feel like its own packaged story and not a vlog. I would love to not call myself a travel vlogger. I would like to be able to say I'm a travel filmmaker. And I think this is probably the first time that I'm getting that sense that I'm stepping away from the lens of a vlogger and actually putting a story together. So I'm feeling good, but I'm jumping the gun here because we have like so much work to go. And so all of this can fall apart still. Let me just listen to that a little bit more with the right volume. So this is after we do this eagle thing, blah, blah, blah.
That's amazing.
Yes. And then when that fades out, what is the next quote? Where the land is the teacher, you learn to last. Ooh, that's a good one. Winter tests what the heart has learned. That one sounds good as well. So yeah, we'll get that nice quote that stays in here for a while, which will then still echo what is the value of this act. If the title here is called Resilience and it's about the 4 ways of the Altai, and here we see this quote about where the land is the teacher, you learn to last. It's like, resilience, I got you, I got you. So it's about the land teaching the people of the Altai Mountains how to last, how to survive. Got it. Oh, I need to change this to Act 4. Let's check it out again. So either right around here or in the previous start of the verse is when we'll start the B-roll and show all the nature shots. Okay, so then we'll fade to black, tune out the music, and then this is our final intermission with the Eagles. Even here, I would love to, at some point, as we develop our skills as a video editor, It'd be interesting to know if there are some nice templates or ways to create a softer edge between the two. Softer may not be good, but like in some ways it'd be interesting if I'm able to blend a little bit better between the two shots. Not so much that it feels like one shot and then it gets super confusing, but maybe instead of having this like harsh black line, I don't know. It'd be interesting to keep learning. So then after that, we have our final, it's not even an act, but it's our closing scene. So what do we call this? The close, Altai farewell. It's called the close. And then we probably don't need the bottom text saying 4 ways of the yeah, maybe we'll just call this songs. I don't know. Maybe we keep it empty. Let's see. And then we fade to black again.
He's gonna sing a song about slopes of Altai Mountains. This song describes the lifestyle of Kazakhstans. Yeah.
All right, I like this. I'm liking this. Okay. I'm trying to figure out, do I want to keep editing this or do I want to edit some of my Mongolia photos? I have so much, not Mongolia, Japan. I'm still on day 2. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 11 days left. Yeah, okay, we're going to switch gears a little bit. Let me get through some of these Japan photos. I want to at least be able to say I got through day 2. Oh, you know what? Also, this might be a good time for me to take my break. Ikidis, you told me I should go eat, and you know what? I'm like starving now. So I might say this is probably good to take like a 10-minute break, less than 10 minutes. But I'll feed my cats. I'll eat my food. Maybe I'll do some pull-ups before I eat because I need to stay alive and be in shape. And in the meantime, what I'll do, as usual, as I be right back, I will leave you with some of my videos from my past YouTube, clips from my past YouTube videos. So hopefully it'll give you a sense of the type of footage, the type of content that I create. And I do hope you'll check out my videos. Actually, let me do that now. Into the Blizzard. If you take a break with me, go ahead and check out this video on YouTube. It is our latest video. That is episode 1 of this whole Mongolia thing that we've been talking about. So I hope you check it out at some point. Give it a like, leave a comment, share it with all your best friends and even your worst enemies, okay? All right, I'll be right back. When it comes to capturing the wild beauty of Uganda, your camera gear can make all the difference, especially during the intimate, chaotic moments of a gorilla or a chimpanzee trek. For those without DSLRs or mirrorless cameras, don't worry, you can still capture stunning photos and videos. Smartphones and action cameras these days, they work really well for the jungle treks, especially during the unpredictable close encounters you might have with the primates. I also use a mix of my Osmo Pocket 3, iPhone 15 Pro, the GoPro, Insta360 X4, and Go 3 to ensure that I never miss a shot. I usually travel with 2 cameras, my Nikon Z9 for my primary wildlife shots, and my Nikon Z6 III focused on capturing all my day-in-the-life travel moments. During gorilla treks, a 70-200mm f2.8 lens is my favorite for its focal range and incredible versatility, and it performs really well in low-light conditions within these dense forests. I've also had great success with an 85mm f1.2 lens for its exceptional low-light captures on these treks. For chimpanzee treks, all the same recommendations apply. The only difference is that some of my photographer clients, including myself, have used our 400mm f2.8 lens inside the jungle. If you can handle the weight, it does offer unmatched quality for these close-up portraits of chimps. I don't recommend it for the gorilla treks, given the larger size of the gorillas means it's harder to keep in frame.
For Jeep and boat safaris, a lens within a 300 to 400mm focal length is what I recommend. For me, I use my 400mm f2.8 lens. It allows you to capture faraway subjects while maintaining the best quality of your shot. Lastly, when it comes to photographing the people and culture of Uganda, shooting with the 400mm f2.8 or 85mm f1.2 is a luxury that's hard to beat. However, the 24 to 70mm and 70 to 200mm f2.8 are my favorites for producing high-quality portraits with best-in-class versatility. Quick gear rundown. I was shooting with a Nikon Z9 paired with a massive 600mm f4S lens, and a Nikon Z8 with the Plana 135 f1.8 lens. We had our first glimpse of the ghost cat moving along a mountain ridge, and even from afar, it felt special. My final evening was spent enjoying scenes of locals playing hockey and relaxing on the frozen lake. Reflecting on my time here, I appreciated the breathtaking scenery, the professionalism of the crew, and of course, the wildlife. While the challenging weather conditions made sightings tough, Leh is definitely a place I'm looking forward to revisiting, to spend more time in the wild, but also with the people of this beautiful place. Like kids playing ice hockey on a frozen lake, life is best when you chase the little moments, losing yourself fully in the spaces in between. And that's what my time in Leh reminded me. Alright, let's dive into how I pack for Uganda, starting with the essentials, most of which fit in my Samsonite EcoDiver check-in bag. You can find all my gear linked in the description below. I opt for a soft case when flying within Uganda since they use smaller charter planes that have a 15 kg soft bag limit. I pack activewear shirts and trekking pants, mostly from Colombia. I pack my undergarments, of course, waterproof socks for the treks, and leg gaiters, which are a lifesaver against mud, sharp branches, and forest ants during the jungle treks. Also bring a pair of gloves if you're doing the treks, it'll protect your hands. Definitely bring a rain jacket, and for sun protection, bring the hat, sunglasses, sunscreen, and arm sleeves. The last one, it's great for people like me with tattoos. Neck gaiters are also a must. It's great for hikes, and it doubles as a face mask during ape encounters. And if I have space, I'll throw in a pair of normal shoes or sandals. The hiking boots I'll wear with me on the actual flight. You can't forget bug repellents, first aid kit, and toiletries. And then with the remaining space, I'll throw in all my non-battery camera accessories, like the tripods, gimbal heads, camera straps, lens filters, and cables. For context, all this packed up comes in at around 12 kgs. Moving to my primary carry-on, the Gitso Adventure 30-liter backpack. This bag is super durable, comfortable, and surprisingly spacious. It fits my Nikon Z9 camera with the 400mm f2.8 lens attached, along with a couple of other lenses like a 20mm f1.8 for the wide shots, and a 70-200 f2.8 or 85mm f1.2 for the distant or low light shots. I also packed my DJI Mic 2 microphones, a shotgun mic, and a couple of think tank bags stuffed with spare batteries, memory cards, chargers, and cables. Now for my Peak Design everyday sling bag. This little wonder is like Harry Potter's magical suitcase, and it's way roomier than it looks. It holds my Nikon Z6 III camera with a 24-70mm lens, my 14-inch MacBook, charger and power bank, universal adapter, as well as an Osmo Pocket 3 action camera. Plus, of course, my passport and wallet. And the best part, it's usually not weighed by airline staff, so packing it with heavy essentials can save you a headache at check-in. This becomes my go-to bag that I wear when I'm going out for photo shoots. This trio of bags ensures that I'm covered from airport to savannah to jungle for the smoothest of adventures.
After a challenging hike, we finally came face to face with our gorilla family. What you're about to see is etched forever in my mind as one of the most thrilling experiences of my life. And to do it justice, I will share many extended clips for your viewing pleasure in the hopes it will immerse you fully in the moment. So with that, welcome to my wildlife, and I hope you enjoy the ride.
Behind. There's behind. Behind is somebody behind. Stand still. Stand still. Stand still. Oh. You're so lucky.
You know that super relatable feeling when you're staring up at the ceiling, an IV drip strapped to your arm, keeping you from...
Okay. Wow, you guys are still here. Thank you for being here. Ooh, we even got extra viewers on YouTube. Wow. All right, maybe I should just play my BRB scene more often then. Thank you guys who are still here. I still can't get used to when I have to take a break. You have this this feeling of like, oh no, we were on such a roll. I was talking, we were doing things, and now I'm stepping away from the stream, take care of like life business stuff. And you're like, ooh, well the momentum's gone now. So it's kind of a weird feeling, but it's like I have to get used to it. Because like there's no shot that I can always do this thing where I don't take breaks. It's just part of life, right? So, but I will do my best to constantly find ways to make everything entertaining. So even if I have to step away, we'll keep refreshing even the content you might have been seeing pop up there. Yeah, we'll find different things. But yeah, thanks for being here. Kunal 1 is great. This is also awesome. You sent that 10 minutes ago. Maybe, okay, I'm assuming you're talking about one of the videos. If so, thank you very much. I'm glad you enjoyed the video. Now, I did enjoy me some butter chicken with garlic naan bread and some leftover rice, steamed white rice. Ooh, that was something. Oh, and then I had some Ruffles chips with, it was like a jalapeno flavored Ruffles chips. Holy. I'm moments away from turning into that fat horse that we saw pictures of. But that also means I had a lot of spicy food. So I'm, my nose is going to be runny, and I'm going to have to clear my throat a bit. So bear with me. Okay. Oh, the other thing we need to do. You know what? While we're doing this, let's watch this Peter McKinnon video. I just muted the mic so I can clear my throat super loudly, and then I turn my head and I'm like, I think I scared Kimpop for a second. There you are, Kimpop. Where you been? Where have you been, huh? This dude's been hiding. Good boy. Good boy. Yeah. All right. Excuse me. Okay. Let's watch some Peter McKinnon while we edit our photos. We're still on the Fox photos. We're now... let's remind ourselves. Oh yeah, we were trying to edit this one photo. We didn't get too far. I'll 5-star it though. And this one. Okay, might as well pick up from this one then. Alright, let's listen to Mr. McKinnon. Oh wait, shoot, he's gonna get me.
About it, but the fact that you want to be more gonna do that maybe a few times before you get fed up. The fact with this action pod, you can charge this thing up to 80% in 12 minutes, which is great. Now we've seen that across a lot of different just devices over the past few years. The quick charge kind of thing. Plug this in for 8 minutes and get almost full battery. Just tell me what 100% is. If it's like 12 minutes, it's still good. With this camera, you have so many different accessories and ways to mount it, from the pendant that you can wear under your shirt to the elastic headband to the backpack mounts. It literally anything. And then that doesn't even count just sticking it to stuff that's metal. So you are absolutely sorted when it comes to ways to mount this camera. And I think that's actually part of what makes it fun, is finding weird, bizarre, quirky ways and places to put this that give you those unique perspectives that you wouldn't have had before. You've never been able to use external mics with these devices in the past. Now you can, so it does.
Wait, is this the mic sound?
And other third-party mics as well if you don't have that one, which is a great feature. Again, opens up the possibilities. And I think that's really what this series is doing with their cameras, is it's giving you more tools and more options to do more of what you want with the same kind of interface and same hardware. With the larger sensor, like any camera, that means it's better in low light.
Wait, I'm curious. Is he using the mic from this camera right now? Is that why the turn... I feel like the volume went down, right?
Bizarre, quirky ways and places to put this that give you those unique perspectives that you wouldn't have had before. You've never been able to use external mics with these devices in the past. Now you can, so it does pair with their mic Air and other third-party mics.
I feel like the volume dropped drastically there.
Again, opens up the possibilities. And I think that's really what this series is doing with their cameras, is it's giving you more tools and more options to do more of what you want with the same kind of interface and same hardware. With the larger sensor, like any camera, that means it's better in low light. Now, much like the X5, this also has the pure video mode, so you can do those later night runs or stay out on the water a little bit longer, and you're gonna have that better image quality because of all those things working together. Now, the drawbacks historically have always been quality and battery life. So the fact that this is now 4K 60 brings it up to speed with the same sensor that the Ace Pro 2 uses, which means that on top of the battery performance increase, now you've got a camera that is very much competing in the same world as all its counterparts, not seen as something that's kind of cute or gimmicky or something that's just almost good enough. Now it is absolutely the same. The trade-off was always sacrificing the quality in order to get unique angles and put this in weird places, but now that's eliminated. You've got the quality and you've still got the fun of putting this in weird creative places.
5 years ago that Nikon would be bringing out video-focused lenses, I would have called you an absolute maniac. But look what I've got here. This is the new Nikon 28-135, and look, it's got a power zoom rocker and a sexy gold ring. I'm Jordan Drake, this is Petapixel, and this is not the Nikon I used to know. All right, I'm excited to get started zooming. So Chris, take this lens and I want to talk about our sponsor for today's episode. Okay, so I know the reason that you're here is you want to hear about this new lens, but if I
Yes, my mic was muted. I took a break from eating, so my voice is a bit scratchy right now because I had a lot of spicy food. So I apologize. Man, I was just saying hello to you. I was like, yo, Primal, because I missed your message from a few minutes ago. And so I gave a whole spiel. I was like, yo, I was lurking on your stream, I think, earlier today. So I hope you're doing well and all that. And then I was pumping in some spams into the chat. And then I was giving a bit of context what we're doing here. Hello there, Obi-Wan Shinobi. What a name. Now that right there is a name. Thank you for gracing us with your aura, your force in our chat. We did use an Obi-Wan voice earlier, but we switched it since then. You're almost done with the camera, Primal? Nice, nice. Well, let me catch you up to speed. And then Obi-Wan, I believe you're new, unless you're some alter ego of someone else from the chat. Welcome. We were working on my Mongolia video. This is episode 2, and we got pretty far. And so I'm taking a break from this to edit some photos from Japan. So it's going to be a lot of fox photos coming up. And then I'm watching a video because I was I'm kind of in a lens purchasing mode right now, even though I shouldn't, and this lens is quite expensive. But it's the 28 to 135 millimeter f4p power zoom lens, and apparently it's made for film. It's like a film lens, and I don't know the first thing about that. But we're trying to become filmmakers. So if you're new to the stream, Obi-Wan, hopefully you'll stay for, if not for me, for the cat. You got to stay for the cats, okay? This is the emotional hostage situation we're having here. But, ooh, yo, thank you very much. Thank you, Obi-Wan Shinobi. What a name. I'm going to go click on your channel real quick. Are you a streamer as well? If you are, I'll make sure to give you a follow. Listen, I'm going to follow you anyways with a name like that. But thank you. So yeah, right now we're taking a break from the video editing, but that is a lot of what I do on the stream is edit my videos from my travels. I am mostly a wildlife and travel photographer and videographer. And so you'll see a lot of the places I've been around the world. If you would like to see one of my works that we did, Into the Blizzard, I'm doing a lot of shameless promo. It's my latest YouTube video. So we actually made this video while we were streaming. So from day 1 of my streaming career until day 25. We're actually on day 41. We haven't missed a day. In the past 41 days, we've been streaming every day, roughly around 7 to 8 hours each day. So it's been a fun journey. I am streaming to YouTube, Twitch, and Kick at the same time. And yeah, no reason to stop now. But yeah, feel free to check out that video at your leisure. It's about 17 minutes long. We're working right now on episode 2. So that was part 1. We are working on part 2. And I'm also working on, like I said, Japan photos. And then on the side, I kind of wanted to see if I can learn more about this new lens. Primal, you said, almost done with the camera. I did place the final preview of the design in photos, and my new shirt came in too. Nice. You know what? Let's go check it out real quick. And Obi-Wan, if you would like to join our Discord, I'm going to put it in the chat. We'd love to collect people from the dark and the light side. Did I say it correct? I don't know. I do like Star Wars, but I don't know all the references. Okay, you put it in the photo section. Let's check this out. All right. So this is a design from Primal Nation, who is an artist and also a streamer. That looks epic, man. Man, you made a lot of progress on this. So this is going to be your next emote, yeah? That's a dope one. Look at it. Processing. And then let's check out your new t-shirts. Yo, that's cool. Hells yeah. I'm a fan of these kind of like black shirts and then putting something on there. Believing makes it possible to be living. DJ Primal. Hells yeah. Nice, dude. Look at you coming up with your own quotes and stuff. Nice. Gorillas. Hells yeah. Yo, man, these are popping off. These are great. Can't wait to see this in full. Is this going to be like a GIF? Or will this be like, so will this be animated or is it a static one? Or like, what's your thoughts on these things? Anyways, thank you for sharing that. Obi-Wan, you said that's awesome. I have recently got into action figure photography. Yo. And I'm slowly feeling this new photography hobby with my current figurine hobby. Well, that's fantastic. Wait, action photography. I have seen some really cool viral photographers. Some that does like cinema with like the action figures where they like take tiny figurines and then they make it look like it's real life or something. And there's like a certain style of photo or film that they take where it makes it feel magnified. I don't know. There's some techniques I've seen with like action figures where like imagine if you have like if you try to replicate like a street vibe, and then if you take your camera and take a shot from a certain angle or with a certain lens, it'll make it feel almost like it's real. And I thought that was really cool. Only static is I don't do animations as Primal. Gotcha. I can totally see an animated version of that one though, Primal, where it spits out the, or either it spits out the Polaroid or you see the Polaroid processing from like empty to whatever. But yeah, Obi-Wan, that's pretty dope. If you have any shots that you've taken, feel free to put it into the Discord. We have a photos channel, so you can always put it in there. We can give it a check on the stream. I haven't really learned any techniques. I was just trying poses for my figures, and I randomly started taking pictures. Gotcha. Well, listen, maybe. I've never done action figurine photography, but we have collected, since we started streaming, we have collected and met a number of photographers and filmmakers and artists So we've had a number of like macro photographers in the chat at times. We've had like portrait shooters and all that, everything like horse photographer and all that. So between all of us, I'm sure there can be some learnings if you ever have questions. But I'm going to currently view it as like when you shoot for an action figure, action figurine, there might be some of the same principles applied when it comes to like how I shoot for wildlife, where normally you want to be shooting at eye level. Like you don't want to be shooting at a top-down angle, right? Because then it makes the figurines look even tinier, the subject. So normally you want to kind of shoot at the eye level of the subject or even lower sometimes. And if you use a super wide angle, if you shoot a low angle, then you can make that figurine look much larger. But I have no idea. I honestly have never even like, I didn't even know that existed as a concept, but that sounds cool. You said you messed around more and more. Now you bought a camera. Now you want to experiment more. Nice. What kind of a camera did you purchase? What team are you on? In the meantime, I'm going to watch this and edit.
I know my viewers, I know you're also thinking, damn, I wish I had some awesome used camera equipment, and that's why you should check out our sponsor, KH.com. Now, KH.com has an absolute massive warehouse of not only cameras and lenses, but all kinds of photography accessories as well. And what we really love is from the time of delivery, you've got 21...
I don't do a lot of black and white shots. Usually when I do, I tend to increase the clarity quite a bit. Since like you're removing all the color, so then really you're focusing on texture, is my opinion. Without color, like you're really trying to look at the light and the dark areas, so it's a bit of contrast and texture. So these are usually, I don't add a lot of clarity to my shots normally speaking. But with these black and whites, I kind of like it because then it makes all the texture pop. So the best example is like, imagine those like really cool shots of elephants or shots of like old people with all the wrinkles. And if they do like a black and white, sometimes you'll see like the edits, they'll make it high clarity and a lot of texture. So then it makes every wrinkle feel like cracks and have its own story kind of. Same thing with elephants. You can see every crevice in the trunk or on their tough like skin. What do you call it? Coat? Skin? Elephants have coats? Okay, I don't know. I'm bothered by that. I purchased an Olympus. Yo, we got a team Olympus here. And I posted my favorite shots in the Discord. Okay, let's check it out. Yeah, Obi-Wan, I was just saying, and I'm going to ask ChatGPT. I forgot to follow up on it. I wanted to see if I can find a way on my Twitch stream to have like a running counter. Kind of like, okay, if you look at my stream right now, you'll see that there's a little counter down there that shows how many people are viewing between like Twitch, YouTube, and Kick. So it's like, imagine if I had something like that where each one resembles like the big brands. So it'd be like Team Nikon, Team Canon, Sony, Leica, whatever it is. I don't know. And I don't know the best way to visually show it or if it's just somehow tracked somewhere, even if it's like a bot that I can like update at times. But we have a number of photographers and we have a number of like Canon shooters, Sony. I think there's one that's Leica. I'm a Nikon shooter. We have a few Nikons out there. I think you're the first Olympus, but that'd be cool. Then we can actually see a demographic breakdown of my followers based on, you know, what team they're on. We don't hate on any team though. The lens I went with was Olympus M Zuiko Digital ED 14-42 f3.5 5.6. Yo, I almost lost my breath just saying that out loud. Holy shit. The lens I went with was something 14-42. Is this a full frame lens or is this like a full frame camera or do you know what the sensor type is there? So is it like actually a 14-42 on a full frame? And then 3.5 to 5.6, that's great. That's like a really good, that's a good range for the aperture, in my opinion. That usually will allow enough light. And then I'm curious, if you're in such a niche, if you're in action figurine photography, I'm assuming you're always shooting indoors, but I'm assuming you're shooting in a situation where you have controlled light. So you can like, you might have like some kind of a light source in a softbox or something. So then technically you can use like a higher aperture as needed. And then if you're shooting macro, I don't know the first thing about macro photography, so I could be completely out of my depth here, but I guess with the macro, you could have a low aperture and then you would just need a focus stack. Is that what they call it? It's a micro 3/4. Okay, gotcha. But that sounds awesome. Wait, how long have you been doing this? Let me check out your photos here. Yo, these look cool. Here, let's pop them open. Check that out. One second. I just want to get some shout outs to Conan and L. Yo, these are cool. Okay, let me open up these other ones here. About 2 weeks. You've been doing this for 2 weeks. Nice. Man, I'm so happy for you, and I'm jealous at the same time. There's nothing like that. It's like you're in the honeymoon phase of a new hobby, you know? And you're also in like the make or break phase. I don't know when does that start, but I feel like 2 weeks is a good enough time where you either have hit some stride and it's only going to make you more excited to like try out the hobby, or you'll realize in those 2 weeks like your life was so busy, the output you created wasn't as good as what you wanted, something, and you're like, you know what, I completely don't care anymore, and you move on. So, but if you are in the former, not the latter, what an exciting time, because now it's like everything you're trying to absorb, every knowledge, every gadget out there, every camera lens. You're going to watch YouTube videos of like people who do this kind of stuff and like they tell you about the proper angles. At some point you're going to get into film, Obi-Wan. And if you keep watching me, I hope I can convince you to also pick up like videography as well. But then it's like, holy shit, now I can do like video stuff. You might do like stop motion, right? Maybe that's a whole world you enter into because you're using figurines. So then you might start creating like stop motion films, which is like the best of both worlds, right? You're like doing photo and video. Hells yeah. Okay, let's check these out though. I'm super excited to do even more shooting and learn. Yeah, exactly. Well, listen, you've come to the right place, all right? We do a lot of photo edits and video edits. Now, I will always give the caveat, I have no technical trade, like trade school or technical training or anything like that. Everything is just from like going out there and shooting myself, watching a lot of YouTube videos, and then learning from other people just from casual conversation, all that. So take that with a grain of salt. But I would like to believe I have a decent intuition when it comes to like shooting in general. And then there are people in the chat who know really deep down all the technical stuff. So you took these from your phone. Oh shit, that's even cooler. Well, I do like the vintage look to this. There's like a lot grainier, right? And that could just be because of the phone you're shooting with, especially in low light situations. It will introduce a lot of this kind of grain. But I've learned to actually be okay with grain when you're shooting in like a high ISO situation, because it's very dark and the ISO just increases the sensitivity of your sensor so you can get a brighter shot. But oftentimes it introduces all of these noise and artifacts. But sometimes the grain actually makes the shot feel more vintage and cool. So that's one thing. It's got a nice faded look. So I don't know how much like editing you did to this, but I'm gonna assume you did because the photo feels like a finished piece. It's got nice yeah, this is something I've been doing a lot of. Anytime I have a shot where there's like pitch black or very, very dark areas, I like to add a linear gradient. Or you can just do like a clipping where you just choose anything that's at a certain luminance or darkness, and you want to lift the blacks to make it a bit whiter or faded. And it can make the shot look super cool and vintagey. Man, they drew arm hair on him. That's hilarious. Yeah, this is dope, man. Oh yeah, also I like the positioning, how you had Deadpool and Wolverine together and Deadpool in the back. They look like a good duo. Nice. And this is a cool action. Yeah, I can totally see you eventually getting into like stop motion stuff. The hair is actually sculpted and painted. Nice, nice. So so I'm assuming you were into action figurines first and then you got into photography more recently, you're saying, like 2 weeks ago? Or are you saying you got into action figurines 2 weeks ago? Oh, you said yes, but I don't know which one you're saying yes to. Oh, figurines first. Gotcha, gotcha. Now, since you do have this beautiful new camera with that lens, Now, one of the first things, if you're brand new to photography, when you shoot with the iPhone, you have the luxury of the fact that the iPhone is shooting at like a high aperture. So most of your shot will be in focus. But the detriment is sometimes things you don't want sharp, or yeah, like will be sharp. So for instance, right now, you don't have as much separation between the subjects and the case behind them, right? Whereas with your beautiful camera and lens, you should be able to shoot at like such a low aperture that the things behind them will look soft and blurry, and the eyes will be drawn to the figurines only, right? In case that's the style you want. So, but then you'll learn very quickly as well. If you don't have a tripod, or if your camera is not fixed in a location, if you have a low aperture camera, parts of one of these guys is going to be blurry, right? Just depends on your aperture. And so one of the techniques people do, I think in macro, I don't really do this as much, you would put your camera on a tripod so the camera never moves its position, and then you don't move their subject either, but then you basically need to take a shot and slowly, one shot at a time, and sometimes these cameras have it built in as an actual function where you can do like a focus stacking, I think is what it's called. So you can have it so it's like, hey, focus on something at the very closest point, and then take a shot, and I want you to take 20 shots. Each shot, I want you to change the focus to be something a little bit farther and farther and farther away. And so then you end up getting something like every part of the image will end up becoming sharp if you do it at the right settings. And what it means is you end up with, let's say, 20 photos. You put that through Photoshop, and then boom, you can combine all the photos to have a completely sharp image if you want it to. You said, hold that thought, BRB, at work? No worries, no worries. Let's just keep looking at these photos, though. Yeah, that's dope. Man, what? There's a lot of new Marvel. This is Marvel, right? I know this is Marvel. Oh, yeah, because this is like the... Is this Cyclops? Is that his name? But he has 2 eyes. Or no. What? I love watching Marvel movies and even like all the DC stuff, DC Universe and everything. But I just don't know any of the lore. It's just I know whatever I see on the big screen. And then if I watch some YouTube video where they talk about like, oh, did you know there's some superhero that's called like the Squirrel Girl, and she's like more powerful and she defeated Thanos or something like that. So every once in a while I'll see like a YouTube video where I learn about it, but I didn't grow up reading comics and stuff. I wish I did, but I didn't. So that's really cool. Man, how many Wolverine versions are there? Or is this the same one? Oh, okay. Damn, that's so crazy. So these figurines, you can make them do all kinds of poses. Obi-Wan, I don't know if you're back, but I am curious, how expensive is your average figurine? Is it like, if you're trying to get into figurines and photography, you're shit out of luck. You have to be like, you gotta have money for that. And is this like some kind of old school, is it like a vintage Iron Man suit or something? Yeah, this is cool lighting as well. Huh. I never would have thought. I didn't even know action figurine photography was a concept. But it makes sense, right? So you should be able to photograph anything. So you should be able to... There must be a niche for every hobby. Every hobby should be photographable, right? So if you have a hobby in action figurine, then yeah, of course. You can imagine there are photographers for that. Yeah, this is super cool. Super cool, man. Yeah, thanks for sharing, Shinobi, if you're still there. I'm going to go ahead and exit out of these for now, though. And we're going to get back into this. But thank you very much. That was awesome. So hopefully you'll stay in the streams. And hopefully we'll learn from each other. And I would love to see your progress.
1 day's return policy to decide if it's right for you, and that's something you're not going to get from some weirdo on Facebook Marketplace. So if you're looking to buy or sell camera equipment, there is only one good choice. That is KEH.com, and that is why they are
KEH.
official pre-owned camera.
Oh wait, I'm not subscribed to these guys. I feel like I've seen a bunch of Petapixel.
Power zooms, you want to use those sparingly. So before we get started here, I do want to mention that this is a pre-production lens and just a preview. We're not able to shoot charts with it or make any definitive statements about the image quality on it. That said, I shot the entire 35mm f1.2 Nikon lens review on this lens, so you can just watch that and pixel peep until your heart's content. All right, so let's talk about the physical
Pixel
design
peep,
of this lens.
another
so we
PP.
have 3 different rings on it. We've got a custom ring that I generally use for aperture, as well as a zoom ring and a focus ring. Now, these are all fully electronic, as well as we
What do you say?
3 different rings on it. We've got a custom ring that I generally use for aperture, as well as a zoom ring and a focus ring. Now, these are all fully electronic, but unlike a lot of electronically controlled rings, I do find these are actually quite responsive. I'm not actually overshooting my subject a lot of the time when I'm using it. Now, I do wish that we had a mechanical focus clutch on this lens, like what we see with a lot of the recent Panasonic lenses or the older Sony 28 to 135mm video lens, but because it's so responsive, I still find the manual focus ring on this quite usable. But remember, if you want linear response so you can do repeatable focus pulls, you have to engage that in the camera's
linear
menu.
response?
As well, it does have gears on the manual focus ring, and it looks like this will work with most of your follow focus gears. With does have
One
double
second.
focus pulls, you have to quite usable. But remember, if you want linear response so you can do repeatable focus pulls, you have
Linear response, so you can do repeatable focus pulls. I'm watching a video right now about a film lens, and they mentioned something about if you want to do a linear, if you want linear response to do a, hold on one second, crap, what do you say?
quite usable. But remember, if
No
you want
problem.
linear
Take your time.
response so you can do
I'll keep it
repeatable focus pulls, you
unsweetened
have
and
to engage
forward-looking here. If they're talking about linear response on a lens, that's usually
Hold
about
on one
how
second,
the
hold on one
focus-
second.
that. But
Sure
remember,
thing.
if you want
I'll
linear
just
response
hang
so you
tight.
can do
Whenever you're
repeatable
ready,
focus
we'll
pulls, you
jump back
have to
in.
quite usable. But remember, if you want linear response so you can do repeatable focus pulls, you have to engage that in the camera's menu.
Okay, so basically they were saying something about, with this lens, the 28 to 135mm f4 PZ Nikon lens, if you want a linear response so you can have a repeatable focus pull, they're saying you have to activate that within the actual camera menu, something within the settings for focus ring rotation range.
As well, it does have gears on
Do you know what all that means?
manual focus ring, and it looks
Absolutely.
Like this will
So
work with most
basically, they're talking about a feature where you can set the focus ring on the lens to have a consistent, predictable movement. When they say linear response, they mean that as you turn the focus ring, the amount of focus shift is always the same for a given amount of rotation. That makes it easier to pull focus repeatably and accurately because it won't speed up or slow down unpredictably. So yeah, in your Nikon camera's menu, there's usually a setting to switch the focus ring behavior to linear. Once you do that, you'll have a more repeatable and predictable focus pull, which is great for filmmaking. No sugarcoating, it's just a straightforward setting.
God, he has to say that at the end, doesn't he?
of your follow focus gears with have gears on the menu. You have to engage usable. But remember, if you want linear response so you can do repeatable focus pulls, you have to engage that.
But I'm so confused. Why would I never want that setting? So in what world do I want it so that it's not a equal response whenever I'm rotating the ring? I'm so confused still. I'm gonna have to do research on this.
In the camera's menu. As well, it does have gears on the manual focus ring, and it looks like this will work with most of your follow focus gears with a 0.8 pitch. As well, around the lens, we do have custom buttons, and most importantly, a zoom rocker. Now, this is something I struggle with a little bit because of my lack of fine motor skills. I do find I'll often go from a very slow zoom to a little bit quicker. That's why I actually like to program a couple of custom buttons on the camera body so it just does a smooth, controlled zoom at a consistent speed. Now, if you want the fastest zooms that this lens is capable of, you do have to use the zoom ring in order to accommodate that, but you can also use other things to remotely control it. You can use either the mobile app, Nikon's desktop software, or they have their video zoom controller. You can also use that to remotely control the zoom on this lens. If you're planning to use this lens on a gimbal, you'll also really appreciate that as you zoom, the center of gravity stays pretty much the same, so you're not going to have to rebalance. As well, if you want a little more control over the zooming performance, so you're not going to gimbal, you'll also really appreciate that remotely control the zoom on this lens. If you're planning to use this lens on a gimbal, you'll also really appreciate that as you zoom, the center of gravity stays pretty much the same, so you're not going to have to rebalance. As well, if you want a little more control over the zooming performance, then on a lot of the new Nikon bodies, you can actually customize the curve, how quickly it'll zoom in and out. Okay, so what about filter use? That's really important when you're shooting video. Well, I think you'll probably want to invest in a matte box because this has a 95mm front filter diameter on it, and any kind of filters for that are going to be very rare and very...
Oh, wait, I think I have one of these. Don't I? Oh, shoot. I need to buy one. I need one of these ND filters. If I don't have it already... Let's keep watching. I need to do some shopping here. I need one of these if I want one of those.
Very expensive. I'm actually surprised at how big the diameter is on this because the Nikkor 24 to 120mm f4 is just a 77mm filter diameter, and you're only giving up 4mm on the wide and 15mm on the telephoto. I'm surprised this is such a big front opening. All right, we got some nice shallow depth of field here, and I'm actually pretty impressed with the bokeh on this lens. If you're looking at specular highlights, you will find a little bit of a soap bubble effect there, but in general, the backgrounds fall off really nicely, and the transitions from in focus to out of focus are actually really quite pleasing. So we've got a really nice zoom range, but if you plan to do a lot of close-up shooting, say for product shots, you might want to have a second lens in your bag, because at the wide angle, we're getting 0.15 times magnification. And if you want your best macro reproduction, you'll want to jump all the way to 135 magnification in your bag, because at the plan to do a lot of close-up shooting, say for product shots, you might want to have a second lens in your bag, because at the wide angle, we're getting 0.15 times magnification. And if you want your best macro reproduction, you'll want to jump all the way to 135mm, where you can get 0.25 times magnification.
Hold on one second. I need to see... It gave me the thread size, right?
Nice shallow depth of field here, and I'm actually pretty impressed with the front opening.
95.
Wide and 15mm on the telephoto. I'm surprised that...
Okay, let me just see. I think I have a 95 thread adapter.
Expensive. I'm actually surprised at how big the diameter is on this, because the Nikkor 24 to 120mm f4 is just a 77mm filter diameter, and you're only giving up 4mm on the wide and 15mm on the telephoto. I'm surprised this is such a big front opening. All right, we got some nice shallow depth of field here, and I'm actually pretty impressed with the bokeh on this lens. If you're looking at specular highlights, you will find a little bit of a soap bubble effect there, but in general, the backgrounds fall off really nicely, and the transitions from in focus to out of focus are actually really quite pleasing. So we've got a really nice zoom range, but if you plan to do a lot of close-up shooting, say for product shots, you might want to have a second lens in your bag, because at the wide angle, we're getting 0.15 times magnification. And if you want your best macro reproduction, you'll want to jump all the way to 135mm, where you can get 0.25 times magnification, like 1 to 4 life-size reproduction. It's certainly usable, but it's not fantastic. Obviously, with a video optimized lens, breathing performance is really important, and lens breathing is when you shift the focus distance. You'll actually see the field of view change in the lens. So starting at the wide angle, we could see a very small amount of it, but honestly, it's not enough that it's going to distract your viewers. What's really impressive is when you get to the telephoto end of it.
Yo, what's up, Kevin? GNG. Oh, shoot. The voice dono sound is still the default one. Thank you very much for the 100 bits, yo. Man, always coming in clutch with that money, especially when we're talking about buying a new lens here. So, yes. Thank you very much, man. Whoops. I just went over to pick something up, and then I knocked the mic down, apparently. So, gotta make sure it's sturdy there. Hurdy, dirty, sturdy. Ugh. Christ. How are you doing, Kevin? How's it going? For me, it's going well. It's going well. It's going well. You're just watching me struggle right now. So as much as it's going well, the struggle is real. Damn it, because I need this to be lower, don't I? Come on. There we go. Testing. Blah 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 blah. And then let's maybe angle like this. Okay. All right. Cool. Kevin, it's going well. We made a... Oh, shit. Okay. I made it too low because now my fingers are hitting the cable on my way to the keyboard. You might not be able to tell with how frustrating this seems right now for me, but I'm doing very well. Thank you. We made a lot of progress on our video. So for the Mongolia video, I think we've got the entirety of the structure. We were just working on like the final title scenes. Actually, let's see if we can show you an example. Let's turn this down. So I'm just going to repurpose the same title thing we did for each act, but we'll make it a bit more simpler than this. So we won't have the separate colors or anything like that. But generally speaking, we'll do something like this, where it'll probably be 3 lines without all the crazy animation and the colors, but basically each act has a word, and so there's explaining the different aspects of the life of people in the Altai Mountains. So we focus on 4 ways of the Altai. And so this one's kinship. And then for each act, I'll have like maybe 1 quote or like 1 or 2 liners that kind of will give a nice poetic feel of what do we mean by kinship. So each act is meant to kind of portray some perspective or some view into the life of the Mongolian people living in the mountains, and just trying to show the uniqueness of it, the culture, the way of their lives. And so this one's kinship. So then this whole act will be around kinship, and then you'll see like my B-roll of all those moments. I still don't know if I'm going to include voiceover and stuff. There's a world where I don't have any voiceover on any of the acts, just in our starting trailer, opening hook, and then the final closing chapter. So anyways, yeah, so we got like the general structure, then we got to start slotting in all the B-roll onto all of the sections, but I think generally speaking we have the structure down. So then, yeah, we're almost there. I'm taking a break from that though to do some photo editing of Japan, and then I'm learning more about the 28 to 135 millimeter lens, the power zoom lens, which is the film lens. So as I'm doing more film stuff and I'm in the mood for learning about filmmaking, I was like, okay, let's look at this lens, because it is technically the first one for the Z mount camera for Nikon that is a film lens. And then I was just looking because it was showing that it's a 95 centimeter, no, 95, what's the wording for that? It must be millimeter, right? Yeah, 95 millimeter thread for this lens. So I just want to test if my ND filter, it should work, right? Because I have adapters that should fit onto any of these guys. I can only assume. So let me test that out. Hells yeah, it works. Cool. Nice. Okay, let me put this away. Anyways, yes, that's how we're doing. How are you doing, my friend? Let's keep watching this. He was saying something about the bokeh.
You'll really see that front opening. All right, we got some nice shallow depth of field here, and I'm actually pretty impressed with the bokeh on this lens. If you're looking at specular highlights, you will find a little bit of a soap bubble effect there, but in general, the backgrounds fall off really nicely, and the transitions from in focus to out of focus are actually really quite pleasing. So we've got a really nice zoom range, but if you plan to do a lot of close-up shooting, say for product shots, you might want to have a second lens in your bag, because at the wide angle, we're getting 0.15 times magnification. And if you want your best macro reproduction, you'll want to jump all the way to 135 millimeters, where you can get 0.25 times magnification, like 1 to 4 life-size reproduction. It's certainly usable, but it's not fantastic. Obviously, with a video optimized lens, breathing performance is really important, and lens breathing is when you shift the focus distance, you'll actually see the field of view change in the lens. So starting at the wide angle, we could see a very small amount of it, but honestly, it's not enough that it's going to distract your viewers. What's really impressive is when we get to the telephoto end of it, there is virtually no breathing on this lens, and that's where you'll really see that effect. This is an outstanding
Oh wait, I need to
performance.
see that again.
Now, as I said at the start of this video, you'll really see that photo. Honestly, it's not in the lens. The thing is, when you shift the focus distance, you'll actually see the field of view change in the lens. So starting at the wide angle, we could see a very small amount of it, but honestly, it's not enough that it's going to distract your viewers. What's really impressive is when we get...
Enjoy the lurk, my friend. Just getting my bearings. That's good, that's good. Oh yeah, is it morning time for you? Either ways, enjoy the lurk.
To the telephoto end of it, there is virtually no breathing on this lens, and
Yo,
where
that's
you'll
good.
really see
That's
that
good.
effect. This is an outstanding performance. Now, as I said at the start of this video, we're not testing resolution, shooting charts, anything like that, but I can say I could get away with some extremely
I think I want to
sloppy
try two
composition when we
different
were out
compositions
shooting,
for this
and
one.
I know I can crop that down to 4K, and even shooting wide open, you can see the results are still plenty sharp. So one of the really important things for me is the 28-135 really just demonstrates Nikon's ongoing commitment to being a big player in the video field. And there is some competition from some of the other mounts, but like you look at the older Sony 28-135, that lens is over a decade old, and you can certainly feel it, just the responsiveness of the controls. It's really laggy, and I don't enjoy using that. Alternatively, Canon has brought out a similar lens. They've got their 24-105 f2.8, a stop brighter, but it's also more expensive, and if you want zoom functionality, that's going to put another $1,000 on top of that price, making it cost almost twice what this lens does. All of Nikon's recent cameras have been outstanding if you're looking to capture video, but now that we've got this power zoom, it opens up some wonderful new creative possibilities that I think filmmakers are really going to enjoy. It's great to see another tool for Nikon shooters, and Chris was saying repeatedly how much he enjoyed using this lens today. So hopefully this preview was useful for you. Leave any comments down below. Let me know if there's something I missed talking about on this lens, and let me know what you think about Nikon's first step into a power zoom optic. And definitely check out the Petapixel podcast. We'll be talking about this lens on there and all kinds of conversations about the photo and video things going on in the world. You can watch it right here on our YouTube channel.
All right, let's check out another one. Also, for this Fox photo, I'm thinking I might try two different versions. For some reason, I want one version where we see someone in the distance, but it's hopefully nicely framed, where we got Fox on the right. Yeah, Fox is a little bit bottom right, and then we got human top left. So the reason for it, I'm not sure. It's just, I don't mind this. Is there anything going for it in terms of the background? I mean, it's kind of interesting to see all these like buoy things or whatever you want to call this. So it's like a very unique landscape, I guess, but it's mostly like civilization, and you got a fox in the middle of it. So I think that could be interesting. But then separately, I do want to do a normal, I say normal, but let's try one centered, because the fox is nice and center E. Now I might want to do, I don't know if I want to do landscape for this one. Just because it kind of, I feel like I need to be zoomed in on the fox so you can make sure you can tell it's not like missing a leg, right? It almost feels like there's a leg missing there. So I just want to test that real quick. Right now, my hypothesis is that this could look better in a vertical format. Yeah. And then we might rotate it a bit. To get the ears a little bit more lined up. Let's see. Something like this, maybe. So we'll try both ways. We'll do a vertical version and then the landscape one. And then this one, I never really have a good answer. Like, what is the proper framing for this? Like, should it be lifted more so the fox is lower to the ground so you have less foreground? Or is it better to have it more shifted down so you have it more in the mid and the background? I can't say. I don't know. All right, let's keep editing, and then I want to watch this video here.
As the trusted expert behind the lens, you are in the business of documenting life. Every day brings a new environment, a new client, a new challenge to solve. And no matter the day, you do it all. So you need gear that can keep up. That's why we packed your most used focal lengths into a single high-quality power zoom lens. It's versatile.
Versatile.
Enhanced with technology to help you work smarter and faster. The Nikkor Z 28 to 135 millimeter.
They pronounce it Nikkor.
A new all-in-one pro video lens from Nikon. Experience the power of zoom.
Cool. Wow, we're learning today.
If you needed one lens from the Nikon system for video and photo, this lens could be it. The 28 to 135 f4 power zoom from Nikon. Let's talk about it.
There's something weird about that mic, right?
Sponsor for this video in any way, shape, or form. Big thanks to Nikon Singapore for loaning me the lens, though. With that said, my thoughts and my thoughts only. So it's early in the morning here in Little India in Singapore. So I don't have a 95 millimeter filter or V&D for the front element of this lens because that's what you need.
Oh, that's
so
what we were just looking at.
Indoors to what we call a wet
My
market.
variable
Poultry and beef
neutral
and fish,
density
and they're
filter.
going to prep it and get it ready for the day and for selling it. So yeah, if you're not into that kind of stuff, you may want to wait a little bit on the video, but if you're into something a little bit more adventurous, a little bit more fun and rustic, and a little bit just down and dirty, we're gonna have some fun with this. I mean, obviously it's clean because we're in Singapore, everything's clean, but you know what I'm talking about, right? Okay, so that's gonna be what we're gonna do with this lens. I might take it to the streets of Little India as well, take some photos and portraits.
Ooh, I like this
and just do some street
preset.
photography because it's such a versatile lens at 28 to 135. You gotta have some fun with it. Now, if you want the Cliff Notes version of this video, you don't have time to watch this. Hopefully you do. I will tell you this. It is a fantastic lens. It is so versatile. I was worried about the f4. Would I like it to be f2.8? Sure. But that would be an increase in size, number one, and an increase in price. But at the same time, the fall off, the bokeh, the separation, this pop that you get from this image is beautiful, video and photo alike. And the size is actually not that bad and the weight is not that bad. I'm here on the Z8 right now. I actually taken off the tripod footing here just to make it easier to walk around with. I took off the square front hood to just make it a little bit more inconspicuous, even though it's a big lens. But man, like I said in the beginning of this video, if I needed one lens, one and done, to capture everything, 28 135 f4 power zoom, this may be the lens to get. Anyway, let's go around Little India and let's see how this handles in video and in photo.
Did I take your photo too? Portrait?
And what it's in using this lens, and it's a very capable lens, but it's not that heavy. I thought it was going to be heavier, but doing street photography, it's pretty okay. But I mean, if you have a Z8, you're going to be fine. Z9, of course, you're going to be fine. If you mount this to a ZF or let's say a Z52, you probably will want some sort of grip or extension or whatever it may be, because it's longer, right? It is what it is. It's a 28 to 135. The f4, does it bother me that much? Not really.
I kind of like
it's got,
both
as I
of
mentioned
these.
in the beginning of this video, it's got really nice pop separation. The bokeh is really clean. It's sharp where you want it to be sharp, but it's not overly sharp. Again, it's a hybrid video photographer's lens, so it's got the sharpness that we're used to seeing out of a Nikon lens, but it's not overly sharp, if you know what I'm talking about. But in terms of the ergonomics on this, let's talk about that for a second. You've got your manual focus ring here, you got your zoom ring here, or power zoom switch there, and you have an aperture ring.
All right, I think we're gonna go with this one.
I've been accidentally knocking this aperture ring quite often, so what I'm doing is turning it off inside the camera
Yeah,
system.
that's what I was gonna say. Although I guess if we're in film mode, maybe it's a different world. If you're trying to use this for a hybrid photo and video mode, then I would get super annoyed, I think, with having an aperture ring. I always turn it off on my other lenses, because then I'll be shooting and then I'll accidentally, just by bumping into it, you'll like shift it to like from an f2.8 to like all of a sudden you're in f4 or something. But I guess maybe if you're in film mode, it could be useful. I'm not sure. I don't know.
Again, to each their own. You may want to change the customization to it. You can change add different functionality, but I turn it off because I'm accidentally hitting that all the time. It is what it is. It's not a deal breaker. It's just first world problems. But outside of that, it's a very capable lens. Anyway, let's continue to walk around. Let's take some more photos and videos in Little India.
Sir, may I take your portrait? May I take your portrait? Okay, thank you very much. 1, 2, 3, smile. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Up this video, I have to say that I like the lens. Do I wish it was f2.8? Sure, but it would be much larger, more expensive, and you know, I don't know. I think the f4 is kind of a sweet spot for this thing, and I think when it comes to video and photo, that f4 does help. You know, you're still getting great background separation, your subject's in focus, there's great 3D pop, so you're not really missing that much per se. If anything, it just means that you're going to need a stronger ND filter when you're outdoors. At f2.8 if you want to shoot wide open, and a lot of the times you are going to stop down to f4 at 5.6 anyway if you want your subject in focus or if you want to shoot a group of people. So f4 is really not a bad place to be. Of course, it's great to have that versatility, but it is what it is. Outside of that though, for photo and video, as I mentioned at the beginning of this video, and I'll say it again, this could be your one and done lens. It really could be. If you're okay with you know, shooting in lower light situations and cranking up the ISO.
Okay, we're moving on to cinematic shots again. I'm trying to learn.
Every shot tells a story.
Oh, I've used that. I've used that exact sound effect. Dun 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 dun. Where did I use that? What video of mine do I have that? Dun 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 dun.
Every shot tells a story. Some shots are just.
Oh, that's cool. Okay, so this guy uses the same library as me. Oh shit! Which song? Dun, 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 dun. Ooh, maybe it was India. No, sorry, not India. Uganda.
Uganda, a sanctuary for the wild. Home to primates that swing through misty canopies and lions that command the sprawling savannas.
Wait, I think it's this one.
Every corner
here.
teems with life. From the elusive
I'm just gonna kick you out of that. Shoot, which one did I use that from? It might be Artlist or Epidemic Sounds. I don't think I got that from Lens Distortions.
Every corner teems with life. From the elusive shoebill in the swamps to the great ape.
Oh wait, I think it was Lens Distortions because I'm pretty sure I made the entire thing there in Lens Distortions. Let's listen to that again.
Every shot tells a story. Some shots of the
Yeah, okay. This will be fun to watch because I'm pretty sure he's using lens distortions. What? No? From audio.com. Well, no, I'm talking about the sound effects. Is he like differentiating that? I definitely got that sound from one of my platforms. Unless I guess they repeat it. I guess you could sell it to different platforms. Okay, fine. Anyways, let's keep watching.
Show a location, while other shots make you feel the emotion of a character. The best filmmakers are masters.
Sent you the emote size of the camera? Ooh.
Today we're going to break down every one of these shots and how they affect your film. This video is brought
What is going on here?
to tell the story. Today we're going to break down every one of these shots and how they affect.
Do you see that? There's some I don't know what's happening, but there's a little bit of a glitch on his face there. I don't know if that was intentional. Sent you the emote size. Yo, let's check out this Dude, this looks so epic. Yeah, and you even added the glow. Wow, I didn't even know you could do that. But it's kind of like a nice dark mode right now. Well, thank you, man. Okay, so I'll save this. I don't think I have any more spots left, though. That's a problem. But you know what? Let me save it. I can put it onto Kick. YouTube, I'm not sure. I have to double check again what my situation is on Kick or on YouTube. Dude, this is so cool. Yo, I can share it on screen, right? You just don't want people to download it. That's the thing, right? So give me a second. Let me just save this first. It is the Mimic emote. Polaroid Mimic. 1 second. Emotes. Where's Primal? Primal emotes. Polaroid Mimic. Yo, super dope, man. Okay, can I share it on screen? Yeah, super dope. And the one I saw in Discord, because it was like a transparent background, so you just see it without the white, and so then the glow coming from the flash stands out. Very cool, man. Very cool. Thank you so much, Primal. You are the best. Damn, look at you. I wish I had something to give. Oh, yeah, we're going to do some monkey stuff. Oh, yeah, so I need to get to some of my monkey photos, and then I'm going to send you them. Yeah. Thank you.
This video is brought to you by our friends over at audio.com, but more on that later. So the first shot that we're going to talk about is what they call an establishing shot. This is typically a shot that shows you an environment or the location.
Okay, I like that. The establishing shot. I got to remember to...
An establishing shot. This is typically a shot that shows you an...
I do like this kind of parallax effect. I don't know what you call it, but like the camera's moving from up to down, but then it's pulling the camera from down up. So you're like having this weird parallax feeling as the landscape in the far background shows up, but it's like shifting into view in a different speed than what you see in the foreground.
Environment or the location that your scene takes place in. Sometimes this could be a drone shot, or it could just be a static tripod shot on the ground. But more often than not, the idea is for it to be a wide shot that lets the audience understand and establish where the location that your scene is taking place in. And the way I use establishing shots is either at the beginning or at the end of a scene to transition from one scene to another. Next, we have wide shots.
Beginning or ending?
Now, the wide shot is typically captured with a wide angle lens, and a lot like an establishing shot, it's frequently used to highlight a location or an environment that your subject's in. A wide is great for showing multiple characters in a scene and maybe how they're interacting with each other. Wide shots could also be a great way to showcase how lonely or how isolated a character is in a particular environment. And they could also be used to show scale, maybe how vast the location is in comparison to the character. Now, a little tighter than the wide, and you have yourself a full shot. And they call this a full shot because you can see the character's full body in the frame. So the top of the frame might be slightly above the character's head, and then it'll show all the way to the bottom of the character's feet. And a lot like the wide shot, you get a full spectrum of the body language that your character is showing, but you also get a little bit of the environment and showcasing how the character is interacting with their environment. Next, you got probably one of my favorite shot names on this list.
Cowboy
and that is the
shot.
Cowboy shot. This shot was used a lot in westerns because you were able to see just below the waist at the holster of the gun. Now, speaking of cowboys, if you need music for your next cowboy western, head over to audio.com and you can get yourself a track like this. Audio has an incredible music library that they are continuously expanding, and right now you can get a lifetime membership with sound effects included using the link below. So if you guys need music for your next project, check them out. Now, punching in a little bit tighter than the cowboy shot, and you got yourself a medium shot. The medium shot typically is from about the waist up, and it's used to focus in on subjects' actions, or making you really start to pay attention to what they're saying. The medium shot is great to make you feel a little bit closer to the subject. It's great for dialogue, and it's great for showing two people interacting and talking to each other. So I would think about using medium shots when you want the audience to pay a little bit closer of attention to what a character's saying, or showcase two people having a conversation. Now we are into the medium close-up, and that is going to be from the bottom of your chest up, kind of like what you guys are seeing right now. And a lot like the medium shot, it's great for showing a conversation, but when you want to start getting a little bit more dramatic and making the audience pay attention to the character just a little bit more, using a medium close-up is a great way to do that. Now, the next one on our list is the close-up and the extreme close-up. I'm going to group both of these together. The close-up shot is a great way to show details like someone's hands or a certain...
Primo, sorry, I missed your other mess. Even gave a copy to KG. Yeah, of course. Hells yeah. I actually haven't seen I haven't heard from KG in the past couple days, I think. Or Lucky. Hopefully they're doing well. But yeah. Man, those are some epic emotes, my friend.
Close-up shot is a great way to show details.
Okay, I was curious about what he's doing here. He's using some interesting overlay template. I thought it was an iPhone at first, like a wide angle or like a landscape mode of the iPhone.
Like someone's hands or
and he's adding like some kind of
and these shots are
yeah, that's why I thought it was an iPhone. Okay, so some kind of like old school frame or film technique or something. I don't know.
Typically used with a longer lens, something like an 85 or 100 millimeters. Now, if we're talking about composition of a character in a scene, the close-up is typically from the chin to the top of the head, and then you have an extreme close-up, which would be something like the nose to the eyes, or maybe just even the eyes. Now, the next shot that we're going to talk about was something that kind of bewildered me for a long time, and that was the 2, the 3, and the group shot. I couldn't believe how simple it was, but a 2 shot is just 2 people in a shot, a 3 shot is 3 people in a shot, and a group shot is just a group of people, several people in a shot. I really thought it was more complicated than that, but it turns out it's not. And yeah, the next shot on our list is an OTS shot, and maybe some of you guys have heard this before, but OTS stands for over the shoulder. And this is probably one
that's
of
the
my
one.
favorite ways to showcase a conversation.
It's just called over the shoulder? Damn it. I was like typing it all out to ChatGPT earlier, being like, oh, I have to remember this technique where you film and it looks like you're filming from over their shoulder and you get a little bit of the shoulder as, you know, blurred foreground, blah, blah, blah. It's just called over the shoulder shot. Gotcha.
Because you have that dramatic kind of shoulder look in the foreground, and then you have the character's face over that, which just gives a little bit more depth and visual interest to the scene. Then we have the POV shot, and the POV stands for point of view, and this is a great
So
way
we're gonna
to
add,
show
I'm adding a bit of
perspective
grain to the shot here.
in their daily life,
We're making it
or a first-person view
vintagey.
of what this person is going through. Then you have one of my favorite shots on this list, and that is the Dutch angle. And
Oh, I've heard
think
that
this
one.
is a really cool shot because it gives a different weird perspective, almost showing you like something bad is about to happen or something is a little bit off about a conversation or about a particular scene. And how you get the Dutch angle is by tilting the camera off its axis, so it's kind of tilted either to the left or to the right, and it gives this really weird, uncomfortable feeling to the frame. These shots are great for showing somebody that could be drunk or disoriented, or possibly a conversation that's really going south, or something really twisted that's happening in your scene. Then we have the low angle shot, which is a great way to make your subject feel big and powerful. Typically, this shot is used in movies to show a character's dominance in a scene. But if the shot is wide enough and you can kind of see the background, it's a great way to show a sense of wonder in a scene, like this particular scene in Harry Potter. And then you have the opposite end of the spectrum, and that is a high angle shot, which typically makes your character feel vulnerable or weak. This is a great tool to show something like sadness or depression in your character's vulnerable state, Sometimes I use this in interviews when I want to ask somebody really intrusive questions, or sometimes I'll use this to I want depression in your character, vulnerable end of the spectrum, wonder in a scene, like this particular scene in Harry Potter. And then it's a character's dominance in a scene. But if the shot is wide enough and you can kind of see the background, it's a great way to show a sense of wonder in a scene, like this particular scene in Harry Potter. And then you have the opposite end of the spectrum, and that is a high angle shot, which typically makes your character feel vulnerable or weak. This is a great tool to show something like sadness or depression in your character's vulnerable state. Sometimes I use this in interviews when I want to ask somebody really intrusive questions, or sometimes I'll use this to show a character's weakness in a scene. So that pretty much wraps up today's video. I want to thank you guys so much for stopping in and hanging out. If you guys have any questions or have any comments about anything that we talked about today, drop them in the comments down below, and I'll try to get back to you guys as soon as possible.
That was good. I was hoping, I mean, it is the 12 shots. I was hoping for a video where it tells me about like physical motion, like what are the film techniques. I should have been more specific. I mean, I learned a lot from this one though. But yeah, the next video, hopefully I can find one where it tells you like, here are the common techniques for when you're filming. So things like how, doing like a parallel tracking shot, or doing an orbit around a subject, or when you do this focus pull from the foreground to the background. I just need to like learn all the right terminology and also what's out there so that I can employ it myself. But right now I'm struggling with this guy here. There's a little bit of a halo effect. I'm not sure what's causing it. Okay, I see. I gotta brush out. All right, let's brush this out maybe. There we go. Hopefully it's better, kind of. I think we solved whatever that halo was. However, there's still like a different problem now. I think I need to add a, oops. Let's add a brush. I have to figure out how to soften this. I don't know if what I'm doing is helping or not. Come on, come on. Let's go big. Subject focused. Let me look at the before and after. Okay, so it's definitely whatever effect I'm applying is creating this. But not necessarily from that, so it's one of these guys. You're watching me struggle here as we figure out how to make this. I just don't like this jagged edge here.
Sound is everything. Today I'm going to show you guys my top 5 sound design secrets, how I actually edit these sounds into a real project that I'm working on right now for Karate Combat. And I'm going to show you guys all of this in just 5 minutes. One of the secrets to powerful sound design is layering. Let's take a hit for example. If I want to transition from one scene to another using a hit, I could just grab a standard subsonic hit or boom and drop that in, and yeah, it could work, but it sounds a little flat. Now, watch what happens when I layer the exact same sub hit with a snappier impact. Boom! You got a completely different sound. You've got low-end power and high-end frequency crack, and this leads to a fuller, more intentional sound. Now the same concept applies to risers and whooshes. If you got one riser that sounds really bright and crispy, and it kind of cuts through all the sound, but it lacks that body and depth, then maybe you want to try combining it with another riser that has a little bit of a darker, thicker tone to it. I think it's important not to think of sounds in categories, but to think of them in frequencies, combining those sounds that fill in the different parts of the spectrum. Now my second secret for you guys today is using EQ properly, because it allows you to carve out space in certain sounds. Let's say you got music and dialogue, and typically they're competing for the same attention. Instead of turning down the music, what you could do is you could take an EQ and carve out some space in the music track. And to do this, all you have to do is take an EQ plugin and dip the EQ from 2K to the 5K range. That is typically where dialogue lives. And just a gentle curve will make your dialogue or vocals pop without killing the overall music in your mix. But that's not the only way you can use EQ. You can actually use EQ to shape individual sound effects. If you want a hit that feels snappier, boost the highs. If you want it to feel heavier, do the opposite. And this is how I typically balance layers in my sound design.
I never thought of doing that.
For example, if you carve out space for both of these.
That's actually kind of, well, okay, so that's enlightening, because I just never even considered doing that. It's like, let's say if I download a sound effect from wherever, and it's like a whoosh sound or something. Maybe I'll apply the whoosh sound, but I never even consider that I can warp the sound even more. Like I can go into the sound effects and then affect the sound effects even more. Okay.
Sounds to live. This lower pad sounds great because it has weight and it really gives a nice low undertone to the entire score. But then this higher tone is great because it gives that ambience, really gives you an emotion in this musical track. Now I'm going to show you guys one of my favorite sound design tricks, and that is how you could turn any song into a cinematic trailer. Let me show you what I'm talking about. So I wanted to use this song, but I wanted the intro of the video to feel really cinematic, and I wanted to climax the music so that way when it dropped on the beat of the original track. So to do this, I took the full music track and I broke it out into 2 stems, a vocal track and a music track. Then I laid both of these tracks on top of each other, that way I can manipulate them independently. For now, I'm going to turn down the instrumental music and just leave the vocal track playing. Now, something that's very important is understanding the key of the song that you're working with. This particular song is in the key of F sharp minor. Now,
I have been keeping track of that, yeah.
I'm going to go into multiply sound. And multiply sound is tonal sound effects. These sound effects you can actually use because all of the sound effects come in every single key that you could possibly imagine. So I'm going to grab a low pad and I'm going to grab a high pad in the same key of the song, which is F sharp minor. Then I'm going to add a violin in the same key to add a little bit of that organic texture, and then I'm going to grab a couple of melodic risers. So this is what I was able to create by using these sound effects with the vocal track. And because I have all of these different sound effects all in the same key of the song, I'm able to do almost anything that I want. Another little cheat code of mine is creating space with volume, panning, and reverb. Take this section of my video, for example. I purposely cut out the vocals of the music to make room for the coach saying, "You're gonna be world champion." Now when the dialogue finishes, we slowly have the vocals come back in, and when the beat hits, the vocals are back in being the loudest thing in the mix. Panning is also very important because this places the sound in the imaginary room that you've created. Now, taking something like these glitches, I purposely pan some of the glitches hard left and hard right. This really allows you to create a wide space that these effects are coming in and out of, which gives you the illusion that you're in a very wide room. Now, another really awesome way to use panning is to mimic where the sound is coming from in your frame. For example, whenever my character is in one part of the frame, I would pan the sound to that part of the frame. This not only allows your mix to be a little bit more dynamic, but it also gives your audience an audio representation to match the visuals that are happening in the frame. And what's very important to remember here, that if everything is coming dead in the center of your mix, it's gonna sound like a bunch of jumbled up mess. But if you're able to pan and put different sounds in different places, well, now you have a bunch of different sounds that can live in the same space, but they're all in different places of the mix. Reverb is another great way to create space in your mix because it allows you to give your sound distance. For example, this sound of weights I replaced, but because the weights were recorded right up next to a microphone, it sounded very close, which didn't make sense, especially with the wide shot and in the gym that we were in. So in order to give this a little bit more of a realistic sound, I added some reverb to the weights, and now we have something that matches the visuals.
Okay, we found a solution.
Now, another creative way that you could use reverb is...
It took way too long to figure out. It was just something with the temperatures. I guess when I played with the temperatures, it makes the difference right at the meeting point, right? It would just make it look really ugly. But then here, now I just do the full background soften, and I was able to warm up the temperature, and so you don't get that weird effect here like you do here. So, and I'm okay with that because I did want more of a warm tone there. I want it to be cooler on this side. So what I'll do now is hopefully, well, we can take this one probably. We'll just take a new one actually. Let's apply a linear gradient. I'm going to try not to hit this side because apparently the moment we change the colors there, it can look wonky. I want to make this side feel a bit cooler. So again, it's almost like the sun, we're seeing the sunset, it's hitting the fox, and I want it to kind of taper off as it hits the coolness. But we want to do it without getting these weird, these little weird splotches, right? And a little bit of it's fine. Like here's okay, because now it's like there's a divot, or like there's a bunch of trenches almost in the snow. So that's like where the sun is almost being collected, right? The sun's hitting that spot, filling it up with sunlight. So I think that's fine. Okay. The question now is how sharp do I want to make this fox, and how much grain should we introduce there? Nah. I think I want it a bit cleaner on that side. All right, let's see. Let's keep watching. This is a good video. I like this one.
Like I did in this middle section, by adding reverb to the vocal track and slowly fading it in, it feels like it's coming from far away in the distance. And then when the beat drops, I take off the reverb, and now it has way more impact. There's another little trick that you can do. You could actually replace the real sounds with sound design, like something like hits or something like whooshes. A great example of this would be when this fighter smashes down the medicine ball on the ground. Instead of using that actual hit of the medicine ball, I replaced that hit with a snappy impact. And right away, you could feel the ball hitting the floor.
Yo, 'cause I was the best man when D2 got married. The little bear out when Dex got carried. I lost count of times that I got rallied and risked my freedom for free. Let's go, let's go. Back inside
It's really cool. I like this a lot.
I want to give a huge shout out for Multiply Sound for sponsoring this video. And if you guys want to
Multiply Sounds. Ooh, that might be something I need to check out. Multiply Sounds. Use code Alex30. Okay, okay. Let's check this out. Multiply Sounds. Now, to be fair, like lens distortion, I haven't checked out Artlist and Epidemic as much, but lens distortion does do a lot of what he was describing in terms of like you can download here. Let's go check it out. So under their sound effects, let me just refresh their page. So they have these kind of like all these whoosh sounds and stuff. And then they also have like by tone. So let's see if I do a keyed hit. Yeah, so you do have all this. So I don't think it's necessary for me to look at this other one, but he did such a good job of putting that video together. I was like, damn, what a good sell. That was a good sell. What do I need for sound effects right now? Okay, I need stuff like this. Oh shoot, I think I downloaded it too many times. Christ, that's so loud. All right, I do see how I can use this one. Like I'm imagining a documentary vibe. And I can see this working. It's a good one. Oh, we're just downloading a bunch of sound effects here. This one as well. I think like these soft ones, I can see some, I can see a future where when we make our next video, we're going to apply all of these. Yo, that video was really good. I liked it a lot. And I'm glad he like broke it down so cleanly with everything. So, okay, I wanted to see what ChatGPT responded with. Oh shit, I didn't respond back yet. Okay, fine. Let's do this real quick. What did I say? What's the last thing I said? I would prefer consistency in terms of how the titles are structured. So, for instance, in an extreme scenario, it shouldn't be that 3 out of the 4 acts are 1 word, and then one of the acts is 10 words. Okay. kinship, hunt, home, resilience, the close. Endurance? No, resilience. Okay, you know what? I forget all of what. So starting with Act 2, you've given me 2 picks, horse and hunt, hunt and heritage, blah, blah, blah. Did I talk about the other acts? For Act 3 and Act 4. Okay, let me hit enter. Let's see what he comes up with. Okay, I think I like... Besides the eyes. Okay, we're going to try to sharpen the eyes a bit. It might not work. It might make it look weird. So like before, I usually like to bleed over the eyes and just a little bit to the surroundings. Here, let's see if we increase the texture. Let's try to reduce the noise a bit, maybe. Then let's do the other eye. Do, 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 do. Okay. Yeah, you know what? I think I like this framing. There's something, I wish I knew what kind of mood that it kind of portrays to me. I mean, I'm clearly going with a very ominous approach with it. I say ominous, maybe that's not the right word either. We have darkened the image, right? So we've dropped the light, which makes the golden hour sunset light a bit more prominent, or at least it stands out a bit more. But then the shadow and the shades feels a bit darker. And of course we have our mystery man in the back there. And so having that silhouette, and then I think by adding this grain effect, it kind of also works nicely when it comes to this mystery man. So just all of this feels like this grainy, like, who is that? I can't tell. The shot is too fuzzy. So it's a bit ominous for that reason. I'm not the type who, like, I'm fine with this. Like, I don't really see a need to, like, Photoshop. I usually won't, like, Photoshop things out of the shot unless it's, like, dust or, I don't know. There'll be a few times. We might do it for one of our upcoming pictures just to see. But I think I like this. I like the mess in the background, but it kind of blends in nicely and it looks different. You get these weird bubble shapes everywhere. So, all right, I like this. Now let's see, what can we copy over from this one? Let's copy everything. Grain. So we're copying everything except for the reframing. And same thing, I like this a lot. I like it. The only thing maybe I'll play with later is just figuring out the actual composition. Do we want the fox to be higher up on the screen, much lower, like towards the bottom of the frame? I don't know. Right now we kind of have it centered where the eyes are somewhat in the center of the frame. But I wouldn't be able to tell you if there's a proper reason why. We just chose it for now. And then yeah, these shots turn out pretty nice. Let's save this. Let's drag it over to Japan. Okay. We're going to see if the same effects here apply to some of the other shots. Because we took a bunch of sequence of shots here. So let's see. Just looking for another version where Fox shows up and we've got a nice pose. To be honest, the one that we just edited is probably the best out of those. Let's try this one real quick. Yeah, I like this. Same thing, same vibes, right? We got a nice little, pretty little fox on the right, and then this ominous silhouette in the left side. Cool, cool. I like it. All right, I just want to see what ChatGPT has to say, because now it's already past midnight here. Awesome. Thanks for the clear constraints. Here's a focused pass that keeps titles short, consistent, and value-centric while putting hunt at the core of Act 2, giving Act 3 and 4 options that feel like true ways. Sweep markers locked. Act, okay. But hunt, blah, blah, blah. Top pick, hunt. Kinship, hunt. Home, resilience. Okay. So, yeah, he's going with hunt. What feeds the family begins with the chase. Ooh, that's a good one as well. Yo, we're gonna... Okay, tomorrow's gonna be a fun day, all right? I'm not gonna get to it now because it's too late. But we're getting to some of these cool quotes that we get to put after. Let's actually test that out. So just as an example. Let's just use the same one here.
He's gonna sing a song about.
Something like that. Homesteads. Circle makes room for hooves and hands. Beyond the wind and the hunt, this is where the day returns. Where the land is the teacher, you learn to last. Oh yeah, that's the one from before that we liked. Let's try that. So imagine if we can... So obviously we're going to fine-tune this, but imagine for each act we are able to find a decent quote that feels like it matches the mood and it will also better convey the message of each act. So, for example... Let's see if this works. We want it to last longer though. I think one quote is probably enough. I'm not sure. So then when the text fades and the next verse kicks in, this is when the B-rolls kick in and we're showing the wild nature and all that. So this is the chapter about resilience. Okay, okay. I like it. We didn't get through this one. You know what? Okay, let's do one more quick task here. We need to fix this. Let's put some music back on. All right, we need to do the same thing as we did here. So I think that just means all I have to do is copy this, paste attributes, position, zoom, scale, I think all of that. All right, let's try to center this guy. We might have made a mistake. I think I should have started with this. Okay, anyways, I'll explain myself later. Let's see if we can make it work. Yeah, because I want to start stabilizing the footage here. But I need it to match with the next shot, so one second. Same with the top one. And then what I think I'll do, we wanted to go back to this position because it looks good. One second. Shoot. Oh, is this the... Ah, okay, okay. So this is as far right as I have on the shot. Gotcha. 145. I'm so confused what I just did there. Okay, I see. Let me undo everything. I was confused by why I had zoom at 1.03, and it looks like that was intentional. It's because the stabilization was making the screen or the footage shake, so at times you can see the top and the bottom would be empty. Okay, let's watch. Okay, then the other thought I have is, what if I don't show this scene? So what if it's full screen initially? Except I'm cropped here. Okay, let's keep that in mind. Nah, okay, we do want that. Okay. We do need to you know what? Let me put the line here. Whoops. Basically from this point on, the footage goes into slow motion. So if I break this here. Okay, so that looks fine. Let me hit stabilize. Oh no, this one we don't need to stabilize. Okay. I'm going to break it there. And then this one we need to change clip speed to 40%. Okay, so this is fine. Now let's fix the one on the bottom. Let me move these out of the way for now. So from here, I'm going to extend this. What? Oh yeah, okay. I'm going to hit stabilize from this position. We're going to break the shot here. Everything looks good. And then from here, we're going to change the speed to 40%. And then we're going to extend it all the way to the end of that shot. So hopefully this means we won't have some weird okay. Now, let me just undo all of what I just did. Because we don't want that much stabilization, because it's cropping too much of the shot. because this is the original shot. And now we're cropping in quite a bit. So let me drop down the cropping ratio. Okay, because we do want it to be stable, but not so stable that we don't have enough of the eagle in the footage. So now the entire clip is stabilized as one single video. So now I'm going to cut this video where we switch over to slow motion. And so then this part here, I'm going to change the clip speed to be 40%. So it's slowed down. And we'll extend it all the way to wherever the end of this is. So it should be smooth. Okay, nice. And then we're going to put these ones on top again. I don't know if any of this is making sense, but I just want it so it doesn't jump as we go from the fast speed to the slow motion speed. And then the only thing left for me to do is figure out like how much do I want to try to keep the eagle centered. And this is back to that conversation we had earlier in the stream with Dig about like different motion tracking effects that are in DaVinci, which I'm just not familiar with. I'm going to try to do it my way first, which is like the heavy manual way, which tends to not work, but might as well try, right? So I'm going to create some keyframes. And the moment I feel like it's out of frame, like, you know, right there, so up to here maybe, we're going to try to bring it back into frame. And then it jumps over there, so then we'll try to shift it back over this way a bit. And here it's constantly out of frame, so we'll shift it back this way. Let's see. Shift it this way. So you can see how jittery it gets in those moments, but and the funny thing is most people I don't think will be paying attention to the thing on the right. I feel like the thing on the left is actually what's cool. But nope. Whoops. All right, let's try to watch it from the beginning, see if it looks okay. Come on. So there's a bit of like shakiness at times, but it's like, it seems okay. And like I said, I think most people will pay attention to the clip on the left. And those moments are few and far between. So I think I can live with this potentially, but we'll definitely revisit it. Cool. All right. I think I'm happy with most of this. Did we have another message from... Oh yeah, we were looking at this. So, Act 3 Homestead? Homestead? For Act 3 instead of home? Domestic pillar... One word. Feels broader than home and family. Homestead. The four ways of the Altai. Homestead. Maybe. I mean, it's an interesting word. I guess I haven't really thought of it. Resilience. We'll keep with resilience. Tales from the sky. To the arm. To the snow. On the arm. Full circle. Okay, I think that needs a bit more work. So we do have a little bit more to do tomorrow. But okay, guys. I think, you know what? This is a good place to stop. I feel we had a productive day. It is now almost 1 a.m. We've been going... I've been doing a bit over midnight. I need to just make the hard cut. Even if I start late, I think I need to end before midnight. It just feels like once I go past midnight, it just makes the next morning. And if we keep doing this and if I sleep in, I don't know. It's a bad cycle. So, guys, I thank you for all being here, making this fun. Tomorrow, I think, will be the day. I think tomorrow is going to be the day. Two things will happen. One, we're going to officially try to retire my ChatGPT and put in a new one. And then two, I think we'll be able to start doing some color grading for Mongolia. So we'll try out a new product, which is the one I've been mentioning so many times. But let's actually see if we can show them off. And hopefully it is a product that we will find valuable. And if so, I think there's a chance that we can make our... It's like, hopefully this will be the same feeling as the feelings we had when we were doing those LUTs with the lens distortion ones. And it's like, we found one, it looks good, boom. I hope we can have the same feeling with some of these kind of effects that hopefully will apply tomorrow. So we'll see. Kevin, I bet. Yes, I like the slang talk. I need to go to sleep. Because I had my butter chicken early, because normally I would be eating roughly by now, from midnight to 1 a.m. I would have my dinner. But because we had our meal a few hours ago or something, I think that's also helping me feel like food coma mode. So sleep is for the weak. Yes, and I'm very weak right now. So you know what? I embrace it. Yeah, I am weak. So what? Oh, hey, there's Kimpop. I forget if we said hi to him or not. He's been kind of chilling in other places. We did a lot of... we did some fun photo edits today. We looked at some photos of some fat horses. Now you get this chubby little guy over here. Look at him. He doesn't mind if I'm slapping him in the face like this. What the hell? Oh, yeah. I did feed him quite a bit today, so... Good boy, Kimpop. Yeah. You ready to go to sleep, Kimpop? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You want to say hi to the camera over there? Yeah. Yes, sleep is for the weak, and I'm feeling not strong, so we'll leave it at that. Thank you, guys. We did have a fun day. I just need to... It's way too close to 1 a.m. I need to quickly try to get myself out of here. So, thanks, guys. We're going to leave it abruptly today, but what a wonderful stream. Day 41. Tomorrow, you guessed it, it's day 42. Do you know what comes after that? Exactly. And we're going to keep doing that until we lose count. Cats are always ready to sleep. They sleep for freaking 17 hours and then go nuts at 1 a.m. Yeah. I am a bit shocked that usually past midnight, this is when they start running around. But I think I fed them a little bit when I had my dinner. So they're also in food coma mode. So I think we're both feeling a bit of the comatose. So thank you, guys. Thank you, Photo Elite. Thank you, Kevin, for the bits. Thank you very much for those bits. And yeah, and then Suri for the raid earlier today. And yeah, we met some new people. We met Obi-Wan, who is a action figurine photographer. So hopefully you'll tune back in, Obi-Wan Shinobi, and we'll love to see more of your work and with your new camera too. So, oh yeah, and then thank you again, Photo Elite. Hopefully I'll get my new PMI Smoke Ninja Pro Hazer kit in the mail soon.